Attention, Senators. The legislature is scheduled to reconvene in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the George W. Norris Legislative Chamber. The afternoon session is about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please record.
There's a quorum present, Mr. President.
Do you have any items on the record?
I do, Mr. President. New LR 191 for Senator Ibach. That'll be referred to the Executive Board. LR 192 from Senator Linehan, also referred to the Executive Board. Reference report from the Referencing Committee on the approved references of LR 146 and the appointment of Jason Hayes, Director, Nebraska Public Employees Retirement Systems. New A bill from Senator McKinney, LB 531A. It's a bill for an act relating to appropriations. Appropriates funds to aid in the carrying out of the provisions of Legislative Bill 531 and declares an emergency. That's all I have this time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. While the legislature is in session and capable of transacting business, I propose to sign and do hereby sign LB 813. Mr. Clerk, for a motion.
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to stand at ease for 30 minutes.
It's the ruling of the chair that a motion to stand at ease is not a priority motion to be made from the floor. Senator Cavanaugh's moved to overrule the chair. Each member may speak one time, and each member is allowed to ask others to yield to questions. Senators are not allowed to yield their time to others. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, when we began this afternoon, there were 32 people checked in. We are on final reading for the budget. It takes 33 for cloture. Everyone knows we will be going to cloture. I thought it was worthwhile to stand at ease for 30 minutes so that our remaining colleagues who are not inside the chamber could join us for final reading on the budget bill. So there we go. Also, I want to take time. So it's doubly good for me, but the reality is that 32 people were checked in when we came back from our lunch recess. We need 33 individuals for cloture. And well, I mean, I haven't voted for cloture on any of the budget bills. And I don't know, I don't think Senator Hunt has either. I'm not sure if Senator McKinney has, and Senator Wayne has not. So that's 4 of the 32 people in here have yet to vote for cloture on the budget bills. So it feels like a real gamble to take up the budget bill, get us to cloture without everyone present. So there's your collegiality from me for the day. Just trying to make sure y'all can be here. I've been taking notes on some of the things that have been said this morning about the debate yesterday on 574. And I realize that I'm in the queue and I'm opening, and I can't open, be in the queue, and close. Don't want to get Senator Erdman's ire up here, so I will get myself out of the queue, and I know that I will just be recognized to close on this. So, notes on all of this. People voted for the LB 574 because they care about the children and it's good policy. Oh, wait. No, people voted for LB 574 because of Michaela. That is excellent policymaking, colleagues. This morning, Senator Slama literally said that this 574 would have been dead if it weren't for the hyper-partisanship, games, pettiness that you all wanted to perpetrate against Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. LB 574 would have been dead if it weren't for pettiness, partisanship, wanting to hurt me. That's why LB 574 moved forward. That's why. I appreciate her honesty. When it is over, it is over. You're right, Senator Linehan. LB 626 is dead. But y'all are sore losers. So you got to break the rules of the legislature to get something done. Something that is actually worse, has greater penalties. Senator Albright, although I fundamentally disagree with her interpretation of LB 626, she went above and beyond, out of her way, mental gymnastics to try to argue that LB 626 had 0 criminal penalties. The amendment you all adopted yesterday has a lot of criminal penalties. A lot of criminal penalties. It just is a criminal penalty. And she wrote her bill the way that she did to get it referenced to HHS because she knew, and so did everyone else who helped her, knew that they couldn't make the argument, even in this legislature, they couldn't make the argument that it should go to HHS if it had the criminal penalties that the amendment yesterday had. So she made sure it didn't have criminal penalties. But the amendment yesterday has criminal penalties. And Senator Reapy introduced an amendment for 12 weeks. AM 1658 is 10 weeks, not 12, 10 weeks with criminal penalties. Senator Reapy's amendment for 626 was 12 weeks and no criminal penalties, took into account fetal anomalies, mental health care, medical emergency and necessity. None of that exists in AM 1658. And Senator Reapy knows, he knows that nobody's going to work with him to change anything. And there's an E clause. There is an E clause in AM 1658, which means it takes effect immediately. Immediately, the day after this is enacted into law, which according to the Washington Post apparently is going to be Friday, immediately after, criminal penalties will be enforced. Our medical institutions are going to begin spiraling next week. Does it matter? Do you care about healthcare in rural Nebraska? Do you care about your hospitals? Do you care about labor and delivery in Grand Island and North Platte and Kearney? Because you don't if you voted for that. because doctors are not going to risk going to jail to take care of their patients. They're just not. And not only are doctors not going to go to jail, the technicians in the room, the nurses in the room, all of these people are not going to risk jail. They're going to leave the profession instead, or the state. But guess what, everybody? Guess what, Nebraska? You got me. You got me. And that's all that really matters, right? As long as I am suffering, who cares about the policy? Who cares about the doctors? Who cares about the patients? Who cares about Grand Island's healthcare? Who cares about North Platte's healthcare? Who cares about Kearney's healthcare? Who cares about Scotts Bluff's healthcare? Not this body. Nope. What they care about is taking me down a peg. There are no pegs to take me down. I'm in the gutter. I am miserable. I am depressed. I am sad. I legitimately thought that I was going to have a heart attack yesterday, not metaphorically. I actually thought I was going to have a heart attack yesterday. I'm a mess. I'm not winning. And destroying healthcare in Nebraska to get at me for that level of pettiness, nobody is winning. Nobody is winning. And if you want me to be civil about it, I'm sorry you're going to be disappointed. I am not going to be civil. I am not going to be civil about people taking away civil rights. I am not going to be civil about people taking away human rights. And I am not going to be civil about this body taking away parental rights from a colleague, because that is the height of incivility. So, I read the Washington Post article. I saw that it said that we could have this bill as early as Friday of this week. And I thought, God bless, you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. But as I said on February 23rd, and I've said times since then, it's going to cost you something, colleagues. It's going to cost you something. And I am going to take all of the time, every single solitary minute of it, to make sure that the speaker has to decide what actually gets scheduled in these last handful of days. Every minute of it. So start your campaign, launch your complaints to the speaker, ask for your thing to be prioritized, because you better believe I am here every minute of every day from here through the remainder.
1 minute.
I am in pain. I am inflicting pain. I am not going anywhere. I am not winning anything. I have lost everything. But I will not stand aside and let this body cavalierly, in civility, pass this baloney Skittles without it costing you too. So I'm going to take time wherever I can. I'm going to find the time to take, and I am going to keep on keeping on. I look forward to our time together this afternoon. It should be a joy. I think I am about out of my time, so thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak on the motion to overrule the chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure where I stand on the motion to overrule the chair, because I would like 30 minutes right now to stand at ease so we can go to Speaker Arch's office and talk about some of the problems with AM 1658, so that perhaps we can have some listening sessions, decide to return LB 574 to select file for an amendment after we get some people together to talk about some of the problems with this amendment. So I think that standing at ease for at least 30 minutes, perhaps 45 minutes, would probably be the best way to do that right now. I do agree that, the speaker and the chair can decide if they want to do that or not, want to have that motion to stand at ease. But I also think that we should probably put it to a vote of everybody, because there are some questions that I have about this amendment, because it's not well written. I get that you hate trans people. I get that you, Senator Kathleen Kauth, hate my child specifically. But this amendment does have some problems. For one thing, on page 7, line 17, it talks about the act. Okay, so this is the amendment from Senator Ben Hansen. The violation of the Preborn Child Protection Act. Let's also pause here and note that the Preborn Child Protection Act never had a hearing, doesn't have a committee statement, was never voted out of committee, and has not gone through any kind of due process to warrant being added as an amendment that's not germane to LB 574, which is hateful and discriminatory in the first place. But the amendment says, beginning October 1st, 2023, performing gender-altering procedures for an individual younger than 19 years of age in violation of Section 17 of this Act. Section 17 of this Act brings us to the Let Them Grow Act. And this grand compromise, as characterized by professional mediator Senator Kathleen Kauth, includes a grandfather clause, which she thinks is really generous and cool. And that's on page 14, line 18, where it says, this section doesn't apply to the continuation of treatment using puberty-blocking drugs, cross-sex hormones, or both when the course of treatment before the operative date of this section, when the course of treatment began before the operative date of this section. So this amendment has an E clause, it has an emergency clause, meaning it'll go into effect as soon as we pass it, which, as Senator Kavanaugh said, sounds like the speaker told the Washington Post that that's going to be Friday, but I haven't heard that from him. What the bill is not clear about is if it has this grandfather clause that allows young people in Nebraska who are taking puberty blockers or taking hormones before October 1st, if they would be able to continue treatment with the next step of the process if they are already underway with treatment. So what I mean by that is, say there's a 14-year-old boy who's been prescribed puberty blockers to give their family a little bit of time to decide what's best for their family. What can they afford, for one thing, which in Nebraska, gender affirming care is not cheap at all. It's not like you can go to the vending machine and just get some, as Senator Kathleen Kauth would make it sound like. It's very expensive. It's hard to get appointments. You have to have several appointments. You have to be getting care for at least a year before you can be prescribed puberty blockers. So what happens under this amendment if a 14-year-old boy is getting puberty blockers, but then at age 16 or 17,
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. What happens then at age 16 or 17 if they've been taking these puberty blockers for maybe 2 or 3 years, and then they want to go on to gender affirming hormones? So they've been taking puberty blockers for 2 or 3 years. At that point, when they're like 17 or something, they want to start taking hormones. Are they then grandfathered in under this amendment? That's not clear in this language. What is clear is that they could stay on puberty blockers if they were taking them before October 1st of this year. But then what are we going to do with a 16-year-old boy who's been taking puberty blockers forever and it's time for them to start hormone treatment? Will they have to go out of state to get treatment like that? That's a problem, because we know that if people have to go out of state, they're actually not receiving the best diagnostic care that they can have, because no one is hoofing it to California to, get 2 weeks, let
That's
alone
your
a
time.
year of gender affirming care that they need in order
Thank you,
to
Senator
get
Hunt.
the prescription. Thank you.
Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will be, at some point, talking about the pay for the senators. And so at the lunch hour, Senator McDonald and I had a conversation about his plan on how we are compensated. So I was wondering if Senator McDonald would yield to a question.
Senator McDonald, will you yield to some questions?
Yes. Senator McDonald, I thought your idea was interesting, to say the least. Can you describe for us exactly what you and I talked about?
So yes, thank you. And good afternoon, colleagues. As we all know, we are compensated at $1,000 a month. And what Senator Erdman and I were talking about, potentially, we could look at an opportunity for 12 people in a year to make $49,000 each based on a system of a lottery. So Senator Erdman and I were discussing that, and that's as far as the discussions went during lunch today. But it would be on a rotating basis if a winner would not be eligible to win more than once. But then at that point, 37 of us would not get compensated at all for that year. But that was some of the discussion we had over our lunch period, and here to try to answer any other questions. Thank you, Senator Erdman.
Okay, so let me see if I got this right now. So one of us each month would win $49,000, and then at the beginning of the next year, we'd start all over again, and the ones that won that first year could put their name in the second year? I think it's a great idea. I mean, we have an opportunity, if you think about, if you're a gambler, I'm not, but if you're a gambler, that'd be a great opportunity. I don't know, what would the odds be on that? 49 to 1, something like that? Pretty good odds. Yeah, pretty good. Anyway, I thought it was a great plan. We'll see what happens. If we ever get to this bill, maybe we can make an amendment to do that. I'm not sure what a motion to stand at ease is, and I'm sure why they did it. I'm convinced about that. That wasn't hard to figure out. So we'll do whatever we need to do to get these bills passed. But I want to say this. I and many others are sick and tired of being here late at night. It is disrespectful to those people in the front of this chamber that are here after we leave, closing up for the day, coming in early to get ready for the new day. So my recommendation is, once the budget bills are passed, we go back to 9 to 5. And whatever we get, we get. Or, as soon as the budget bills are passed, I drop in a sine die motion. One of the two. But there's no need for us to be here and listen to the whining and complaining about losing. Votes have consequences. The vote was taken, it's done, it's settled, but we're going to continue to talk about this. And even after Friday or Thursday, whenever it comes up again and we pass 574, we'll hear about it continuously after that. This is not going away. So I asked the speaker to make a decision, 9 to 5 or go home. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Wayne, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm all for using rules and using things. What concerns me right now is the reaction to the reaction. So how I explain it to, and I'm not disrespecting anybody by calling anybody a kid here, but how I explain it to my kids who I used to coach is, it's never the first person who gets caught. It's always the second one who reacts back on the field. They're the ones who get the technical. They're the ones who get thrown out. And that's how this body is when it comes to rule changes or even how we vote sometimes. So I'm worried about a whole bunch of rule changes coming next year because of one or two things or one or two people or one or two bills that move forward. So there's some things that I just never have the luxury to say on this floor. And part of it is because I'm a Black man in America. And part of it is I don't have to respect the person in the position, but I was always brought up to respect the position. There's things that Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas and I will never agree on, but I respect the position. There's things that President Trump and I will never agree on, but I'll always respect the position. And when we start getting away from that, no matter how personal, I was taught that my community loses. And I've seen it play over, not just during my lifetime, but historically. Because it's never the first reaction or the first action, it's the reaction. And these rules were crafted in a way to make sure at a time when there was just one of us had the ability to have a voice and to do some things. And I'm concerned for the last 5 days, yes, I challenged the ability to change the journal. I saw an opening, I went for it, backed off. There's things we can do. I'm just concerned of the reaction. We changed the filibuster rule. We changed some of these rules. We already saw the reaction now that we can't even withdraw an amendment to recommit, to indefinitely postpone. That was a reaction. That took away a tool. We have to balance this. And I'm not going to pretend that I know what everybody's going through in this body, but damn sure don't pretend that you know what I'm going through. We're not just elected people who are robots. We do. We have feelings, we have families, and we have people who are struggling. And we have people in our families at the end of the day that our policy decisions will affect. And every day I walk in here with that burden. There's things that if I say on the floor that was said this year, North Omaha would lose all of the ability to have money right now and to do change outcomes. I don't have that luxury and that privilege.
1 minute.
I'm not saying you shouldn't voice your opinion, because if I had that luxury and privilege, maybe I would. But we need to be careful. And that's just not my side of the aisle. I've been saying the same thing on both sides of the aisle. We threw out a lot yesterday, but I don't want our reaction to keep throwing out more. Because sooner or later, it will truly be majority governs. And maybe some of the communities you represent haven't seen that, but take a trip with me down 16th Street and 24th Street and see the devastation without some of these rules and the ability for the minority to have a voice, and see why that burden I'm carrying every day. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wayne. Senator Lowe has two guests under the south balcony, former state senators Tom Carlson Holdridge and Les Sealer Hastings. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate comments of Senator Wayne about the necessity to not throw out rules in haste. I think that it is important that we use the rules appropriately. And to that end, I was sitting here looking through the rule book and looking through Mason's and trying to find what standing at ease is. And I couldn't find anything. I found motion to adjourn or recess. And one thing that stuck out to me was a motion to adjourn shall be in order except while a member is speaking, when a motion to adjourn or recess has been defeated, and after final reading of a bill during a roll call thereon. So, and the reason that stuck out to me is I seem to recall at some point during the year, we've stood at ease many times for dinner and things like that, and nobody's objected to that. We probably should recess, but I think the reason we don't recess is because then everybody have to check back in, and it takes a long time to get everybody checked in. I bet you, let's see, it's 1:55. We came back at 1:15. I bet you not everybody's checked in yet. So we need to get a quorum. We need people to check in. So we kind of fudge the rules on that for the interest of efficiency so people can go get some dinner. And, then usually in that dinner time, whoever's next in the queue comes back up first and talks to an empty room. It's been me a couple of times, being the one talking to the empty room. So that's when we usually use standard ease. We used one last night when there was a disruption in the balcony. And, the speaker said we're standing at ease, and it was kind of a unilateral assertion of standing at ease. He wasn't in the chair at the time, so it wasn't even the chair making the determination that we're standing at ease. It was the speaker from the floor. But the one that jumped out at me when I was reading this rule was while a member's speaking. And I was trying to find, the transcript's not up yet, but I think on the select file round of debate on 754, we did stand at ease in the middle of floor speech. And so I don't know what the rules are on standing at ease. I don't think I'm going to vote to overrule the chair on this one, because I don't think that we should be sort of using this thing of convenience or not official rule in other ways. We shouldn't expand its use outside of the universal acceptance of it for dinner. We shouldn't be using it in more and more places and times. So I think I will vote to sustain the chair. But I do have concerns about the fact that we're conceding the fact that this is something the chair can do. That's problematic, I guess. But I do think if it is a thing that exists, it should probably be held to a standard like that of motions to recess, because that's what it is. It's just sort of a shorthand, brief recess, an unofficial recess. And it doesn't seem like we should be violating that particular rule when we are using this made-up rule. Now, if it's in there somewhere, I couldn't find it. If it's in Mason's, if it's in the rules, if it's under a different name, I'd be happy to hear it. But I couldn't find anything that was stand at ease or akin to recess. I would say in our journal, it does say stand at ease, and it does say how long we stood at ease. 2:14 to 2:29, and again for dinner or whatever, things like that.
One minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you look at I did look at yesterday's journal. It does have stand at ease in there. I don't think it said how long we stood at ease in that particular journal, but maybe I missed it the first time I looked at it. So, like I said, I think I'll be voting with the chair on this particular one, but not because I think stand at ease is something we should be doing, but because I think that we shouldn't be doing it. I'm not conceding the fact that I think there's a power that stands with the chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to close on your motion to overrule the chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with everything Senator John Kavanaugh said about standing at ease. I do think that if we have come to an agreement that we stand at ease at dinner time, even though it isn't in our rules or in the Mason's manual, but we have generally through consensus accepted that, then okay, that's our generally accepted practice. But it has been utilized in other ways that are completely not in consensus whatsoever. And so I do think we should be consistent or have a rule on how we do standing at ease. I introduced the motion today because it is not spoken to, therefore it is not explicitly prohibited to make a motion to stand at ease. The reason I used the stand at ease today, as Senator John Kavanaugh had mentioned, a motion to adjourn or recess would be a more appropriate action to take under normal circumstances. However, I did the motion to stand at ease at this moment in time because we had 32 members checked in. We were debating the budget. If it went to cloture and we only had 32 members, the budget would have failed. And 4 of us have historically not voted for cloture that were of that 32. Also, the budget, even without cloture, needs 33 votes. It needs 33 votes. So if we had done nothing and just sat down and dispensed with the reading and voted on the bill, it would have failed. You're welcome. My making a motion to stand at ease literally saved the budget. Y'all need to pay more attention to what you're doing. I think we have more people here now. I think we have the people here necessary for a vote at any point in debate on final reading for the budget. You might not like my tone, but I keep doing you solids because I don't like the budget. I oppose the budget. I don't think the budget is a moral document. I think it's an immoral document. But here I am saving you from yourselves on process and procedure. Again. If I had not made this motion, if I had not delayed the start of the next bill would have failed. Period. Because if I hadn't delayed it, I probably also wouldn't have filibustered it. I would have just let it go to a vote because I knew it would fail. And see what you would do then. Process and procedure. It's important. You should learn it. And you should use the tools appropriately. Earlier today, I made a motion to overrule the chair. I was brought up to the front. We had a conversation. It was deemed not the right motion to make. I wasn't going to fight that because I believe in the process. If it's not the right process, I'm not going to try and use it. I'm not going to cheat. I'm not going to lie, and I'm not going to steal. I'll leave that to my colleagues to do. I withdraw my motion to overrule the chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Motion is withdrawn. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, bills presented to the governor on May 17, 2023 were the following: LB 813E. Next item on the agenda, Mr. President, final reading, Legislative Bill 815E. First of all, I have a motion from Senator Clements to recommit the bill to committee with a note he wishes to withdraw. In that case, Mr. President, the first item, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to return LB 815 to select file for a specific amendment, that being floor amendment 124.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open on the floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. When it's a speaker's major proposal, you don't have to file your protective motions because the speaker gets to order the motions, so it doesn't really matter. But and also you'll notice that I didn't file any protective motions on any of the budget bills because I knew it didn't matter. But I appreciate that Senator Clements was paying attention to process, and that's why we had the motion filed and withdrawn, so now another recommit motion can't be submitted. However, if we had a situation like we did yesterday, where somebody had filed a motion to recommit to committee, as I had, and Senator Wayne, the chair of Judiciary, was like, hey, hold up, this actually should be recommitted to a different committee, because of the rules change halfway through the session, that was very problematic. Something that we have not yet realized on day 79 or whatever day we're on is what you do to me, you do to each other, you do to the body, you do to the institution. And many of your things are reactionary and not well thought out. Because here I am. Here I am. Just living my best life. Winning. People do tell you, like, take a step back. Rethink and reframe the situation. So, okay, I'll take a step back. I'll rethink, I'll reframe. Am I winning? I said that I wasn't. But Senator Albright's total ban failed. LB 626, it failed. So, well, that's good. Senator Kauth's bill that she absolutely categorically did not want to make a single word of a change to also failed. It has moved forward with changes. So I guess that's a win. I don't like them, but she didn't want them. So I guess, great. I guess this is what they mean when they say something's a compromise, is that everybody's upset. I know Senator Albright's upset. Yesterday, you took away her ability to get a total ban on abortion next year. There's no way. There is no way Senator Albright in her final year is going to get the bill that she's been working on, LB 626, or some variation of it. You all took that away from her yesterday. So she lost big twice. She lost big on 626 and she lost big again yesterday. And yesterday was probably even worse for her because honestly, you all betrayed her. You betrayed her. She's been working on this forever. She's brought versions of a bill that I personally despise and think are terrible public policy. But I've always been upfront with her about where I stand on all of it. And she's always known where I'm going to vote on all of it. But yesterday, her colleagues who sat by her desk to comfort her when 626 failed, they voted against her ability to get the job done next year. So, ouch. That's gotta really sting. That's gotta really sting. Yeah, I got a lot of thoughts on LB 574 and the amendment on that too. I'm sure Senator Kauth does too, because I know we all know she told the press numerous times. She had no interest in changing a single word of that. Now, some say because they would lose people on the right. I think Senator Hansen was concerned about that, and that's what his amendment was, to show the people, the more moderate people in the body, that they were willing to compromise by coming up with this amendment that actually made things worse, but they were willing to compromise. The fact that they didn't lose any of the precious souls on the right that they were worried about losing is a very clear indicator that they gave up nothing, except for the integrity of Senator Kauth's bill as she had it developed. That's the only thing they gave up, but bygones, right? So yeah, I guess if I shake it up and I reframe it, I am winning. Yay. It's a horrible win. It's ugly, it's messy. But I guess at least I'm not losing alone. So welcome to the losers tables. Pull up a chair. Senator Kauth, Senator Albright, you're welcome to join me. I'm losing something, you're losing something. How fun for us. We can start weekly meetings. So AM 124 strikes section 1. Great. Section 1. And this is our salary. So I guess everyone was willing to forego our salary right after lunch when we were going to just pick things up right after lunch with 32 people here for a bill that has to have 33 votes to pass. Fun, fun, fun. So, section 1. There is hereby appropriated $632,982 from the general fund for FY 2023-2024 and $632,982 from the general fund for FY 24-25 to the Legislative Council for Program 1. for the payment of salaries of members of the Nebraska Legislature, and the payment to be made as provided by as provided by Chapter 68, Article 6. Total expenditures for permanent and temporary salaries and per diems from funds appropriated in this section shall not exceed $588,000 for FY 2023 to 2024, or $588,000 for 2024-25. That's what we're striking. Actually, this isn't technically our salaries, I guess. This is the appropriated funds for like Social Security and payroll tax or something like that. I don't remember specifically. Medicaid, Medicare. Some fees or taxes that go along with our salary that the state has to pay. So, I mean, I wouldn't return it to select for this, but I know some people in here have been fast and loose with supporting some of my amendments to strike sections of these bills. So maybe we'll just see people getting crazy today and voting to return FA 124 to select. I mean, honestly, you could return it to select, and then this would be a fun little exercise. You return it to select, but when it gets to select, it then has to get 25 votes to be adopted. Return it to select. It doesn't get 25 votes. When the amendment fails to get adopted, it automatically goes back to final, and we sit down and we vote on it. That's a fun little procedural thing.
1 minute.
Thank you. And that has actually happened before, that we've made motions. Well, no, that's not true. I think what normally happens is that it just fails to return to select. Now I'm trying to think. I don't know. I feel like Senator Conrad was discussing a time that a bill actually returned to select, but the amendment failed to get adopted, which was probably some sort of agreement amongst colleagues that I will vote for the motion to return to select. I won't vote for the amendment sort of situation. I could see that happening. But generally speaking, return to select unless it is already worked out, like when Senator Bostar did it. I don't know if that was last week or a month ago. Time seems to have no meaning any longer. But when Senator Bostar returned to select for a specific amendment, he had gotten all the votes already lined up. And so that was easy peasy. But otherwise, if somebody just files an amendment, as I did, it's not very
That's
likely.
your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. When Senator Wayne was up a little bit ago, he tried to be careful not to offend someone. I'm not going to try and be that careful. One thing I learned, I worked at the State Department, which had some of the greatest people I've ever worked with. But it also had a lot of people who, the first time you would meet them, told me where they went to college and how many degrees they had. And it was frequently Yale or Harvard. And what I learned is you have to stand there and tell me how smart you are. You're not. Senator Albright's bill was not a total ban. So in the last 10 minutes, we've heard that 2 or 3 times. Not true. Was not true. Her bill, she believes in her heart of hearts, was a compromise. She supports the total ban. That's not what her bill was. We also heard in the last 10 minutes, there's a final year. I'm sorry, that's not true. We have another year. Some of us may wonder why we're coming back after this year, but we have another year. Rules changed halfway through the session because a group of senators decided they were going to get up with motions like this, talk, sit down, and withdraw, and locked every other senator out of the debate for a day. Now, the Speaker could not let that go by. And there are senators on the floor that knew when it was happening what the result would be. I don't think there's a real appreciation for how important minority rights are in this body and how it will not work if we destroy them. We don't have two houses. In two houses, you can screw around like this. You can pass silly bills because the other house will all go to conference and it'll get cleaned up. We don't have that here. I don't mind debating the bill. I actually think that's what we're here to do. But we cannot allow people just to get up and say things that aren't just true. They're just not true. It's not a matter of opinion. It's factual errors that are being repeated on the floor. It's not okay. I want to pass a bill to pass. As little as it is, it helps. I can't imagine what as we all know, way more people than we think watch this every day, or at least part of it. What are they thinking? It might be thinking we don't deserve $12,000 a year is what they might be thinking. I mean, childish behavior again and again and again. What goes through my head is what my parents used to say when I was a kid: knock it off. Quit. Act like grown-ups. Respect each other. I want to debate the bills. I don't want to be here till 10 o'clock at night. I'm not the only, there are plenty of people in this room who are missing dates with grandkids, missing soccer games, missing baseball games. What do we have, 10 days left, 11 days left? We really want to be here 16 hours for the next 11 days. Well, it won't be. But we need to do the business of the state, treat each other with a little respect. There's the other old saying, if you can't say anything nice, just don't say anything. Or if you want to burn up time, get up and talk. Yes, I'd rather hear about recipes than calling each other out and making up stuff that's not true. Talk about your childhood, your high school, your favorite football team. I don't care. But let's cut it out. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a good recipe. I made a potato pesto lasagna. I made the recipe myself. There's this restaurant in a piazza in Florence, and I went there with my husband on our honeymoon, and he ordered this lasagna. It was a potato pesto lasagna, and it was amazing. And I spent about 2 years trying to recreate it before I finally got it at least as right as I think I'll ever get it. And then I adapted it because lasagna is actually I do love a good lasagna, but it's not I kind of prefer just pasta, different types of noodles of pasta. So I did also adapt a version of it that was like fusilli pasta. So, because that also takes less time to make. If you want to make this, and it's kind of a decadent dish. Okay, so first pesto. Now you can buy store-bought pesto. Of course, you can buy it in a jar, and I buy pesto in a jar all the time. But if you're going to sit down to make this dish, folks, please dispense with the store-bought jar pesto and make your own. If you've got a line on a good seed guy, like I do, Senator John Kavanaugh, grow your own basil en masse. And so then harvest the basil. Now, this must be a John Kavanaugh thing, because my dad doesn't do the starter seeds. Senator John Kavanaugh does the starter seeds for a million things. I've talked about that previously. We don't have to go down that road again right now. But my dad always plants basil in like 5 different pots across their patio. I don't quite know why he does it, because he never harvests it, like ever. Not a single leaf of basil in all of these pots of basil. So every time I go over to my parents' house in the summertime, I go around and I pick the basil to make sure that it doesn't overgrow and all of that. And then when it starts to go to seed on the top, I take scissors and I go around and I clip the tops off so that that doesn't happen either. So, and I spend a lot of time at my parents' house in the summertime with my kids because they have a swimming pool. So that's a nice place to go when it's hot out. So anyways, get your own John Kavanaugh with basil, or grow your own basil, I don't know. And pick the basil to make your pesto. Now, if you're making your own pesto, you can make it dairy-free. I personally like to use Parmesan cheese in it. And if I'm going to go through making my own pesto, I'm not going to use the powdered Parmesan cheese, although no judgment here because I love that stuff. I love the powdered Parmesan cheese. But if I'm going to make my own pesto, I'm going to use like real Parmesan cheese. I realize I need to get back. I'm going to make my own Parmesan cheese. If you're just tuning in, Senator Linehan asked for recipes instead of rhetoric. So I'm trying to liven the mood, shall we, with my pesto recipe. Okay, so you get your basil, you get your Parmesan cheese. If you want to go dairy-free, go dairy-free. Don't use vegan cheese, though. Don't muck it. Like, just skip the cheese. If you don't want to use real Parmesan cheese, skip the cheese. Don't use vegan cheese. Nothing wrong with vegan cheese, but that's not what we're going for here with this pesto. Okay. So we've got our basil, we've got our cheese, salt. You're going to need salt, maybe a little bit of pepper.
1 minute.
Really just salt. A lemon or 2, depending on how big of a batch you're making, and nuts. Now, pine nuts are the traditional, but they are very expensive. You do not have to use pine nuts. You can use walnuts. You can use almonds. Walnuts are usually my go-to if I'm not going to use pine nuts. And if you are going to use pine nuts, you want to pan toast them first. Don't just, we're all in at this point. Let's not get lazy. Pan toast your pine nuts before you put them into the food processor to make your pesto. Okay. Do the same with your walnuts. If you're going to use walnuts, pan toast them as well. That just means like you put them in a pan and you just, move them around on some low heat so that they get gets kind of the oils out. It gets the flavors kind of just popping a little bit more. Okay. I think I'm almost out of time, so I'm going to finish this
That's your
pesto.
time,
Thank
Senator.
you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in opposition to the motion to return to select file. The amendment would pretty much delete this whole bill. The bill is 11 lines long, and what LB 815 is the senator's salaries. It has to be a separate bill each biennium, and it's the bill that would pay each of us $1,000 per month, whether we earn it or not. And I also wanted to thank the Appropriations Committee for their hard work. We had a lot of requests this year. Agencies knew that there was some extra money, so they put in extra requests. Senators knew and lobbyists knew there was extra money, so they put in 87 bills or had senators bring them. And we ended up working through our lunch hours for 3 weeks, every session day for 3 weeks. And we took turns paying for the lunch. And I want to thank each of the Appropriations Committee members for volunteering to pay for lunch. Whoever paid for it got to select where we would eat, whether it was going to be Subway or Arby's or Mexican. We had a good variety, and I really appreciated that. So we were able to get a lot of work done and still participate in sessions. Regarding senators' pay, I have had some suggestions. One person says, well, maybe I shouldn't be paid at all. There's so much entertainment here that maybe we should pay for the ability to watch things going on here. And well, that was an interesting comment. There is some entertainment value. Then another comment was a person who does not like scary movies would really want to get paid more for having to watch scary movies here at times. Then there's the lottery. That was a new one I heard today, where we would draw a name each month. One person would get all 49 senators $1,000, $49,000. And for a year's time, we get 12 people would get 49,000, and 37 people would get 0. And dear, I'm not a gambler. Never been very lucky at gambling or cards, so I'm not in favor of that one. But what we are voting here, the bill that the Appropriations Committee worked hard and finally came to a 9-0 vote for $1,000 a month per senator for the next 2 years. And I was figuring, as I like to figure, if you were working a 40-hour-a-week job, 8 hours a day,
1 minute.
you would be getting paid $5.76 per hour. And that's below the new minimum wage that voters put in. But the voters need to raise our pay if they think we're worth any more than that. But sometimes we are, sometimes we're not. But just back to the bill, I oppose a motion to return to select file. Would ask for your green vote on LB 815. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak. This is your final time before close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, well, I'm happy to take time from anyone else. I do have more amendments pending, but if anybody wants to yield me time, I'm happy to take time. Okay. Pesto, basil, Parmesan cheese, or no cheese. Nuts, pine nuts are the traditional. They're expensive. I oftentimes use walnuts. Pan like dry heat, toast your nuts, your pine nuts and your walnuts. Just realized how that sounded. Salt, lemon. Am I forgetting anything? Oh, probably some olive oil. Also a little bit of water. So you put it in the food processor. Portions, do what you like. Do you like a more nut heavy pesto or more pesto heavy pesto? I don't know. Do what you like. Anyways, those are the ingredients. I usually do things by feel. I don't follow recipes. I just kind of do. Squeeze some lemon juice in. The lemon juice is really important because it really adds brightness to the flavor of the pesto. It's really, and if you do use jarred pesto, add lemon juice to that as well. Because again, it will give it that brightness. It's some freshness in there. Okay, so you use food processor. If you have an immersion blend, I guess you can use that. Or blender, you could use blender. You might have to add some water to it as you're mixing it because it could get dry, or add oil. But if you don't want it to be like super heavy in the oil, I would add water or both. Okay, so this is for making potato pesto lasagna. All right, so then I told you this is a rich and decadent dish. Alfredo sauce. but you got to make your own. Again, you can't do jarred Alfredo sauce. Now, the recipe for Alfredo sauce, I do not know off the top of my head. So that one I'm going to have to spend some time and look up again. As opposed to the pesto recipe, which I gave you 0 measurements whatsoever. So clearly knowing it on the top of my head was a bit disingenuous. I know what the ingredients are. Alfredo sauce is, of course, very dairy heavy. So if you went through the steps of making the pesto without any dairy in it, probably you are not making this dish. You are just making homemade pesto, which is also delicious and has its own wonderful virtues. But you make the Alfredo sauce, you make the pesto, potatoes. Now, the potatoes are not the lasagna. You still have lasagna noodles. The potatoes are potatoes. Boil some potatoes, parboil them. Don't boil them like till they're mushy. Parboil some potatoes, throw them in an ice bath, take them out, slice them. Now, slicing is to the beholder. I would say, I don't know, is that like a 1/4 inch, a 1/4 of an inch? 1/4 of an inch is a 1/4 of an inch, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Maybe we'll go for a 1/4 inch. Slice them to be about a 1/4 inch. Try and slice them as evenly as you can. You could, if you did this before you parboiled them, I think it would be hard to do it. Well, maybe you could do it after you parboil them. You could use a mandolin slicer to slice them so that they're all the same size. Or again, if you have a food processor, they've got those cool little circle attachments that go on top. And one side is for grating and the other side is for slicing. So you can use that too.
1 minute.
Thank you. Okay, so parboil your potatoes, slice them. Now, this is an ingredient that wasn't in the original, but I added it and it seemed to work well. Sun-dried tomatoes. Those I don't make myself. I probably would like to try. Maybe this year I will try. My husband gave me an air fryer for my birthday this year because I'm in my 40s and those are the kind of exciting things you get for your birthday. I love it. This is not a comment of like not a good gift. It was a great gift. He knew how much I wanted one, so thank you for that. And the air fryer does have a dehydration function. So I may, when I finally get my tomatoes going from the seeds that Senator John Kavanaugh got from the seed library that he started, when I get is it Cherokee tomato? Is it the Cherokee? Is that the best?
That's your time, Senator.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. The previous bill that we had, LB 813, I was the next person in the queue when cloture was called, and I had some items I wanted to review on that. So this is not going to be on this bill. What I'm speaking now is what we passed earlier, but I thought it would be of interest to the senators to hear some more detail about what LB 813, the deficit bill that's this current fiscal year. First item we had, the Secretary of State's been receiving a lot of public records requests regarding elections, the election machines, and his staff has been overwhelmed with requests, and he had one person just with 1/4 of their time allocated. He needed another 1 3/4 time. Now that one, we waited on that, and we did not fund in this fiscal year, but in the bill tomorrow in LB 814 with his biennial request, there is going to be some increase for him to be able to respond to public record requests because it is a statutory requirement. The things we did approve, the state auditor in 2020, LB 871 required the state treasurer to provide annual continuing education programs for all city, village, and county treasurers. And the program started in 2021 with about 520 municipalities and 93 counties participating. And to accommodate this workload, the treasurer needed 1.5 more full-time employees, and we approved that one. The Department of Education had a number of requests. I'm just going to point one out here. They relocated from where they have been in the state office building and maybe some other buildings. They're now in what was the State Farm building at 84th and O Street. And there was a $380,000 general fund request for relocation. And we questioned that, and we found that that was a one-time expense, and hopefully it's going to be reducing, not be that much every year. But we did approve a request for them to relocate. There's some remodeling that they're doing there. Another one in Department of Education, the TIOSA fund has an adjustment. The TIOSA fund gets a portion of the insurance company premium taxes that are paid. And the amount that came in was greater than what had been expected. There was $4.1 million additional premium tax that came into TIOSA. When that happens, the rest of TIOSA is general fund appropriations, so we're able to reduce general fund appropriations by $4.1 million, and that was accepted, and that's a positive effect to the budget. And I'm doing these by agency order. The next one also, under the Department of Education, we have the Nebraska Center for the Blind or Visually Impaired, and they have experienced an increase in expenses.
1 minute.
Thank you. And they serve the state, and they needed to hire another specialist. They had an increase in their cost of labor and the increase in the number of students. And so we approved $166,710 additional for the Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired to accommodate their needs and their increased expenses. And I think I'll stop there. I'll need some more time later. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Senator DeKay, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the clock running, I was just going to ask if Senator Clemens would yield to a question.
Senator Clemens, would you yield to a question?
Yes.
Could you give us more information on the bill 815 that's on the board right now?
Well, would it be all right if I also used 813?
Absolutely.
All right. Yes, I could. Thank you. Regarding 815, that's your senator pay, your $1,000 a month, and that's in the Constitution. We cannot change that, but it does require us to vote about it, and we'll need to vote that to continue to be paid starting July 1st this year. And it would require a constitutional vote of the people on a ballot in November of 24 to change that. So I do urge your green vote on 815. But back to it'll be 813, the deficit bill. The next agency I had was Public Service Commission to increase their salary limit and their government aid in the Nebraska Universal Service Fund. We approved a $10 million increase in their appropriation. They said there are currently $100 million worth of projects in various stages of build out using the Universal Service Fund. The cash balance of December of 2022 was approximately $102 million. But at that point, approximately $16.8 million had been expended on aid in the fiscal year. And so that may have been one reason that we did think there was $40 million extra that we could use to help the cash reserve. We're seeing $102 million balance with just 16.8 million spent. Of course, as you recall, when we proposed that transfer, but it was reversed during debate. So now that I see there are $100 million worth of projects in various stages, we did allow a $10 million increase for that. And then next thing was, again, the Public Service Commission increasing their salary limit. The new programs that they have and the categories which they fund have expanded, and they were needing additional staff. So we approved $49,356 more for public service staff to help administer the Universal Service Fund additional projects. Next one is the Department of Labor. Department of Labor mainly does unemployment insurance, and they have an unemployment insurance modernization request. The annual software renewal cost for the NE Works system, and the NE Works system is the Department of Labor Unemployment Benefits online system for beneficiaries. And these are federal funds. And that was $2 million additional that they needed to renew software for the NE Works system, and we did approve that.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Then we got into Health and Human Services. I have been through quite a bit of Health and Human Services previously. There was hardware updates for out-of-warranty devices, $6.2 million. The Health Information Exchange, we might talk about that more later, a company by the name of Sync Health, $11 million for requirements for the Health Information Exchange and prescription drug program through Sync Health. And that was $11 million that we did approve of general funds. And with that, I'll stop there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens and Decay. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a couple things I wanted to share. While I was sitting here, I watched one of you walk by who I used to be kind of close to and used to really hold in high esteem, and we've had some fun in the past. And I just thought to myself how much I don't like that person. And like, just what a bummer this has been. And I thought about the last big conference that I went to as a lawmaker last summer, and it was a bipartisan conference. It wasn't one of those, really niche things. And there were a lot of people there from the legislature, including a lot of members who were term limited and aren't here now. And I was thinking about how we hung out all day, every day, all of us. We had lunch together. And not like provided by the conference at the conference, like we would go out and have lunch together and have fun at a fun place. We had dinner together. We went for walks. We had drinks. My kid was there. Everyone was nice to my son. They weren't trying to like pass laws to discriminate against him or things like that. And it was a really nice time. We had so much fun. And I was chuckling to myself because you know what this thought pattern is? It's a lot like going through a breakup. And it might have been a long time since some of you have been through a breakup. It's been a long time for me too. But it's kind of that feeling of like the bargaining, like you kind of feel the end is coming and you're sad and you're like, how can I change? How can I fix it? For example, Senator Kathleen Kaus listening sessions, it was, surely we must be able to come to some agreement. Surely there must be a way out of this. There must be a way that I can be better in order to make you happy. And then you find out that the other person doesn't want to do anything for the relationship. They don't want to give anything or change anything. They just want you to do all the work in the relationship. And that's exactly what it's like in this body. It's like an abusive relationship. And you bargain, you plead, you try to make it work. And you go through a tough breakup where you're sad, you're mourning those friendships and those relationships. And then eventually, after some time passes, you see somebody walk by and you just think, good thing I'm not in a relationship with them anymore. But, this person who walked by, I would have done anything for them. And it's like, all I wanted them to do was not discriminate against my son. I would have done anything for them. I made deals with them. I voted for their stuff. I visited their home. I liked their kids. I knew their family. We went on trips, for conferences and stuff. And I don't like that person, because everything I did for them, it didn't matter when the rubber met the road and 574 came up. And all I did was say, don't pass a bill that would discriminate against my family. And they couldn't do that for me. It's an abusive relationship. And it's a really good feeling to get to the place where you're not trying to bargain. You're not trying to fix it. You're just accepting that it's trash people, that it's just literally bad people. We're not sending our best, Nebraska. And I don't blame voters for this at all. I think we have a huge pipeline problem, and I talk about that a lot. You look at what's happening in this legislature, no normal person would ever willingly subject themselves to this. Nobody normal wants to run for office. You see how they turn the screws on Senator Reapy, and you think, that's not something I really want to be a part of. You see how people treat me, some death threat I got just a couple hours ago, and you think, that's not something I really want to put my family through. Thank you, Mr. President. And I get that. So the problem isn't the voters. The problem isn't that people aren't picking the right ones. It's that trash people are running, and then that's what we end up with. Just literally bad, irredeemable people. And I'm glad we broke up. There's a doctor named Brady Care, and I'm going to say who it is. He's a neonatologist in Omaha, and that's the specialty that deals with premature infants and special diagnoses that they get that are really serious at times. And I got up in the first place to share some of his thoughts about the legislation we've had under consideration here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak. This is your last time on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Moving on through this back to LB 813. Thought it'd be, since we have some time here, it would be good to continue to advise the body of the details that were in that bill. Next one is Department of Roads, Department of Transportation. There was the new Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, IIJA, from the federal government, and the bipartisan infrastructure bill was what it was also called. It was passed into law, and so the Department of Transportation requested an increase in appropriation for this fiscal year to allow for federal funds to be obligated. And for additional federal funds to be obligated, there's a required 20% state match, which the Department of Transportation is requesting to be provided from the cash reserve. And so we did appropriate $100 million for that transfer, and that provides a state match, and that's the 20%. So that gives us then $400 million of federal funds for a total of $500 to be able to spend. And so that is going to help. I hope maybe that will keep us from having to bond so much, that at least delay that a while. But the committee did approve $100 million cash reserve. And the cash reserve transfer will be in a bill tomorrow, but for the future years. But for this fiscal year, we did approve that. Next was Department of Corrections. They had an increase in expenses, so they requested, you'll see in the book, it just says a per diem expense request exceeding their budget. They had medical expenses that increased, and their medical expenses they estimate to be $37.9 million, not the increase, but the total. There are about 5,500 inmates in corrections, and that's $6,890, almost $7,000 a year per inmate that it's costing, and the inflation factor is an increase there. Also, the food expense increase. They're estimating $10.3 million for this remaining for this fiscal year, and that's $1,873 a year per inmate. Their request was $12.8 million above what they had estimated in their previous budget, and we did approve that, and you did approve that this morning when you voted for LB 813. I think I'm at the stopping point there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nebraskans, I was talking about this neonatalist, this doctor in Omaha, who has reached out to us several times, lending his expertise and experience, caring for pregnancies and for newborns and for premature babies, and sharing his expertise as a medical provider and some things that he's seen in his practice here in Nebraska. And he has been one of the clearest and most impactful communicators, in my opinion, coming from a place of complete professionalism. And I wanted to share his thoughts about what happened yesterday. He writes, "In my medical career, I've never experienced anything like what I witnessed and heard yesterday. For many of you, I was embarrassed and ashamed. For the first time in my life, I felt ashamed of the state I love and call home. I now fear one of my daughters will have a child with a fetal anomaly when they get older, or that one of my kids will be trans because I would not be able to give them the appropriate medical care that they would need. Care based in science and endorsed by the AMA and AAP, the American Medical Association and American Academy of Pediatrics. I write you because I feel I have a duty to do so for my patients. So for those of you willing to read, here we go. LB 574 and LB 626, to say nothing of the Frankenstein amendment that is not LB 626, it's a whole new bill that never had a hearing, but I know what he's talking about. LB 574 and LB 626 are not related. Having a majority of senators vote that they were was a disgrace, and it certainly doesn't make it true. The health issues in the two bills are cared for by completely different medical specialties, different kinds of doctors. Any physician asserting the two bills are related to one another in a court of law would be committing perjury, in my opinion. I have no idea how you can honestly get away with that in your legislative body. You aren't saving babies. That's what I do. That's what obstetricians do. I would gladly invite any of you to come to rounds with me or help me do call if you want to help save babies. Unfortunately, I don't think any of you have the education, qualifications, or experience to do so. Those facts don't preclude you from having an opinion, but you are dealing with lives with these bills. When one of my patients dies, it crushes me. My medical colleagues and I take this very seriously. It's unreal to me that some of you assert that you are protecting or saving babies, implying those on the other side of these bills do not. We also believe we are saving babies. We simply have an education, training, and years of experience to support our position. Compassion. It hasn't been discussed much, at least not by me. I didn't think I had to, but after yesterday, it's clear compassion needs to be addressed. Babies deserve compassion like every other patient. As I testified in Lincoln, neonatologists try to save every baby we can. Sometimes we even push too hard to do so. In 2023, we can't save them all. When we can't, we give them compassionate care. There is nothing compassionate about forcing a baby to be born so that the baby can then die minutes or hours later. To me, that is cruel. My patients deserve compassion. Thankfully, lethal anomalies of that severity don't happen every day. Again, those of you supporting LB 626 won't have to join me when I now have to tell expectant mothers that have to carry their
1
baby
minute.
to term and then watch their baby die for defects like limb body wall, anencephaly, pentology of Cantrell, or countless other rare syndromes. The crazy thing that you don't seem to get, colleagues, is that if a family wanted to carry any of those babies to term to watch them die, I'd support it. I'd be there to help them. I would do that because I respect their right to have a personal, spiritual, and religious belief that may be different from mine. The AAP guides us in these situations. Pediatricians, pediatric medical subspecialists, and pediatric surgical specialists should respect families and their religious or spiritual beliefs and collaborate with them to develop treatment plans to promote their children's health. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Bostman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues in Nebraska. I wonder if Senator Clements would yield to a question.
Senator Clements, would you yield to a question?
Yes.
Sir Clements, thank you. You were just talking about 813, and you made mention to the Department of Transportation and the Infrastructure Act. What was that act called again?
The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, also called the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill.
And that bill is for roads and bridges type work, correct?
Yes, that was a federal government bill.
Right. And out of that, could you explain the dollars, the finances on that, what you went over before?
Yes, it has a 80-20 split, the state providing 20%, the federal 80%, and we approved $100 million of state funds, and I would hope that that creates $400 million of federal funds for a total of $500 million that, if it's all approved, that we would be eligible for.
It's $500 million.
Yes.
Correct? Okay, thank you, Senator Clements. Well, folks, my favorite subject so far this year, County Bridge Match Program. DOT is getting $500 million. Zero of that goes to the counties for a County Bridge Match Program. $8 million, $6 to $8 million is all that they would need out of that. Zero. That's problematic. I hope someone that can direct the DOT or someone within DOT realizes you got $500 million to do state work and county work for roads and bridges. Asking for $8 million to help our counties replace bridges that are closed and or repair them. And the other thing is, on our smaller bridges, you replace them with box culverts. That's not a huge ask, folks. That's something that our counties need, makes a significant investment into them, a significant need for them. It helps them considerably, especially if we're talking about an 80-20 match. My goodness. What they could do with $6 to $8 million would be significant, because my understanding is, let's see, the Department of Transportation awarded 30 county bridges funding out of 149 requests, just slightly more than 20%. I think we have a need out there. I don't think $8 million out of $500 million is too much to ask for. Again, I hope someone's listening, and I will be asking others that will help them make the decision to make that decision, because it is that important to us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bostrom. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak, and this is your final time on the motion to return.
Thank you, Mr. President. Continuing this email from Dr. Brady Kerr, who's a neonatologist in Omaha, I want to restate this last point and then move into this next one. He says, the crazy thing you don't seem to get, which thank you so much, Dr. Kerr, for making this point. The thing you don't seem to get is that if a family wanted to carry any of these babies to term and watch them die, I would support it. I'd be there to help them. I'd do that because I respect their right to have a personal, spiritual, and religious belief that may be different from mine. Consistency. I'm also a member of the Fetal and Infant Mortality Review Committee in Douglas County. I've sent many of you emails in which I informed you that the two leading causes of infant mortality in Douglas County are extreme prematurity and unsafe sleep practices. Why not help on those issues? We need your help. I can only assume that if you truly want to save babies, then you will optimize their health after birth. That would mean mandating vaccinations against childhood disease, expanding Medicaid that provides the medical care for many children, paying teachers a better wage, and passing gun control laws, given that guns are now the leading cause of death of kids in America, having surpassed what was the #1 cause for decades, injuries and accidents. What's next? Birth control? Gay marriage? Wisdom and faith. I assume many of you believe your judgment is better than the major medical organizations opposed to this bill. I assume many of you think your judgment is better than the major medical associations that are opposed to this bill. Many of you have cited your faith as reasoning for your views. I also have faith. Mine teaches me humility. When I can't make a patient better, it sucks. I'm reminded of how little I can truly help sometimes, despite all that I've learned. Some of you seem to have no faith in physicians or our medical organizations. I would never presume to know more about law than the American Bar Association, nor do I try to dictate what they do. I have faith that they will regulate themselves. Logic and reason. The amendment proposed allows the CMO, the Chief Medical Officer of the Board of Health, to control and decide on regulations for abortion and trans care. Is this true? How can that be legal or wise? Medicine already has numerous safeguards in place that regulate and police medical care. Does it make sense to have an ENT physician be the ultimate decider on obstetrical issues? Is he even boarded in obstetrics? Does she practice obstetrics as well? Why not let me, a neonatologist, decide and have final say on all policy and standards for the entire medical field of psychiatry? Compromise and autonomy. Some of you spoke about compromise yesterday. The existing 20-week gestation ban is already a compromise. I'll admit it does cause problems sometimes in medical situations. A fetus cannot live independently outside the womb until 22 weeks at the earliest. The lungs can't exchange oxygen and carbon dioxide prior to then. The gas exchanging units in the lung haven't formed yet. Most 22-week gestational age babies die. Those that don't are almost guaranteed to have lifelong severe disabilities. Again, when parents know this and want to resuscitate a 22-week gestation newborn, I do it. I honor what they hope and wish for their child, and I trust that the family has their child's best interest in mind. Sometimes I honor their wishes even when I know the baby will suffer and die. The bills you are proposing take away parental rights and autonomy. I'm no saint. I've made mistakes in my life. I think about the big ones often, and I am compelled to be honest with myself. We physicians are not evil. We are not the enemy of the state of Nebraska. Please let us do the jobs we have trained for and don't take away the rights of Nebraskans. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Raybold, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too received the same email from Dr. Kerr. And as Senator Hunt was reading it, I am making copies so that the senators who are busy doing other things will hopefully take a moment and have a chance to read his words of wisdom that we've heard from so many physicians that are specialists in obstetrics and gynecology, neonatology, and this important field. And then if Senator Hunt would like it, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to her. Thank you.
Senator Hunt, you have 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Senator Raybold. It is so dangerous right now in Nebraska to be, well, in the whole country. In the most wealthy country in the world, the country that put a man on the moon, the country that invented the internet and the computer and the microchip, the country that invented the automobile. It's one of the most dangerous places right now to be a pregnant woman or to be trans. And that's a policy choice. That's a policy choice. That's not because there's anything inherently dangerous. It's not because we don't have the medical, know-how and expertise and research and knowledge to prevent bad outcomes from difficult pregnancies or complicated pregnancies. It's not because we don't have compassion in our communities for LGBTQ people. It's because of lawmakers like all of you who are bringing down the hammer of the law to make people's lives harder. Despite the technology we have, despite the knowledge we have, despite the experience and professionals that we have who know what they're doing, lawmakers like us, bankers, business people, farmers, nurses, stay-at-home moms, whoever the hell we all are, we think that we know better than Nebraskans what they should do with their own bodies, what they should do with their health. And we think that we know better than established medical experts what best practices should be for these kinds of treatments. Nearly 500 anti-gay bills have been introduced in state legislatures across the country this year. So people like Senator Linehan don't get to stand up all mad and say, how dare you say I'm anti-gay? I'm not anti-gay. When you support bans on trans healthcare, that's anti-gay. That's not just anti-trans. We can't silo all of these things into separate little categories and act like they don't influence each other. As you said yesterday, it's germane. It's germane. And we can't pretend that this attack on trans Americans is not connected with the attack on abortion and reproductive rights and bodily autonomy, because again, we can't silo these things into separate particular categories and say that they don't have anything to do with each other. It's all a part of cutting back people's rights and cutting down on the same thing that's resulting in people being harmed, being hurt, dying. Senator Moser talking about instigation. I think he should say so more directly. He should take a page from my book. Be direct, man. He's saying what I said on the mic yesterday, which moved me to tears, which how many times have you seen that in the legislature? I'm not Michaela Cavanaugh. I'm not out here crying all the time. I'm not a crier. They were saying out there, one more vote to save our lives. And then when I went out there, one of those people told me that they had tried to take their life this year. It's not hyperbole. It's not fake. It's not an exaggeration. This was a vote to save lives. And I said that. I said, I just realized, I just put together what they're saying out there because it's a din. I couldn't quite hear. One more vote to save our lives. And Mike Moser, Senator Moser's going, oh, I don't think we should repeat what the protesters are saying because it's just like the January 6th insurrection where you're inciting violence. Excuse me. I know you're not talking about me. I know you're not talking about those protesters in the rotunda yesterday who were here to beg you to not take their civil human rights away. I know that's not what I heard. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to close on the motion to return to select file.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did find the actual recipe of my potato pesto lasagna, and maybe I'll share it later online. But it does say jars of pesto in parentheses, of course, use homemade pesto, which is always better. I think this is from like 2008. So clearly I still like the homemade pesto. So yeah, that's lasagna sauce or Alfredo sauce. It doesn't have the recipe for the Alfredo, but I do have, I'm sure if I look, I can find my Alfredo sauce recipe somewhere. You could, if you want to do an easier version of this, it's still delicious. I'm just saying, if you're like going to go for broke on both calories and taste, do some of these things from scratch. That's going to yield the best result possible. I also, though, found attached to it my focaccia bread recipe, which is pretty decent, actually. So I had a stint where I was really into making bread. And I like to try to make all different kinds of breads. Focaccia is really an easy one to make. That's really delicious. But I love making sourdough, doing your starter. And at the height, really the start of the pandemic, when everyone was baking, you couldn't get yeast. There was no yeast in stores because everybody had bought out all the yeast because they were home baking. So, I'm sure this will surprise a lot of my colleagues. I'm a nerd and I taught myself how to make yeast, wild yeast. So I made wild yeast. It was a fun science experiment with my kids, and we made wild yeast, and then we made sourdough bread. And yeah, that was fun. Good times. I have mentioned before, I do like to cook. I have a few other recipes on here. I have my baba ganoush recipe and my hummus recipe. I used to make my own hummus a lot more than I do now. Time. But there's a couple of hummuses that I like a lot. One is Oasis hummus, which is delicious, and you can buy it at both the Hy-Vee and Costco, and it is a local hummus. And my other hummus that I really like is the Hy-Vee store brand hummus. Yeah, I feel like maybe because maybe it's made locally, it just feels like maybe there's less preservatives in those. But when in doubt, I like to make my own hummus. So the hummus recipe is on here too. I don't think it has soaking the beans. Though if you really want to be economical and make your own hummus, buy garbanzo beans and soak them first before making the hummus. Or if you have a pressure cooker like an Instapot, soak your beans in there. I think there's actually Instapot recipes for making hummus. I feel like I've seen that before. I've used my Instapot for making black beans from dry beans, but I don't think I've used it for hummus. I've also used it for making yogurt. I like plain yogurt. My husband made fun of me because you have to use a starter of yogurt, and he feels, I would dispute this statement, he feels that you have to use this equal amount of starter yogurt as the yogurt you're actually going to make. And so you're basically making the exact same amount of yogurt with the yogurt. I don't think that that's actually true. But I haven't made my own yogurt probably in a couple of years. But it is delicious. And you can save the whey. When you strain your yogurt, all that liquid is whey, and you can use that. You can use that in baking. It's great protein. If you're really into working out and you're trying to increase your protein intake, when you make your own yogurt, save the whey and use it in your shakes or in your baking. And it's just that extra boost of protein. So there you go. All right. Well, I think I'm almost out of time, but I'm happy to talk about more recipes. I actually love talking about recipes, so I appreciate that suggestion for that low pressure conversation. I love to cook, and I don't cook meat, so people are like, what do you cook? Well, buckle up.
That's
We
your
got some
time,
hours to
Senator.
learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Yes, the members, the question is the return to select file. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
37 nays on the motion to return to select file.
The motion fails. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, some items quickly. Notice committee hearing from the Retirement Systems Committee. Additionally, motions to be printed from Senator Slama to LB 535. Additionally, new LR, Senator McDonald, LR 193, 194, 195, 196, 197, and 198, and 199, all of which are referred to the executive board. Concerning Legislative Bill 815, Mr. President, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh would move to return the bill to select file for a specific amendment, that being FA 125.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak and open on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, just getting to 815 FA 125. Strike section 2. And section 2 is, this act becomes operative on July 1, 2023. Probably don't want to strike it. Or you do, I don't know. Okay, I was looking through my email. That's where I typically over the years have stored or shared various recipes, and I came across my friend's recipes that include eggs. Okay, your friend has recipes that specifically include eggs. Why? Yes, she does, because she's an egg farmer. And as part of her CSA, she would always give a weekly recipe, probably still does, a weekly recipe on how to use the eggs and maybe some other of the produce that was included in the CSA. So I found some of her egg recipes, but I didn't find the one that she made for me once out at her farm in Avoca, Iowa. And so now I'm mentally trying to recall that. And so, yeah, my friends, it's my two best friends from growing up. My best friend from grade school married my best friend from high school, and they met at my 16th birthday party. And they have been married since 2002. Yes. And I was in their wedding. It was here in Lincoln. They were both going to grad school at the time. And then they moved to Avoca, Iowa to start a farm. And they've been doing that ever since. And Jeremy still does copy editing, I think sometimes for the university press, not entirely sure. And then he and Amber run the farm together, and they have 3 wonderful children. Anywho, one of the times I went out to visit them, I think it was actually when my oldest was a baby and their youngest was a baby. They're the same age. And so I had gone out there, and maybe they made me lunch or something with this egg dish. But it was delicious. It stuck with me. It's something I have tried to make before, and I think I've done okay, but not as great. Okay. So this is a totally different recipe though. Has nothing, I think there's eggs in this recipe. Are there?
Yes, there are eggs in this recipe, but it has nothing to do with my friends. That was just a story about my friends, I guess, Amber and Jeremy. This is a recipe for Texas sheet cake is what it's called. I don't know what makes it Texas. Maybe it's the buttermilk in it. So this is a chocolate cake that my Aunt Sheila, who passed away in October of 2018, my Aunt Sheila always would make this cake at our lake family gatherings. And so she would make this cake, but she also would hide it on top of the refrigerator because it kept for a couple of days really, really well. And so she would make this big sheet cake and then she would put it on top of the refrigerator. There was just enough room between the refrigerator and the cabinets that she could put it right in there to hide it from the kids. I always knew where it was, but I didn't dig into it because I am a bit of a rule follower. And so she would make this cake, and there's usually birthdays to be celebrated. So it was probably for whatever day was going to be somebody's birthday. Now, my dad's birthday is always when we're there, and my husband's birthday is always when we're there. And I always say for their entire married life, both my father and my husband have spent their birthdays on vacation with their in-laws. That's living the dream right there, right? No choice on how to celebrate your birthday. Okay, Texas sheet cake. Oh, I should note that this is not the cake. This cake was not made for my husband's birthday. However, I always make the cake for his birthday, and I make a carrot cake, and it is fantastic. And the secret is I can't eat it because in order to make a really excellent carrot cake that isn't dry, you need to use crushed pineapple. I am allergic to pineapple. So I make a cake. Carrot cake is my favorite also, but I make a cake that I cannot eat for my husband for his birthday. I could make it without the pineapple, but I don't want his birthday cake to be subpar. I'm not a monster. If I'm going to make it, it's going to be as amazing as I can possibly make it be. I have a picture from the lake one year where I'm decorating the carrot cake. It's one of my favorite pictures, and my brother Mike is standing next to me, and he has very long hair in the picture. Okay, so the chocolate sheet cake. Oh, also the carrot cake recipe that I make, my Aunt Sheila gave me, but it wasn't her recipe. I think she got it from Betty Crocker. She gave me a lot of great recipes. We exchanged a lot of recipes. She was really organized, and she had a binder. And you all know how much I love a binder. And this was her lake binder. She maybe had one for her house too, but at the lake, she had a binder above the oven cabinets of recipes. Recipes she would put in like a clear page. If she cut it out of a newspaper or a magazine, she had all these recipes. And the recipe that I had printed off, the reason I've typed up some of my own recipes was to give to her because she wanted them for her binder. So the carrot cake that I make was out of her binder, and it was a Betty Crocker carrot cake recipe. And you can't, when you're baking, it's very hard to go wrong with Betty Crocker. I mean, it's Betty Crocker. It's her whole business. It's her whole reason for being. Texas chocolate sheet cake. Oh, it doesn't say chocolate. I inserted the chocolate. Just Texas sheet cake. But it is, spoiler alert, it is chocolate. Okay. Sift in a bowl 2 cups sugar, 2 cups flour, 1 teaspoon baking soda, 1 teaspoon baking powder, half a teaspoon of salt. In a pan, melt 2 sticks of oleo or butter. I use butter, she says. Oleo. I don't even know if you can buy oleo. You probably can. Or is that just Crisco? I don't know. Is oleo Crisco? Is that the same thing? No, it's not? No, okay. I'm being told it's not the same thing. Oh my gosh, you would think that was the most blasphemous thing I've said all week. My goodness. No, oleo is not the same thing as Crisco. Colleagues, Nebraska, I apologize for the offense. I will get to the bottom of this. But for now, for this recipe, let's stick with 2 sticks of butter melted in a pan, 2 tablespoons of cocoa powder, and 1 cup of water. Bring to a rapid boil and pour over dry ingredients. Mix well. Add 2 beaten eggs. Now, what that means, 2 beaten eggs. Crack the eggs into either a bowl, or I oftentimes use a coffee mug myself. Crack them into the coffee mug and whip them before you mix them into the other ingredients. So 2 beaten eggs, half a cup of buttermilk, 1 teaspoon of vanilla, mix well. Okay. I can get a little heavy-handed with vanilla. I personally like the flavor. So if I'm making something, it might accidentally get 2 instead of 1 teaspoon of vanilla. Bake in a greased and floured 17 by 12 cookie sheet pan size for pan at 350 for 20 minutes. Okay, it's not a complicated thing except for that whole oleo question. Then there's the icing. Oh dear Lord. Oh boy. The icing. Melt 1 stick of oleo.
1 minute.
Or butter. And go with butter again. 1 stick of butter, 4 tablespoons of cocoa, 6 tablespoons of buttermilk. Bring to a rapid boil. Add 1 box or 3.5 cups of powdered sugar, 1 teaspoon vanilla. Beat well. Okay. Then at the bottom, there's a note specifically from my aunt, Mac. I think this cake is better if made 2 days ahead. Ha! Also, you can also add nuts to the icing. I haven't ever, but I think pecans would be good. Oh, not if I want to share it with my dear friend, Senator DeBoer. I'm not going to put pecans in the icing. Goodness. I'll serve her that cake and serve myself the cake with the pineapple in it, and we can go to the hospital together. Okay. Oh, I'm not sure who the note is from. Senator Blood, thank you. Oleo is margarine.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
And you are next in the queue.
Thank you. It's not margarine. It is margarine. I'm getting conflicting answers here.
It is.
What is the difference between margarine and
Crisco's fat.
Crisco's vegetable shortening? What is margarine?
Yellow fat.
Okay, for those listening or for the transcribers, I guess, I am being told that Crisco is fat, which is vegetable shortening. It's not lard, and margarine is yellow fat. Is that the technical term? Yellow fat. Who knew? I was trying to be non-controversial by talking about recipes, and now we're like, just. Wow, I am so sorry, America, for the offense I have perpetrated on the baking world. All right, let's look this up. Oleo versus margarine. Oleo is another word for margarine. Okay. Nothing more, nothing less. It's still used today, but it's not as common as it once was. Well, it's interesting because it's in this recipe, but I do remember when my uncle was in hospice at the Douglas County Hospital, and I don't know if a lot of people know we have a county hospital, but we do in Douglas County, and their hospice area is lovely, and I spent a lot of time there in the fall of 2015. Yes. So when my uncle was there, the menu would sometimes have oleo on it, which is odd. Like, I guess they wanted to make sure you knew it wasn't butter. But what an old-fashioned term to use, oleo. And why would you use oleo instead? Oh, can you use Crisco instead of oleo? That's an excellent question. To use shortening as a substitute for oil in baking, you can swap the two using equal amounts. Well, there you go. Now, you can't always swap everything in equal amounts. If you're going to swap different ingredients, you can't swap them in equal amounts. And again, if you're in a pinch with baking, And a recipe calls for, and now I'm not going to get it right because I always get them confused. There's baking powder and there's baking soda. And one of them is part of the other one. Like it's an ingredient that includes the other one. But you can compensate if you don't have the right one, you can compensate with the other one, but it's not a one-for-one exchange. So if a recipe calls for baking powder, that is a specific thing, and that does a specific thing to your recipe. And if it calls for baking soda, again, specific thing does a specific thing. So not a one-to-one. Next thing. When I lived in the UK, and it was Thanksgiving, I didn't know Senator DeBoer at the time, so I wanted to make a pecan pie. I love pecan pie. I wanted to make a pecan pie. You need corn syrup to make a pecan pie. They do not sell corn syrup in the UK, or at least they didn't at that time. I could not find corn syrup. So the Google machine, it was a thing back then, even though corn syrup wasn't. And I was able to come up with a recipe to make a ingredient that was not corn syrup, but could act as a substitute for corn syrup. I will have to figure that one out. I don't remember what it was.
1 minute?
Probably 1 minute?
1 minute.
Thank you. It probably had maple syrup in it, but I really don't remember now. And I think that was actually the first time I ever really was brave enough to substitute for an ingredient like that. Like, oh, I don't have this. What do I do? Substitute something else. It's been very liberating in my cooking. Once you realize that you can substitute things, you can substitute them. A recipe calls for dill and you don't like dill, but you like basil. Substitute. Or a recipe calls for cilantro, and for some people, cilantro actually tastes like soap. I love cilantro, but for some people, it actually tastes like soap. So, and one of those people is my sister. So when I am cooking and my sister is around, I actively
Time,
don't,
Senator.
thank you, use cilantro.
Senator Walls, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in opposition to return to select file. And as Trevor Fitzgerald would say, I'm pretty sure I need to make a correction to the record. Senator Kavanaugh, would you yield to a question, please?
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, will you yield?
Trepidatiously, yes.
All right. Did you say that you had a friend who was an egg farmer?
Oh, well, I called her an egg farmer, but that's not actually.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Brandt, would you yield to a question, please?
Senator Brandt, will you yield?
Yes, I would.
Before I make this correction to the record, would you verify, is there any such thing as an egg farmer?
Chicken farmers, but not really egg farmers.
All right. Thank you, Senator Brandt. With that, I would like to make a correction to the record that it is a chicken farmer, not an egg farmer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is this my last time before my close?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, I did call my friend an egg farmer, but I mean, if you are going out and harvesting the eggs from the roost, does that not mean you are an egg farmer? You are harvesting them. I mean, they were chicken caretakers. They still are. Why am I saying in the past tense? They still are. They still have chickens. They're not specific to a chicken farm. Like, they farm other things. They have vegetables. Would Senator Walls yield to a question?
Senator Walls, will you yield?
Yes.
Okay, if you are a farmer and you have chickens and you have vegetables that you do, like they have a CSA. So what kind of farmer are you? Because it's not just chickens.
You're a chicken and a vegetable farmer.
You can be two at once.
Yes. But as Senator Conrad said, there's also no such thing as a steak farmer, just so you know.
Well, that's because you have to harvest, you have to take the cow away from your farm to be slaughtered, and the steak is produced there at the slaughterhouse. It's not produced at the farm. But the egg that you are harvesting from the roost is
produced at the farm. Egg producer. Even though the chickens are producing the eggs. I love this conversation so much. I'm confused by it, but I love it. So wait, egg producer, even though the chickens are producing the eggs. Oh, I'm the egg producer. Okay, so my friends, gosh, I wish I had told them to watch if I knew I was going to talk about Amber and Jeremy this much. Amber and Jeremy are egg producers and vegetable farmers and chicken farmers and turkey farmers. They've got it all. You should go out to Avoca, Iowa. Amber is my best friend from high school, and she met Jeremy at my 16th birthday party where everyone had to dress up like someone who had the same birthday as me. And they both dressed up as whatever gangster has the same birthday as me. And then a lot of people dressed up as my neighbor, Tom Rowan, because he and I have the same birthday. He's like 4 or 5 years older than me, but our moms were friends. And so I knew him and I knew that we had the same birthday. So that was on my birthday invite as an option. James Earl Jones, Betty White. I cannot remember the gangster's name that they both dressed as, or Tom Rowan. So yeah, but then, so Jeremy and I were best friends from grade school, and Jeremy's older sister, Heather, and my sister, Maureen, were friends, and we all rode the school bus together, and Maureen and Heather decided that they wanted to be related, and the way for them to be related was for Jeremy and I to get married. So Jeremy and I got married on the school bus one afternoon after school, and then he met my best friend Amber at my birthday party. And then after college and all of that fun stuff, they got married. And at their rehearsal dinner, because I wanted things to be on the up and up, so I went on LegalZoom and printed off divorce papers to serve to him at the rehearsal dinner, because I wanted their marriage to be legit out of the gate. I didn't want there to be any question about that 4th grade bus ride where we got married so that our sisters could be related. I wanted this to be above board 100%. And they have now been married for
1 minute.
It'll be 21 years this summer. Their marriage can drink. It never has before. Never has. And they are now egg producers, chicken farmers, turkey farmers, and vegetable farmers. So there you go. 21 years of marriage, a weird school bus ride, and a lifetime of friendship with 2 amazing people. It's Amber and Jeremy, Amber Moore and Jeremy Hall, Forktail Farms. Sign up for their CSA. I think I'm about out of time. This was my last time, so I will be back for my closing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kavanaugh is talking about egg farming and child marriage, and this is like the most apropos conservative legislative conversation we could possibly be having, just about. Senator Kavanaugh remembers more about the details of her life than anyone I know. These stories about who was married to who for the 21 years, and then they had the baby, and then they got christened at the lake, and then they owned the farm, and their cousin married my brother on the school bus. Like, it's a lot. And I would never, ever, ever put all that stuff together. And if any of you know, this is a meme, so it's like for young people, but this meme from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, that show on FX where it's Charlie Day and he's standing in front of a wall that's like all of these pictures and stuff connected by yarn, like you see in TV shows where they're doing like a crime investigation or something. That's Senator Kavanaugh doing a filibuster. We've got the Betty Crocker and then the egg farmer, and then I got married on the school bus. Like, okay, whatever. I don't even remember all that stuff about my own life. My financial goal, I decided this in my early 20s. My financial goal in life, am I there? No. Farther along than I was, is to eat at a restaurant for every meal of every day so I never, ever, ever have to cook. And You know, in the morning I'll have like a Pop-Tart. Don't have to cook that. I will sometimes late at night have a bowl of cereal, it is cooking, but it's definitely minimal cooking. But for lunch and dinner, I'm either door dashing something or getting delivery from a place or going to a restaurant. And for a long time, I had a lot of guilt about that. Like, because I hear people like Senator Kavanaugh and my friends talking about how fun it is to cook and they love cooking. And I made my own wild yeast. Like, you would never catch me in 100 years making yeast. I would do anything to not have to even have any yeast in my house, because then I'd have to cook something with it. But I would go to the store and buy some bread that someone else made with yeast. Or I would gladly accept a loaf of bread from Senator Kavanaugh and her lovely kids who made it as an activity. Growing up, one thing that we frequently made, as you know, was Kool-Aid. Can't you just hear the wooden spoon like rattling around the plastic Tupperware pitcher? All of us had those Tupperware pitchers growing up. My friend's family had a red one with a white lid. It was kind of a burgundy 80s color. I had other friends who had ones that were yellow and orange. My mom had one that was clear, which I think is very her aesthetic. It's going to go with everything type of thing. It looks good in the fridge and you can see how much is in it. So that was also practical, which is very my mom. If you've ever watched Martha Stewart Living or seen her show, or even seen like more recently some of the funny little sketches and bits that Martha's done, my mom is exactly like Martha Stewart in terms of like affect and attitude and sense of humor. If you get her, that's exactly who raised me. If that explains anything, there you have it. But yeah, having an aesthetic fridge was important to her, so it would have been a clear container. So yeah, the point, I was listening to Senator Kavanaugh talk about making her pesto and all of the great meals that she's had traveling and coming home to try and recreate the meals and taking her and her husband back to their honeymoon when they eat this wonderful lasagna. 1 minute already. Thank you, Mr. President. And that's not an experience I have, because when I go have a great meal at a restaurant, all I know is I want to keep going to that restaurant, not I want to learn how to make it at home, because it just brings me no joy. I think I have some sensory issues, possibly with like smells and textures and mess. And I would love to have a house with no kitchen at all. I would love to have a house with a dining table, a place to eat the takeout that we get, and no kitchen, no countertops, no place for the mess, no place for anything to get sticky, no place for the jam to get spilled onto the countertop and it stays there forever because you don't see it, and then you put your hand in it and it's sticky. And I spend a lot of time when I'm not here just cleaning my house and getting rid of
That's
any
your
kind
time,
of...
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're recognized to speak. You're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Getting rid of any kind of trace of crumb or stickiness, because my son loves to cook. And my mom and I were joking about this over Mother's Day. It really kind of skips a generation. So my grandmother, my mom's mom, who I really identify with, I love her. I'm fortunate to still have all four of my grandparents, plus some extras, because we had some philandering going on and we had some divorces. But I've got all my biological grandparents, plus some bonus grandparents. And my mom's mom is one who I really like and admire and relate to. She's a little superficial. She's a little into fashion and looks and makeup, and does not cook, does not like to cook, little silly. I really feel like I'm a lot like her. And then my mom is this 80s prototypical granola mom who made everything herself, did everything herself, has like a very traditional view of the family, but also very, very independent and stubborn. And then me, and then my son, who is more like my mom. So I think it skips a generation. And we were joking over Mother's Day. that my mom, when she was growing up, her mom would give her Hostess cupcakes because she heard me saying on the floor a couple weeks ago that my mom would never let us have Little Debbie stuff or Hostess stuff because she did homemade stuff, homemade food. And she said that her mom always had Little Debbie and Hostess. Her mom was always giving her like the Snowball or the prepackaged cupcake from the store or whatever. And back then it was like new. It was kind of cool to have like prepackaged food that you could just get at the grocery store. And then when I was a kid, my mom, who grew up on this packaged food, made everything homemade. And then Ash, my son, I make almost nothing homemade. Sometimes because he wants to, but not much because I don't like it. And now he's going to my mom, to grandma, to say, please just make me some food because all my mom does is buy, stuff from restaurants and stuff from the grocery store. So it does skip a generation, and that was a funny thing. Senator Frederickson reminded me that I used to host a cookie party every year. And the reason I did that was because there was a woman in Omaha who was really, really cool. And I met her like 20 years ago. And she used to have a cookie party every year. And I got invited to the cookie party for like 10 years in a row. And then I'm not invited to the cookie party anymore. I don't know if she's not having it. And I don't want to know. I do not want to know. I don't wish to find out if she's just not having the party anymore or if I'm specifically not invited anymore. I choose to believe that she's just not doing it. But I missed it. And so I decided to start having a cookie party. And Senator Frederickson came to my party last year with his son and his husband, and his adorable son spent most of the party playing in my dog's kennel and playing with the dog, and that was very sweet. There were not a lot of kids there, so Leon really bonded with the dog. But yeah, that was really a step outside my comfort zone in terms of having not only food in the house, but on the counter. And having frosting got everywhere. Sprinkles, I was sweeping up sprinkles for a day, which to me is too long. He's over there going, courage. But yeah, I used to feel really bad about that. And then as I got older, I just kind of said, I'm really happiest. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm really happiest when I'm not cooking. I'm happiest when I don't have the mess in my life. I'm only one woman. I've got a stubborn teenager who's got his own life going on. I've got no man to clean up after me like the rest of you. And so I just am going to try to keep my house clean. And that's what's really brought me the most joy. Back to the bills that we have at hand. This whole session has really been about LB 574, obviously. It's been about a discriminatory, bigoted bill that a freshman senator introduced that everybody else in the body decided need to become the focus and the priority of this whole session. And we have a really bleak outlook, I think, in this country because of the way conservatives have latched on to this specific issue. I think that the broad understanding of the Republican Party 15 years ago is that
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're next in the queue, and that's your third time.
Thank you. I think the broad understanding of the Republican Party 15 years ago, and I think this is true, is that they talked to social conservatives when they campaigned, when they were on the trail. They were speaking to social conservatives, speaking to those evangelicals. They talked social conservative, but they governed economic conservatism. The actual non-negotiable for them was tax cuts, as it is for Senator Linehan and many of you with these corporate tax cuts that we have this year in our legislature, which, LB 574 is kind of a shiny thing that they're waving around over here to distract from the fact that they're raiding the coffers with these tax cuts that are going to be unsustainable, that we're not going to be able to pay for over time. And then we're going to be in like a Brownback, Kansas situation. But hopefully by then I'll be long gone. All of you, I've heard Senator Moser, for example, say, well, it's the people in the future who are going to have to deal with it. So he knows he's going to be long gone. And that's the beauty of term limits, is we can make this mess, make people happy in the short term, but we don't have to pay the cost for that down the road because we're not going to be here. So that's what we're laying the groundwork for. But in the past, I think for the Republican Party, the actual non-negotiable was the tax cuts. And then they would turn around and tell the evangelicals whatever they needed to hear in order to get out and vote so that Republicans could stay in charge and do the tax cuts. And I think over this 15-year period, that more or less has flipped. That balance has really flipped. And now you have the post-Trump Republican Party, and there's a lot of people who are opportunistic about economics. But these questions of what I would call social gender hierarchy, the social culture war types of issues, that's what has really become fundamental to the party. And this existing divide that exists right now, and we'll see over the next 15 years, like how that continues to evolve. This existing divide that we have on the right between more economic concerns versus more socially conservative concerns, I actually think that they have more similarities with each other than they differ, because conservative economics, such as what Senator Linehan is working on, raiding the coffers to support private schools instead of supporting public schools that serve all the kids, conservative economics like that tends to promote conservative social outcomes. Conservative economics leads to conservative social outcomes. When we take away the money from the public schools, or the government schools, as many of you people call them, and give it to private religious schools, that results in more conservative outcomes for our entire society. There's also been an interesting turn in right-wing politics over the course of the last decade, where there's been a lot of motivation and energy around this social conservative wing of the party. This wing that's devoted to an explicit construction, an explicit definition of what it means to be American. Who gets to be American? Who gets to be proud to be an American? Who gets to be a patriot? Who gets to put the American flag emoji on their profile? And all of those things are divided along gender, class, and race. One of the dividing points for this was in 2016 in North Carolina, where you had the state legislature and Pat McCrory in that state legislature, and they introduced and they passed,
1 minute.
thank you, Mr. President, one of the first bathroom bills in the country, which is basically LB 575, the bill that Senator Kauth introduced this year. A bathroom bill to say, we need to do crotch watch and genital police to figure out what you have between your legs before we know what bathroom you're allowed to go use. So basically a law requiring transgender people to use the bathroom that aligns with their sex assigned at birth on their original birth certificate. And this was really one of the first major tests for transgender rights in the political sphere. This was definitely the largest test that gender rights had had in some time. And that bill was signed into law, and you quickly saw a number of corporations and large institutions like the NBA and performers like Bruce Springsteen pulling out of North Carolina and saying, because of this bathroom bill, we're not even going to come here. They were saying, well, we're not going to spend money in a state that would endorse this kind of hate. And according to one analysis, that lost North Carolina around $3 billion in economic growth. And this is the same thing that business leaders, that the
That's your
state
time,
chamber
Senator.
is saying will happen in Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hunt, I'm going to have to take issue with something you said. You were like, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh can do this whole web map of things, and basically, she didn't say this, I'm going to paraphrase, disassociation of ideas and concepts from the history of her life. And then you go on to talk about Kool-Aid and Tupperware and the color of your friend's parents' Tupperware that they mix the Kool-Aid in. Girlfriend, you're there. You're there. I mean, you've been listening to a master class on random conversation for the entire session, but you have just internalized it, and it is coming through. I get it from the Kate Kavanaugh school of conversation. Unfortunately,
the way that this happens here is that the conversation is just me with myself. So I have to prompt myself on these conversations. But my mom is amazing at the deep dive down the valley, and the valley takes weird turns, but you're still getting to the same spot at the end. But you just don't know where you went by the time you got there. You turn around, you're like, how did I get to this spot? Where did we go? And then it's like, that's a conversation with my mom in the best possible way. It's amazing. You're going to learn things you never thought you would learn. Like that Tom Rowan and I have the same birthday. And people dressed up like him for my 16th birthday party. And yeah, so anyways, I literally wrote down Kool-Aid in Tupperware because Senator Hunt got on the mic and she's like, I don't know how she does it. And then she did it herself. And I'm like, bam, you just did it. That's how you do it. Talk about Tupperware and Kool-Aid. Talk about the artwork on Kool-Aid. Oh, the artwork on Kool-Aid. We were supposed to re-up that conversation. What was it about? The artwork on the Kool-Aid versus another. The cup. My cup disappeared. Dang it. I got to get another one of those. I do love that cup. Oh, I know. I was going to talk about the artwork on the Garbage Pail Kids. That was one of the things I wanted to talk about. But before that, I'm going to tell a story about myself that I told last night after I was here, about my Cabbage Patch Kid, Mort Timmy. So I had a Cabbage Patch, and God bless my mother. I cannot believe she got us Cabbage Patch Kids for Christmas, because I would not have done that for my kids, like gone and waited in line like overnight at a toy store or wherever, because they were so popular to get Cabbage Patch Kid. But my mother did. And one of my Cabbage Patch Kids growing up, his name was Mort Timmy. And I never liked the name Mort Timmy. And when you get a Cabbage Patch Kid, it has a birth certificate, and because you adopt your Cabbage Patch Kid. And so, and you can change the name. You don't have to keep the name that the Cabbage Patch Kid came with. And I was going to change Mort Timmy's name, but then I didn't. Here's why. I did not want Mort Timmy to feel bad about who he was. I was probably 7. I have been this person my whole life.
1 minute.
I've even cared about my inanimate Cabbage Patch Kid doll's feelings of self-worth. So his name is Mort Timmy, and I still have him, and he is wonderful. And he is perfect, exactly how he is. He does have a few scuff marks on his face from the wear and tear of the decades, but that is my Cabbage Patch Kid story. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Members, the question is the adoption of FA 125 to return to, excuse me. The question is the motion to return to select file. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Request for roll call vote, Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting no. Senator Albright. Voting no. Senator Arch. Voting no. Senator Armendariz. Voting no. Senator Ballard. Voting no. Senator Blood. Voting no. Senator Boston. Voting no. Senator Bostar. Voting no. Senator Bostelman. Voting no. Senator Brandt. Voting no. Senator Brewer. Voting no. Senator Breezy. Voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting no, Senator Conrad. Voting no, Senator Day. Not voting, Senator DeBoer. Voting no, Senator DeKay. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting no, Senator Dover. Senator Dungan. Voting no, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Voting no, Senator Holleran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Senator Hardin. No. Voting no, Senator Holdcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Not voting, Senator Ibaugh. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Voting no, Senator McKinney. Not voting, Senator Mosier. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Not voting, Senator Reapy. Voting no, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Voting no, Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Voting no. Vote is 0 ayes, 40 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to return.
The motion fails. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, some items. New LR, Senator Clements LR 200, that will be referred to the Executive Board. Mr. President, your Committee on Enrollment Review reports Legislative Bill 574 is correctly engrossed and placed on final reading. Second, new LR 201 for Senator Frederickson, that'll be referred to the Executive Board, as well as LR 202 from Senator Frederickson, also referred to the Executive Board. LR from Senator Dorn, new LR 203, that will be referred to the Executive Board. That's all I have at this time, Mr. President.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, please state your point of order.
You're clearly delaying getting to my next amendment to go to cloture instead of getting to my next amendment. Please clarify if that's not the case.
Senator Kavanaugh, when we finished the last matter, there was 1 minute left. And I was simply inquiring whether we should proceed or wait. And by the time we had that discussion, we've now hit 4:04. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion.
I do, Mr. President. Senator Arch will move to invoke cloture on LB 815 pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
Senator Arch, for what purpose do you rise?
Roll call vote. Excuse me. Roll call vote.
Members, there's been a motion to invoke cloture. All those in favor, vote. There's a request for a roll call vote. All those excuse me, Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, Voting yes, Senator Ballard. Voting yes, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Boston. Voting yes, Senator Bostar. Voting yes, Senator Bostelman. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting yes, Senator Breezy. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day. Voting yes, Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator DeKay. Voting yes, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Voting yes, Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Holleran. Voting yes, Senator Hansen. Voting yes, Senator Hardin. Voting yes, Senator Holdcroft. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Voting no, Senator Ibaugh. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Not voting, Senator Mosier. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Vote is 45 ayes, 1 nay on the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture is invoked. Mr. Clerk, please read the bill.
Engrossed Legislative Bill 815, introduced by Arch, the request of the governor, bill for activating appropriates fund the payment salaries, amendment to Nebraska payments made projects to city AR 6 fiscal year 2025 and provide the opportunity to declare maybe being a pitch to Nebraska adopt projects from general file fiscal year 2023 and general fund 2024 legislative council program and payment salaries amendment to register payments for 16 articles such total expenditure from the appropriations not CC but in the fiscal year 24-25 fiscal year. This act becomes operative on July 1st, 2023. Since an emergency exists, this act takes effect when passed and approved according to law.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question now is, shall LB 815 pass with the emergency clause? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Senator Albright. Voting yes. Senator Arch. Voting yes, Senator Armendariz. Voting yes, Senator Ballard. Voting yes, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Boston. Voting yes, Senator Bostar. Voting yes, Senator Bostelman. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting yes, Senator Breezy. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day. Voting yes, Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator DeKay. Voting yes, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Voting yes, Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Holleran. Voting yes, Senator Hansen. Voting yes, Senator Hardin. Voting yes, Senator Holdcroft. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Voting no, Senator Ibaugh. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Not voting, Senator Mosier. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Vote is 45 ayes, 1 nay, Mr. President, on the, and two, excuse me, 45 ayes, 1 nay, 2 present not voting, 1 excused not voting.
LB 815 passes with the emergency clause. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, next item on the agenda, Legislative Bill 816. First of all, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh moved to return the bill to select file for a specific amendment, that being AM 1704.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, colleagues, again, it's good to pay attention. If I hadn't been paying attention, we might have had an issue because when we went to cloture, the motion that we had just voted on, my motion to return to select for the specific amendment, was still on the board. So what would we have done if it hadn't been taken off the board? Would we have voted for it twice? Would that in effect have been a motion to reconsider the vote we had just taken by happenstance? I don't know. Certainly intriguing. It's good to pay attention and to follow the process. So we have now passed on final reading 7 bills. Yay us. It is day 79 and we have passed 7 bills. And I was just sitting here thinking, let's be ambitious and say we pass a total of 45 bills, including 574. Guess what percent of the bills that will be? 2%. 2% of bills passed will be 574. That is actually a very large amount for one bill to take up. 2% of the entire session. Let's see here. We have how many bills this year? Like 804, well, 816 at least. So 0.1%. 1/10 of 1% is what one bill represents in this body. 1/10 of 1%. Anyways, probably not that interesting, but there you go. Okay, so recipes. I found this list of recipes that I had put together. Now, these are ones that I found on different websites. I don't know if I've made any of them. If I did, I definitely didn't follow the recipes. I love cookbooks. I love to look at the pictures in the cookbooks. I love to read recipes. I hate to follow recipes. Not my jam. I look for recipes for inspiration in cooking, but not for actual cooking. And this is also part of the reason I can bake. I do bake. I don't enjoy baking that much because baking requires much more precision. Baking is really science. Cooking to me is more like art. Baking is also art, but it is an art form that also has science. So I can do it. It's just not what interests me as much. I prefer to cook. Prefer to just freehand it. So I found this list in my personal Google Drive of recipes that I realize now, I remember I was planning an event and I was putting together a menu for the caterer. And it was a caterer that I wasn't really thrilled to be using. But you know, when you book a venue, oftentimes there's a caterer attached with the venue, and you would have to, in order to use a different caterer, you would have to buy out the catering contract. And that is a very expensive endeavor. It oftentimes will cost $5,000 just to buy out the contract so you can bring in whatever caterer you want. So especially if you're doing something for a nonprofit, which I don't remember what event this was that I was doing this for, but I do remember that I didn't like the caterer. But if you're doing it for a nonprofit, then you probably
are trying to save money, and you're not going to go with buying out the caterer to get the caterer you want. So you're just going to go with the caterer. So that's what we were doing. So I was planning this dinner, and I decided to look up recipes for the dinner to give to the caterer in hopes of guiding to a meal that I thought was more appropriate for the dinner party or whatever the event was. And now, one thing about this is that, so catering, you cook to the middle, which means like you're not cooking to the blandest taste and you're not cooking to the most adventurous taste. You're cooking to the middle. But when you cook to the middle, I mean, you're trying to serve a large group of people. I get it, but you're going to miss out on the opportunity to make something special. So I was trying to get this caterer to not cook to the middle, but to maybe be a little bit more creative. So this first recipe is roasted cabbage with warm rosemary dressing. I love cabbage. The slices of this actually look like artichoke hearts in the picture. But I'm intrigued in what is the warm walnut rosemary dressing. Okay, so holiday vegetables. Okay, 3 pounds heads of green cabbage, each cut into 6 wedges through the core. You got to do it through the core, otherwise it's going to fall apart. 3/4 cups extra virgin oil, salt, freshly ground pepper, 8 garlic cloves peeled and halved. 8 garlic cloves does sound like a lot. Normally, when I see how much garlic something calls for, I like double or triple it. 8 garlic cloves is a lot, so they probably were serious about their garlic. I usually feel like, again, cooking to the middle. People are cooking to the middle. They're going to be low on the garlic for what you really want. Although my sister, different sister than the one that doesn't like cilantro, the other sister, she once told me that she thinks that cooking with garlic is lazy. I wonder if she even remembers telling me that. So for a while, I tried to not cook with garlic at all, but I genuinely love garlic. So I'm back at it. Whether it's lazy or not, I love it. So there you go. Okay, so 8 garlic cloves peeled and halved, 6 rosemary sprigs, 1 1/4 cup walnuts, 1 stick unsalted butter. Use oleo if you want to. No, don't. Use butter. 1/4 cup apple cider vinegar, 2 tablespoons muscatel vinegar, see note, or white balsamic vinegar. Okay. Preheat oven to 400 in a large roasting pan. Toss the cabbage wedges with the oil, olive oil, and season with salt and pepper. Arrange the wedges cut side down in a single layer and scatter the garlic and rosemary sprigs around them. Cover lightly with foil. Bake for about 45 minutes until cabbage core is tender. Uncover and bake for 20 minutes longer, turning once until cabbage is brown around the edges. Arrange the cabbage on a platter and tent with foil. Strip the rosemary leaves from stems, discard the stems and garlic. Don't discard the garlic. What? I get it. You used it as an aromatic. That's why you cooked it with 8 cloves of garlic. But come on, don't get rid of them. At the very least, set them aside, mush them up, and put like garlic, make some garlic bread or something. Am I right? Like it's been infused with rosemary and garlic. So that sounds awesome for garlic bread. Take the garlic, mash it up, spread it on some toast, maybe sprinkle some more salt, maybe cut up some rosemary leaves to sprinkle in with it to really get it. Ooh, that powdered Parmesan that I was definitely not dissing earlier because I love it. Use some of that on your garlic toast too. That stuff is excellent for making garlic bread. Like if you want cheesy garlic bread, but you don't want it like cheesy garlic bread, powdered Parmesan. You buy it at the grocery store in those little containers. They usually have a green screw top lid, plastic thing. Use that. Don't discard the garlic. Reuse the garlic. Reuse, reduce, recycle. Anyways, okay. In a medium skillet, toast the walnuts, toast your nuts over medium heat, tossing until lightly browned, 5 minutes, let cool, then coarsely chop. In the same skillet, melt the butter. Add the chopped walnuts and cook over moderate heat, stirring until butter turns medium brown and smells nutty. Okay, about 5 minutes. Add rosemary needles and cook, stirring until crisp. About 1 minute. Reduce the heat to low, stir in both vinegars, and cook until the dressing is slightly reduced, about 2 minutes. Season with salt and pepper. Spoon the dressing over the cabbage wedges and
That's your
serve.
time,
Thank
Senator,
you.
and you're next in the queue.
Thank you. That sounded delicious. I don't know if I've actually ever made this. I might have to make it. Okay, notes. Moscatel vinegar. A lightly sweet and tangy Spanish white balsamic-like vinegar is available at specialty food stores and online. Okay, well, great. The next recipe is for glazed carrots with cardamom and ginger. I don't know what this dinner party was that I was looking up recipes for, but now I want to throw this dinner party. Glazed carrots with cardamom and ginger. Have you ever had coffee with cardamom in it? Fresh roasted coffee with cardamom. Now, this is something that my husband and I discussed because he really likes it. I like it. It is a spice, yes. I feel you can have too much cardamom in your coffee. Nick, however, errs on the heavy side of cardamom. And typically, if you're going to have cardamom in your coffee, you're probably having Arabic coffee. And after I read this recipe, I'll tell you how to make Arabic coffee, a specialty of mine. Okay, glazed carrots with cardamom and ginger. Most people cook carrots in water. Sean McLean, whoever that is, says which dulls their favor. His secret to keeping them super tasty is to cook them in carrot juice and orange juice until glazed. Interesting. Well. I never thought of that. Instead of cooking carrots, doing cooked carrots in water, cook them in carrot juice and orange juice. I'm going to try that. I clearly never read this recipe before. Okay, so 6 tablespoons unsalted butter, 1/4 cup thinly sliced ginger, 1 garlic clove minced. Again, I would probably double it or triple it. 4 cardamom pods, 3 pounds carrots sliced in diagonal 1/3 inch. You can also use baby carrots left whole. 2 tablespoons sugar, 1/2 cup fresh carrot juice, 1/2 cup fresh orange juice, salt and freshly ground pepper. In a large skillet, melt the butter, add the ginger, garlic, and cardamom, and cook over moderate heat until fragrant but not browned, about 2 minutes. Add the carrots and sugar and cook over moderately high heat, stirring occasionally until the carrots are crisp tender, about 5 minutes. Add the carrot and orange juices and bring to a simmer. Season with salt and pepper. Cover with parchment paper and a tight-fitting lid and cook the carrots over low heat until tender, about 12 minutes. And a tight-fitting lid. All right. Uncover and cook moderate heat until the carrots are glazed, about 5 minutes longer. Discard the ginger and cardamom pods. Transfer to a bowl and serve. Great. Okay. Let's see here. What was I going to talk about? Oh, how to make Arabic coffee. That's right. How much time do I have left, Mr. President?
1 minute, 22 seconds.
I don't know if I can do it justice. You certainly couldn't make Arabic coffee in 1 minute and 22 seconds. No, it is intentional. And it takes time. And I prefer to do it over a gas range stove. I have an electric stove. I do recall there being a controversy over electric stove or gas range stoves like a month ago that the Democrats were coming for your gas range stoves. Everybody get rid of your gas range stove. Watch out, the Democrats are going to get rid of them. I love gas range stoves. I know it's a bold statement. I love them. My house did not come with one. And you have to have a gas line put in order to have one. It's not like an easy swap-a-roo. It takes like having a lot of things done. So I do not have a gas range stove, but I am team gas range. I like them. They're better for cooking. They cook more evenly. You can also set a red pepper or an eggplant on the stove to roast. Done it many times. Delicious. So I don't know if that's going to be as controversial as the egg farmer or the oleo conversation from earlier, but I'm being bold and saying I like a gas range stove.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, apologies. Senator Clements, I have MO 931 with a note you wish to withdraw. In that case, Mr. President, returning to the pending return to select file from Senator Michaela Kavanaugh.
Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, fellow senators, friends all. I think I'm going to take this conversation in a different direction because I think Senator Kavanaugh is just making everybody hungry. I do stand opposed to Senator Kavanaugh's motion to return this bill to select file and hope that we get to go to the underlying bill soon, which I do support, which is LB 816E. But during this process, Senator DeKay and I were having a conversation, and during that conversation, I'd like to announce that he named the snake that lives in my backyard, and we have named it Jerry because it is a decay snake. So I'm going to pass it on. I told him that if we find more of its siblings, that he'll have to come up with more names. But for now, we have Jerry Decay eating slugs in my backyard, which means we have a very healthy garden. So I'm looking to a bountiful collection of produce here in a few months. But with that, I started thinking about the names on the floor of the legislature and some of the concerns that I have, because I don't think we all know how to pronounce each other's names. Now, I know it was really confusing when Senator Flood was here, and we were constantly hearing Flood and Blood get mixed up. In fact, I switched our name tags on April Fool's Day one year. And I'm not picking on anybody when I say this, I'm just pointing out what I've heard. So our clerk, when he says Halloran, says Halloran, and I always thought it was Halloran. So if I'm saying your name's wrong, I want to know. I always thought it was Senator Slama, S-L-A-M-A, but I hear it S-C-H-L-A-M-A when our clerk says it. I can't even do it, Shlama. So is there like a silent C-H in that name? I don't know. But if I'm saying Senator Slama's name wrong, I would want to know. When Senator Sanders talks about Senator Linehan, she calls her Senator Lanahan. So maybe for the last 7 years, I've been calling Senator Linehan the wrong name. I, again, don't know, and I hope that you guys will correct me if I say your name's wrong. Some of the other things I've heard, Von Gillern, I have heard. I know that's not right, but I'm telling you, that's what I'm hearing, right? And several other ways to pronounce it that I can't even make my mouth do, so good to know that I got your name right. And for a long time, Senator McDonald, right? We've heard that a lot. And Senator Bosin, you really confused the heck out of people when you came to this floor because you're like missing a vowel. And so I've heard Senator Bosnan and Bosman, but it's Bosin, correct? So I sit here all day long clearly and listen to everything you guys say. Sometimes I write it down because I think it's funny. But it would be great if we could all figure out how to say each other's names because it's probably confusing to the people who watch. And I just wanted to say a personal shout out and a thank you to Senator DeKay for helping to name my snake. With that, I would yield back anytime I have to the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak, and this is your last time before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Arabic coffee. Yes, I know. Senator Frederickson was nodding his head like he knows how to make Arabic coffee. Oh, he drank a lot of Arabic coffee, but did you make it? Oh, okay. All right. So I learned to make Arabic coffee over a hot plate. I've made it on my stovetop, but that really is not, again, gas stove preferred. So you need a specific pot to make your Arabic coffee, and I have one, and it looks like a little jar, but it's metal, and then it has a very long handle. And you hold the handle and you hold the pot flat on the thing, and you start to boil the water. Okay. So you boil the water, and when the water gets to a boil, you start to scoop in the coffee grounds, and they are very fine, very finely ground. And it is best to have very freshly ground coffee grounds, of course. Even better if you can have freshly roasted and ground coffee grounds. And if you're my husband, if you can throw in some cardamom, he's real happy. Okay, so you scoop in 1 scoop of coffee. And then you got to have a different spoon. Well, you don't have to, but you know how it is if you have a wet spoon and you're going to do another scoop of coffee and you have a wet spoon and it's going to get all stuck. You can, it's fine. Okay, so you scoop in the coffee grounds and it's going to kind of bubble up. If you're not paying attention, and you got to kind of lift it just a little bit off the heat and stir it real quick so that the grounds kind of get incorporated into the water. And then you stand there and you stir and you stir and you stir. And when it starts to get kind of dissolved, when the coffee grounds start to get kind of dissolved, that's when you decide, did I put enough grounds in? I might need to add a second scoop. Same thing, comes gushing up. You got to lift it up off the heat just a little bit, not all the way, but just a little bit, and stir quickly until that bubbling coffeeness simmers down. Okay, so then you stand there and you stir. And you stir, and you stir, and you stir, and you stir. Now, sugar. I don't take sugar in my coffee, generally speaking. If I'm having Arabic coffee, the way I had it the first time, they served it with sugar. And the way I had it every other time, when anyone who this was a natively made beverage made it, they made it with sugar. So in my mind, you put sugar in your Arabic coffee. This just occurs to me now. I don't think I have ever made my brother, John Kavanaugh, Arabic coffee. He takes his coffee black. And he has trained his palate to tolerate all types of black coffee. And now I am thinking that I should make it a point, maybe for Father's Day this year, I will make my brother his own batch of Arabic coffee. Now, you don't drink you don't drink a cup of this. It's almost like an espresso. You drink a small cup of it. It is very, very strong. I don't think that coffee can put hair on your chest, but if it could, this coffee would. And if it did, it would be outlawed in Nebraska because that would probably be construed as some sort of hormone therapy for girls who are want to be boys. So, sorry, I'm supposed to stay on recipe topics. I'll get back to it. Okay, so the Arabic coffee, you got to stir it for a long time. You got to make sure that there aren't grounds in it. You want the grounds to become one with the water. Now, at the end, when you pour it into your cup, there is going to be like sludge that settles to the bottom. Don't drink that. I mean, you could chew that, but you don't want to drink your full cup. You drink all but the remains. The remains shall remain. And that is a very quick and simplistic description of making Arabic coffee. I have not done it for a couple of years because it is time consuming and my kids would not appreciate that. But I used to make it all the time. Before I had kids, I would make it for my husband all the time. And I enjoyed doing that. So I think I'm about out of time. So I guess I'll be back on my closing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the motion to return to select file. AM 1704 strikes section 1. And section 1 is appropriation language describing the 2 fiscal years. This bill is regarding fiscal year 23-24 and 24-25. And we need to have that in the bill to make it complete. And then as a refresher, LB 816 is what we call salaries of constitutional officers. And it has, let's see here, it has judges' salaries, which are these salaries, their base salary from the previous biennium without increase. It does also, they'll have the increase for health insurance. So there'll be another bill later that has the increased portion, how much the salaries are going up, and that's done in the Judiciary Committee. But this bill has their base pay plus what the cost of increased health insurance would be. So the Supreme Court judges are in here, appeals court judges, retired judges, juvenile court judges, county court judges. Then we get to the governor. The governor's salary is $151,900. And I think that'd be salary and benefits. Lieutenant Governor, $119,000. Secretary of State, $122,000. The State Auditor, $128,000. The Attorney General, $141,000. The State Auditor, $128,000. The Attorney General, $141,000. Service commissioners, for all of them, $375,000 of salary, $503,000 total with benefits. The Board of Parole salaries, there are 5 of them, $508,000 of salaries, $682,000 total with benefits. The Tax Commissioner, the Department of Revenue, salary limit of $197,000. And then Workers' Compensation Court. I think there are maybe 6 judges there, $1.2 million of salary. And we have some retired Workers' Compensation Court judges as well. And so that is the item that we'll be voting on in LB 816, which is judges and constitutional officers. It's interesting that we have 3 branches of government. When I talk to 4th grade classes, which I did a couple of them yesterday, I tell them that we have 3 branches of government: legislative, executive, and judicial. And I've been pleased most of them can name those 3. But then I tell them that the governor can't spend any money and doesn't even get paid until we approve his pay and his budget.
1 minute.
The Supreme Court doesn't get any pay or can't spend any money for their operations until the legislature approves their budget. And so it's an interesting way to, I think, to tell the students that come how we work together with the 3 separate branches of government, but we need to work with them and they need to work with us. And I think it's a good illustration of how we work together. And I would ask for your green vote on LB 816 so that we can keep the judicial and executive branches functioning. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clements. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Talking about supporting our local businesses and our local economy, I just found out online that today is International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia. And the Omaha Storm Chasers, which is our baseball team in Omaha, they are having, I found this out from them, it's on their account, they're having Pride Night on June 1st. And around the concourse, there will be tables from Heartland Pride, River City Gender Alliance, Out Nebraska, and other organizations that support the LGBTQ community. And that's for Omaha Storm Chasers on Thursday, June 1st. And so Senator Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armendariz, Senator Ballard, fellow small business owner here in Lincoln, Senator Bozen, Senator Bostelman, Senator Brandt, Senator Brewer, Senator Tom Breezy, Senator Rob Clements, Senator DeKay, Senator Dorn, Senator Dover, Senator Erdman, Senator Halloran, Senator Hansen, Senator Hardin, Senator Rick Holdcroft, Senator Jana Hughes, Senator Teresa Eibach, Senator Mike Jacobson, Senator Kathleen Kauth, Senator Luann Linehan, Senator Lippincott, Senator Lowe, Senator Mike McDonnell, Senator Moser, Senator Merman, Senator Reapy, Senator Sanders, Senator Slama, and Senator Von Gillern. If you want to go watch a baseball game, that might not be the day for you, because I know that you want to be sure to use your dollars to support organizations and businesses that do discriminate against transgender people. As Senator Kathleen Kauth said, we want to be really mindful about where we're spending our dollars in Nebraska. And it's really good to know which organizations and businesses in our state are supporting gay rights and trans rights so that we can choose to spend our money elsewhere, as Senator Kathleen Kauth said to the press. And so if you enjoy baseball or you have taken your family to Omaha Storm Chasers game, maybe you could go, certainly, and maybe you learn something. Maybe you change your mind about some of your internalized transphobia and hateful discriminatory views that you hold. But if you're like Senator Kathleen Kauth and you don't want to spend your money at organizations that support human rights, then that may be something to add to your list of things not to do with your family. I asked a couple days ago at like midnight online what trans people, particularly in Nebraska, wish lawmakers knew. What is it that you wish lawmakers knew? And one of the most striking responses I got, I should tell you how many responses I got. I will. One of the most striking responses I got that kind of shook me a little bit is they said, lawmakers already know about trans people. There's nothing they don't know that they need to know. They know, and they're doing it anyway. It's not an issue of ignorance or, it's not ignorance. It's not that they don't know. It's that they know and they hate us anyway. And that kind of shook me because I was like, you know what? That's about right. So I'm trying to find... They said, they're not attacking us because they misunderstand us. There you have it. That's fair. So
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. This question I asked was, transgender friends, what do you wish lawmakers understood about what it's like to be you? And I asked this at midnight on May 15th. And it got 204 replies, 44 quotes. So people sharing different things. And some of the things people shared were just about the ability to access gender affirming care without political interference, saying things in my real body, and that's all I want, not their love, respect, or attention, just being able to resolve my medical issues. Replied that my medicine is medicine. One other person said they could stop trying to tell doctors how to do medicine. That would be a great start.
That's your time, and you're next in the queue, Senator.
Thank you. An overarching theme that a lot of folks wanted to convey was that trans people are the same as the rest of us. They're just folks who want to exist comfortably in the world, take care of their families, and go on about their lives. Thank you, Cassie. We have a... What? Vanilla? Is it hot chocolate? Yeah. there's a vanilla hot chocolate. Breaking news. There's now vanilla hot chocolate. They probably had it already, but I'm just learning about this. And it's served in this cup. The size of the cup is HV7 from Signature Cups, and it's based on the jazz design from Sweetheart Cup Company that was made in 1992. It smells good. An overarching theme that a lot of people wanted to convey was that trans people are the same as everybody else. This one person, Jessica Clarice, said, "We are boring, regular people. We are parents. We work at normal jobs doing normal tasks. If we hadn't become fodder for culture wars, we would be unnoticed by most." That's right. "We just want to live our lives, raise our kids. We are just as religious, if not more, than those who hate us." Mia Moore said, "Transgender people are multifaceted and have so much going on besides just being transgender. We're not a monolith. Most people who transitioned as adults wish they could have started earlier. Restricting our access to the means of transition will never help us or protect us." AJ says, "I'm literally just a regular dude. I just happen to need testosterone injections to get my testosterone. Being trans is not important unless other people make it important." Crystal says, they live in Florida. "Living here in Florida, I just wish they saw us and understood that we are human. I'm forced to be an activist for my own existence daily, it feels, and it's so hard." That's what's so hard, being forced to be an activist for your own existence. Lexa Black says, "I'm just a writer who happens to be trans and disabled. All I want is a pretty simple life in peace, safe place to rest my head at night, a loving and supportive wife, maybe a dog and a cat, my basic needs met, including healthcare, gender-affirming care and otherwise." Liliana said, Liliana's engaged. Congratulations, Liliana. She said that, "I want a life not unlike most people, to raise my daughter, marry my girlfriend, and grow old together, and to be left alone, to be who I am without a constant legal or social knife at my throat." What these people are talking about is what you're doing to them. Like, they would not have these problems if you weren't actively doing something to them. These problems don't exist in the world without you taking action, like with LB 574. Nick says, "I want what everyone wants, to live peacefully, to love and be loved." Dylan says that, "I'm a regular human being. I'm no different than any other person. We all have different stories and pasts. I'm just a kid that wants to help people by doing my part as a firefighter. I want to help the environment. I like fishing, art, reading, being a Christian. I'm human." As much as people like Senator Kathleen Kauth want to convince you that there's some sort of epidemic of trans folks, the word that she uses is contagion, which is a word associated with disease, which, not to say the H word, is the same thing Hitler said about the Jews before.
1 minute.
We cannot compare these types of things, but when people say there is a trans genocide going on, that's something that I agree with. People are passing laws deliberately in a mindful way to erase trans existence, from life. And that is embodied by the type of language that lawmakers used to talk about it. When Kathleen Kauth says this is a contagion, like it's a scourge or a pandemic, which she doesn't believe in. She's not like a COVID believer, but she thinks that being transgender is a scourge based on the language she herself has used. There is not an epidemic of trans people. Trans people have existed throughout history, and only recently have they begun to be able to feel and be their most authentic selves because of social acceptance. This person named
That's your time,
Sophie.
Senator, and you're next in the queue, and that's your last time on this motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. This person named Sophie said that she would like lawmakers to know that we have always existed. We are older than Islam, older than Christianity, older than Judaism, older than the very concept of civilization itself. So long as humans have existed, so have we. And so long as humans continue to exist, so will we. Aaron Reed says, and Aaron is a person I'm really lucky to have in my circle. She is the fiance. Her fiance is Zoe Zephyr, who is a lawmaker in Montana who has been barred. We talked about her earlier. She's been barred from speaking for the rest of the entire legislative session. She's a state representative of Montana who's been kicked out of the legislature because she said that the legislature would have blood on their hands if they passed a ban against healthcare for trans kids, which they did. Their feelings were so hurt that she said, you'll have blood on your hands, which we've said that here. They kicked her out of the legislature. So, maybe that's coming down the chute for us. I don't know, but that's what they did in Montana. But Representative Zephyr's fiance, Aaron Reed, said that I have always been trans, even though I only transitioned 4 years ago. It may seem like there are a lot of trans people all of a sudden, but we have always been here. It's only recently that so many of us felt like we could be accepted as ourselves. A lot of queer people might know like the t-shirt slogan and the bumper sticker slogan, if being gay was a choice, I'd be gayer. Trans people don't choose to be trans, full stop. While many trans folks who have access to gender-affirming care will share that they're happy and liberated in their authentic identities, it takes work to get there. And the work it takes to get there is a major life-threatening undertaking. Even without bigots like Senator Kathleen Kauth standing in the way, can be a life-threatening undertaking for them to do that. Trans people do not choose to be born in the wrong bodies. They don't choose to be persecuted in the name of some political agenda. They just exist. It's like being left-handed. It's like someone's hair color. It's nothing. If it bothers you, ignore it. Write it in your diary. Hate them on your own time. Don't pass a whole law. This person, Rosie, says, I didn't ask or choose to be trans. Most people are born in the right body. I was not. My brain nagged at me every single day, and I tried to suppress it for over 40 years until it became unbearable. I had to accept my true self, or I would have gone mad, or I'd be dead. Dr. Andrea Grover says, no one chooses to become a second-class citizen. If it were actually a choice, no one would join a minority that's hated just for existing or to have their rights and safety threatened on the regular. Also, we pay a lot of taxes and are fine upstanding citizens too. Former Representative Stephanie Byers from Kansas says, being trans isn't a lifestyle choice, it's our very existence. Without access to medical care, without affirmation of who we are, it doesn't make us any less trans. Being trans is not indoctrinated. It doesn't come from the outside. It's within us, and it awakens when its time comes. Sabrina says, it's an innate part of who we are. You can try to deny its existence, ban our health care, and limit our social expression, but it won't change the fact that we're still trans. I tried repressing it since I was about 13, but it only made me hate myself.
1 minute.
Until I finally accepted it. Corinne says, coming out to parents at age 26 already felt nearly impossible. If care is banned, coming out to supportive parents means uprooting the entire family. Some kids will stupidly, selflessly choose the despair of the closet over feeling like a burden. It will kill. It would have killed me. Fern said that I'm happy. I wasn't coerced by doctors to transition. I wasn't indoctrinated into a cult. I've always known I was in the wrong body, and finally getting to be myself has had a more significant positive impact on my life than anything else. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Day, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues. I have been saving up a lot of the things that I wanted to say about yesterday's debate. I spent all night thinking about what happened. and was surprised this morning to hear senators so taken aback by the idea that those of us who oppose 574 are somehow still upset and we're still talking about it. Yesterday was the third, fourth, fifth, sixth opportunity to end this conversation. And you could have ended the conversation. You could have ended the filibuster yesterday. Easily, 2-hour debate. You didn't make it to the amendment, the bill dies. But instead, you cheated and lied your way into getting to an amendment that you knew made the bill worse. And you voted for it. So here we are. And there's sort of an ongoing theme this session of discussions about, well, you know, I made sure to thank the redcoats and I went up and I thanked the staff, and I see people sharing, you know, taking and offering candy to the pages. How much do you think it means to a staff member or a page if you thank them for the work that they did or offer them a mini Snickers and then you turn around and vote to take their rights away? Do you think it makes up for that? We seem to misunderstand the difference between being nice and being kind in here. A lot of people are really good at being surface level nice, about having really friendly conversations about the weather or about your kids. But people don't understand what it means to be a genuinely kind human being. According to definitions from dictionary.com, nice is defined as pleasing, agreeable, delightful, while kind is defined as having, showing, or proceeding from benevolence. It goes on to say, it seems that while nice and kind carry positive connotations, only the latter indicates an ethical significance. There were people who, as has already been discussed, left the chamber last night through a special exit so they could avoid confronting the people who had been out in the chamber, or excuse me, out in the rotunda all day, literally begging them not to vote to take their rights away. And I had comments on Twitter from people when I pointed it out, even comments on the floor this morning. Well, don't you know that these people have lives outside of here? Look to your left and your right. They have families to go home to. Yeah, exactly. That's what we've been talking about the whole session. Look to your left and your right. You're taking your own colleagues' rights away. You literally voted to take their rights away. Which one is worse? Walking through a group of people who you know are angry with you, or using the power of your office and the power of government to take someone's right to be a parent away, to take someone's right to access to health care away. Which one do you think is worse?
Time, Senator. Seeing no one left in the queues, Senator Day, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Which one is worse? Which one is more valuable to you? Do you value your friends who are surface level nice? Or do you value your friends who, when you genuinely need somebody to understand, they take the time to listen and genuinely help? Which one is more valuable to you? I don't get it. Like, I don't care if you think that you're a good person because you can tell the redcoats thank you, but you can't walk through the people who you literally just took rights away from. You're not a good person. We have a lot of people in here who will offer to buy you coffee. They'll smile and talk to you nicely to your face. And then they will literally turn right around and say the most nasty, disgusting things about you to other senators. They will literally turn around and call you a groomer or a pedophile. They will literally turn around and vote to take your right to bodily autonomy away. And the thing is that, like, as I've said multiple times, the two sides are not the same. You not passing an abortion ban and you not passing a ban on gender affirming care does not mean that you don't get to be pro-life. It doesn't mean that you don't get to hate trans people. You do. You can go on living your life being pro-life and anti-trans and anti-LGBTQ forever. You are not hurt by not passing these bills. But when you do pass these bills, you are literally reaching into someone's life and dictating how they get to live. You are reaching into someone's life and taking away rights that are absolutely sacred to them. The right to determine if, when, and under what circumstance you start a family. The right to determine who you love and who you want to marry. The right to get your own child the health care that they need to stay alive. You are taking that away from people. Do you not think that they're going to be upset about that? Do you not think they're going to stand out in the rotunda and stomp their feet and shout all day long? And you're too afraid to go out there and look them in the eye. But somehow it's okay because you're offering the pages candy.
One minute.
Since we didn't get any time to talk about the actual bill yesterday, I'm going to continue to talk about why LB 574 as amended is problematic for the state of Nebraska for all of the dozens of reasons that we've already talked about. Nebraska already has had for many years a problem with brain drain. And again, the irony that we didn't get to point out yesterday because we didn't have time to talk about it was we spent all morning talking about taxes and how we're going to attract young people and young talent into the state or keep young people in the state. We have to find ways to attract young people. And then voting for a bill that will literally push them away.
Senator, and you are next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nebraska has had a problem with brain drain for years. And bills like LB 574 and the new amendment are only going to exacerbate the problem. Nebraska is losing college-educated residents at a rate of about 2,000 people per year. Nebraska Public Media News reporter William Padmore asks those who track brain drain what's being done about it and how a reversal of Roe versus Wade could affect the issue. So we're specifically talking about abortion rights here. The article goes on to discuss a young woman talking about as much as she loves Nebraska, she plans on leaving. I was kind of assessing where I wanted to go, not necessarily geographically, but just kind of in my life, and realized that the opportunities for growth that I was looking for did not exist here. When we talk about brain drain, we usually want to talk about the net domestic migration of those with a bachelor's degree or more. Schaefer says, according to the center's research, Nebraska has been suffering from brain drain for at least the past decade. Degree-carrying residents have been leaving the state at a rate of about 2,000 people per year. To put that into perspective, we have over 1.9 million people here in Nebraska. So 2,000 leaving the state every year is not an especially high number, but it is certainly our most educated workforce. Opportunities career-wise and pay partly explain why the young woman and people like her wanted to move. And then it goes on to say, but there's another reason why she wants out. Days after an unofficial Supreme Court opinion overturning Roe versus Wade leaked to the media, she says she told her husband she didn't want to live in a place where her abortion rights aren't protected by law. I was just flat out like, listen, I know that both of our families are here. I know that we grew up in Nebraska, excuse me. But like, if this goes into effect, I don't want to live here. Political climate or culture doesn't even rank among the top 5 reasons why people like Craig leave the state, according to UNO's research. But when Omaha Chamber of Commerce and UNO surveyed young professionals in 2019, they found that nearly half of respondents do care about their community's values and culture. Since the leaked Roe versus Wade opinion was published, the Chamber says it's aware of the potential of future abortion restrictions to affecting brain drain. But Anna Lopez-Shala, the Chamber's Senior Director of Workforce Development, says the organization hasn't given an official opinion yet. Back to North Carolina. Talking about one of the bathroom bills that was passed in North Carolina a few years back. As Senator Hunt mentioned earlier, it says, despite Republican assurances that North Carolina's bathroom bill, another anti-trans bill, isn't hurting the economy, the law limiting LGBTQ protections will cost the state more than $3.76 billion in lost business over a dozen years, according to an Associated Press analysis.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Over the past year, North Carolina has suffered financial hits ranging from scuttled plans for a PayPal facility that would have added an estimated $2.66 billion to the state's economy to a canceled Ringo Starr concert that deprived the town's amphitheater of about $33,000 in revenue. The blows have landed in the state's biggest cities as well as towns surrounding its flagship university and from the mountain to the coast. So for Nebraska's specific information, some highlights from the letter talking about the Omaha Chamber coming out with a letter of businesses opposing LB 574.
Time,
I'm about
Senator.
out of time.
And that was your last opportunity.
Thank you.
Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're welcome to close on your return to select file.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just doing some research. Apparently, there were implications to what happened yesterday. One of them being that a major philanthropic entity in Omaha is withdrawing their support from parochial schools. Yikes. Guess they're putting their money where their mouth is. So I was looking at their 990 to see what that actually looks like. And it is substantial. I had a reporter call me today to talk to me. They wanted to ask me about something it's like, I would call it a deep cut. Years ago, I don't even know, 8, 10 years ago, not sure. StoryCorps with NPR. They came to Omaha. They were at the Joslin Museum. They had an Airstream van, and they set up, and you could sign up for like a lottery to get to do it. And I signed up to do it, and I wanted to interview my parents. And so this reporter apparently found this interview that I did to my parents years ago. And in this interview, I was asking my parents, this is before I ever thought about running for office, I was asking my parents about how their faith informed how they engaged in politics. As many people know, my dad was in the legislature and he also served in Congress in the 70s. And my parents are Catholic. They have 8 children. They raised us all Catholic, sent us to Catholic schools, Catholic high school. Most of us, I think, if not all, went to Catholic universities as well. Catholic, yeah. We're like the poster children for Catholicism. 8 of us. But anyways, in this, I was asking them about how their faith informed. And this has been a question that's been asked of me during all of this. Like, how is how you were brought up? How is your faith informing this? And my faith informs me that it is my job, my duty, my responsibility to stand up for vulnerable people who cannot stand up for themselves, and to use my position of power to that end. The lessons that I learned in my religious upbringing taught me that. And I've been asked about that in conjunction with the Catholic Church. And I am Catholic, and I say that I'm Catholic, and it hurts my heart a lot to say it because of the perversion of the institution of Catholicism. I hate that there are people in this world that show up in this chamber and show up in these balconies and show up in your offices and show up to dinner with you who pervert my religion to be proponents of hate-filled, vitriolic legislation that harms children. I hate it. I hate it. And I'm not going to leave the religion because I am not going to allow those individuals to take that ownership away from me, to force me out of my own religion. Just like Senator McDonald won't let me force him out of his party, and he shouldn't. He can be whatever political party he wants, no matter how much I disagree fundamentally with every decision that he makes. He should not get forced out of the Democratic Party by me, and I will not get forced out of the Catholic Church by the Catholic Conference. I will stand up and talk about it, however. And I am grateful to those in the philanthropic community
who are going to withhold dollars from organizations and institutions that proactively seek to discriminate and advocate and lobby for hate-filled, vitriolic legislation. I appreciate that.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Colleagues, the question before the body is the return to select file for a specific amendment. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. There has been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk?
Senator Aguilar, Senator Albright, voting no. Senator Arch, voting no. Senator Armendariz, voting no. Senator Ballard, voting no. Senator Blood, voting no. Senator Boston, voting no. Senator Bostar, voting no. Senator Bostelman, voting no. Senator Brandt, voting no. Senator Brewer, voting no. Senator Breezy, voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Clements, voting no. Senator Conrad, voting no. Senator Day, not voting. Senator DeBoer, voting no. Senator DeKay, voting no. Senator Dorn, voting no. Senator Dover, voting no. Senator Dungan, Senator Senator Dungan voting no. Senator Erdman, Senator Frederickson, voting no. Senator Holleran, voting no. Senator Hansen, Senator Hardin, voting no. Senator Holcroft, voting no. Senator Hughes, voting no. Senator Hunt, not voting. Senator Ibaugh, Senator Jacobson, voting no. Senator Kauth, voting no. Senator Linehan, voting no. Senator Lippincott, voting no. Senator Lowe, voting no. Senator McDonald, voting no. Senator McKinney, not voting. Senator Mosier, voting no. Senator Merman, voting no. Senator Raybold, voting no. Senator Reapy, voting no. Senator Sanders, voting no. Senator Slama, voting no. Senator Vargas, voting no. Senator Von Gillern, voting no. Senator Walls, voting no. Senator Wayne, Senator Wishart, voting no. Vote is 0 ayes, 39 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to return.
The motion to return fails. Mr. Clerk, do you have any items?
I do, Mr. President. New LR 204 from Senator DeBoer, as well as LR 205, both of which are referred to the Executive Board. Concerning Legislative Bill 816, Mr. President, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh moved to return the bill to select file for a specific amendment, that being FA 127.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open on your motion to return to select.
Thank you, Mr. President. This strikes a section, and I had it open. I think this just strikes section 4, drawing and paying warrants. Page 2, line 14 through line 21. Strike section 4, drawing and paying warrants. The Director of Administrative Services shall draw warrants upon the proper fund in the state treasury for an amount not to exceed the appropriations set forth in this act upon presentation of proper documentation. The state treasurer shall pay the warrants out of the appropriate funds. Workers' compensation premium assessments shall not be paid from the programs listed in this act. There we go. Okay. So yeah, I was just talking about on the last bill about people not spending their money, including their philanthropic dollars, to support organizations that support hate against children. So that's great. I guess, and these are, I mean, in fairness, these organizations have been doing this forever. So I guess thank you to Senator Couth for shining such a bright light on the bigotry of it all that they now feel pressure to no longer support these organizations that have been in active opposition of the LGBTQ community for a very long time. So that's something positive. I'm going to look for the positives that come out of this. So organizations that espouse hate-filled viewpoints on the human condition are going to lose major funding. Our tax dollars are going to, our tax revenue receipts are going to significantly decrease because economic development in Nebraska is going to dry up as a result of these bills. So that's not really a positive so much as, I don't even know. It's not an I told you so. It's more like the stick coming and just being a stick. So that's not a positive. It's actually really a negative. It truly is a negative that our economic development is going to dry up and our tax receipts are going to decrease, which is going to result in us having to increase our actual taxes that we put upon our own citizens, because we are not going to have that revenue coming into our state because corporations have told us very clearly that they won't come here. Very clearly. And if we want to call their bluff, we already know what happened with ConAgra. And it was about the culture because they went to a higher tax state because they preferred it. They preferred the life of living in Illinois to the life of living in Nebraska. And no, there was nothing we could have done at that moment in time, but there was decades of choices that we could have made. And that's what we'll be saying a decade from now when companies leave here because of this policy, because they can't get employees to come here, because they can't maintain their business here, because nobody wants to live here. We're going to say there's nothing we could have done to stop Google from leaving. There's nothing we could have done to stop Amazon from leaving. There's nothing we could have done to stop Facebook from leaving. They just didn't want to be here because of the things we did do. But we'll feign ignorance on that. And that's a future legislature's problem anyways. I mean, so many of the people in here are term limited. It's going to be a new everything in 2025. So not my problem, right? I mean, it's my problem. I'll still be here in 2025, but unfortunately for, I think, pretty much everyone, I will still be here. Yes. So, okay, I was talking about some recipes before I got on this tactic. I was going to go back to the recipes and see. Then I got distracted and ordered some dinner, and then I looked up the 990 of this group to see exactly, or this entity to see exactly how much money they give to some of these organizations. And I was like, ooh, damn. That is a significant blow. A significant blow. But Senator Hunt and I will revisit our starting of our Children's Scholarship Fund. I know we talked about it a while back. It was probably like actually last week, but it feels like 3 months ago, starting our own scholarship fund to provide scholarships to LGBTQ youth. So perhaps that scholarship fund will benefit from these dollars that are being taken away from the other educational institutions. And we can start making sure that kids that are in the LGBTQI plus community are not harmed in the educational system. Or, well, that's not true. Our educational system has a lot of flaws, but do the least harm that you can should be the legislature's motto. Do the least harm possible. Congrats, everybody. You did the least harm you could possibly do today.
Pat yourselves on the back. That's actually true of today. We are doing the least harm we could possibly do today while also still being harmful because we are passing the budget. And, well, these budgets are not so much, they're not as controversial. What we do tomorrow is going to be a little bit more controversial. I think that's going to be like the 181-page budget bill that probably nobody read, but I read, and I read it to you. So if you listen to me, then I guess by association, you read it or listened to it. Okay, so back to the recipes. Balsamic glazed cipollini, definitely not saying that right, with lemon and bay leaves. I do not know what this is. Oh, they're a type of onion. Ooh, I love onions too. Garlic and onions. I'm a fun date. Love garlic and I love onions. I'm not going to read that one right now because I've been wanting to read this one and I have passed it several times and I'm like, I got to go back and read that one. Fig, orange, and pistachio conserve. According to Chef Ernest Miller, a conserve is a jam-like condiment made from 2 or more fruits, including dried fruit or nuts, especially likes their, you know what, my food is calling me. I'm gonna get out of the queue so that I can get my food. I'll yield the remainder of my time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Colleagues, we will be standing at ease until 6 p.m. We will still be on final reading when we resume, so please return promptly to the chamber at 6.
Attention, senators. The legislature is scheduled to reconvene in 5 minutes.
Senators, we're going to begin the evening session shortly. Senator Clemens, Linehan, and Michaela Cavanaugh are in the queue in that order. We'll resume debate on LB 816. Senator Clemens. Who said that? Senator Kavanaugh, what's your point of order?
We are on final reading and everyone has not returned to the chamber. So debate should not resume.
Thank you. Senators, we are on final reading. Please check in. Senators Conrad, Vargas, Breezy, Hughes, and Boson, please return to the chamber and record your presence. We're on final reading. Senators Vargas, Hughes, and Boson, please return to the chamber and record your presence. We are on final reading. All unexcused members are present. Senators, we will return to debate on final reading on LB 816, specifically on the motion. Senator Clemens, you're recognized to speak.
Should I just stand here?
Yeah, that's fine. I guess my assistant's not going to be with me. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the motion to return to select file. FA 127 would strike Section 4. And Section 4 instructs the Department of Administrative Services to draw warrants on the proper fund in the state treasury and for the treasurer to pay the warrants out of the appropriate funds. Well, we'd like for them to pay the amounts out of the correct funds. And so that would be detrimental to this bill and would urge your red vote on that, but the green vote on LB 816. And the LB 816 is the salaries of judges and constitutional officers like the governor and lieutenant governor. And I hadn't finished on LB 813, the first bill we had on some of the deficit items that we had for this fiscal year. I had worked on, last time we had correctional services their medical expense and food expense. Then we've talked before about their salary. The salary increase was $12 million for this fiscal year, and we did approve that because they filled a bunch of jobs that had been vacant. And then but the good news is that in 2022, they had $13.7 million worth of overtime pay. And so if we can eliminate 13 million of overtime pay and add $12 million of regular pay, we'll be having more employees for a similar cost. So the overtime for 2023, we weren't given an estimate, but it should be much less than it was because we have staff on regular pay. The next item is educational television. The Nebraska Educational Television Commission runs the Nebraska media, and they had a problem with the tower, KLNE in Lexington, the tower lights. The Federal Aviation Administration guidelines require towers to sufficiently close to an airway must be lit. And this tower by Lexington is 1,191 feet tall and requires to be lit at night. And the tower was hit by lightning and is currently not operational. So we have a tower there with no lights on it, and it's a potential hazard. And the FAA is saying that we have to have it operating. And so we allocated $160,000 for lighting that tower. And if anybody would like to make a bid on that, it's 1,191 feet to the top. If you'd like to get paid $160,000 to climb up and put lights on it, just let NET know. They're looking for a bid, I think. Next, the state colleges, the State College Board, which is Wayne State, Peru State, and Chadron State colleges, they had a request for more funding for adjunct professors to increase their pay.
1 minute.
Thank you. Increasing their pay from $850 to $1,000 per credit. And it does save money using adjunct professors and keeps student costs low. So we approved $423,000 for that. They also had insurance costs. Their insurance went up quite a bit for those three campuses. We approved $176,000 there. And the operating expenses for the state colleges went up, and we approved $735,000 because of inflation on those three campuses' operating expenses. And I had one more thing. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund had more cash come in from documentary tax, so we allowed $10 million more for Affordable Housing Trust Fund because they had additional cash receipts.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Mr. President, good evening. I was wondering if Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would yield to some questions.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, would you yield to some questions?
Yes.
So before we broke for dinner, you were talking about a significant, I think you said a significant donor.
Philanthropist, yes.
Yes. So, and you talked about their 990.
Yes.
So this is a foundation.
Well, yes, it's a foundation.
Okay.
That's philanthropy.
Yes. And they are going to do what?
They are going to discontinue funding of schools, educational programs that discriminate.
I don't think that's what you said the first time.
I've said parochial schools.
Okay, that's what I thought you said. So has it been
Potato, potato, but yes.
Has there been a press release?
Not that I'm aware of.
How do you know?
How do I know what?
How do you know that they're going to pull their funding?
I was informed.
Oh, but are you willing to say who informed you?
No.
And they pulled it because
Of yesterday,
what yesterday?
the need to stand up for the LGBTQ youth of this state.
It wasn't about abortion. I have a pretty
Maybe
good
it was
idea
about
who it
maybe
is.
it was about that as well. I might not be fully informed. There might be more than one reason.
Did the person that actually makes that decision let you know, or is this a rumor?
I am not going to answer those questions.
You're not going to answer whether it was a decision maker?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to answer questions that would identify for you who I spoke with. No, I'm not.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I am not going to identify for you who I spoke with. No, I will not answer those questions.
Well, then I think until there's a press release or there's an announcement from a actual person who's in control of the foundation, we should maybe set that aside.
That's your perspective. That's not my perspective.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sure that things will be released in the way that they want to be released. I was also told about an incident that happened out in the chamber. And yesterday, not in the chamber, I apologize, in the rotunda yesterday, that there was a protester, somebody who opposed LB 574, who had an altercation with somebody who supported LB 574. And the person who opposed it was, it's unclear what injuries they sustained. It sounds like minor injuries, physical injuries, not minor emotional injuries, but minor physical injuries. And then that person, the person who injured the other person, the injured party was a child. The perpetrator was an adult. So great job, everybody, protecting kids. An adult supporter of LB 574 injured a child opponent of LB 574. It is pretty poetic, really, although I am very sorry for that child on so many levels. But the person who injured them, the child, I was about to say her, but I honestly don't know if I don't know what the child is, so I'll say them. The person who injured them was just escorted out of the building. I'm guessing they weren't banned for life. But I totally take Mike Mosier's point, Senator Mosier's point from this morning about being concerned about things happening because supporters of the bill, LB 574, were inciting violence against children. So now that I am aware of that, gosh, yeah. I haven't heard anybody who supports LB 574 stand up and say anything about it. I've been waiting for someone to say something about it because I know everybody knows about it because we got an email about it. And when we got the email about it, I asked my staff to look into it further as well. But this entire legislature received an email this morning about this altercation. And no one, not one of 33 people, stood up here and said how that was an unfortunate thing that happened and that that is not the spirit of the bill to protect children. It is contrary to your protection of children for a supporter of a bill that is all about protecting children would then assault a child who opposes the bill. Not a one. It's almost 6:30 p.m. Not a one. But you all left through the construction site because you were concerned about your well-being, because you implemented a bill that is harmful to children under the guise that it protects children, and you had to run and hide from those children. Meanwhile, your supporters are assaulting those children. And honestly, that all fits. That all fits. I never know what I'm going to talk about. especially after dinner. Dinner is the hardest time for me to think about what I'm going to talk about. And I was coming back here and I thought, what am I going to talk about after dinner? Should I go back to recipes? But Senator Linehan stopped me in the hallway and told me she was going to ask me questions. And I knew what she was going to ask me questions
1 minute.
about. It harkens back to the corporations and the Human Rights Campaign letter. And I knew what she was going to ask me about. So instead of shifting back to lighthearted cooking by Kavanaugh, I'll just talk about how I'm thinking and feeling. And it is not good. It is not good. And I know the last time I said something, it was when the Westboro Baptist Church was coming, and I said I had lost all respect for the speaker and probably a lot of other people, and somebody's like, how can you keep losing all respect? And my brother had some sort of philosophical way to explain how you can lose all respect, but it like marginally gets smaller and smaller. Infinite? I don't know. He's mouthing the word to me, and I'm just doing a very poor job.
That's your time,
Thank
Senator.
you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Nebraskans. It is true, and I am hearing from other people, you know, it's their news. It's not for us to break the news on the floor of the legislature because Senator Linehan is worried or because business leaders are actually doing what they said they were going to do, which is we're going to lose business, events are going to pull out, funding is going to leave. Shut it down. Yeah. Because of the vote that you took yesterday on LB 574, you can't do this stuff and then, like Senator Hughes, walk around and go, are you mad? Why are you mad? Why are people mad? You can't do this stuff and then, like Senator Linehan, go, now who's pulling funding? Why would that be? Huh, weird. These things have consequences, and no, it's not over. It's not over just like LB 626 wasn't over. Then you manifested a whole new bill out of thin air, rammed it through after you sent the governor around to everybody to threaten them. It's not a great system. It's nothing to be proud of. Some of the other responses I got to my query about what do you wish lawmakers and policymakers knew about what it's like to be you that I posed to trans people. One woman, Corinne, said, coming out to parents at 26 already felt nearly impossible. If care is banned, coming out to supportive parents, accidentally clicked on something. Coming out to supportive parents means uprooting the entire family. Some kids will stupidly, selflessly choose the despair of the closet over feeling like a burden to their parents. It will kill. It would have killed me. Rachel says, the almost immediate resolution of conflict within my brain once starting HRT. It felt right. Tegan says, gender-affirming care literally saves lives. We aren't groomed to be trans. It's something we know about ourselves from a very young age. We just aren't always empowered with the knowledge to vocalize it. Transitioning has enabled me to live a life I never knew was possible. Elspeth says, the labor we go through to fully understand ourselves, we take the time to make sure. I knew I questioned everything before I started HRT at 40. That's hormone replacement therapy. Before any surgeries, these are not light decisions. Allison said that transitioning was an enormous act of faith that was undertaken after a long period of discernment, after consultation with no less than clergy, doctors, nurses, psychologists, lawyers, friends, and family. That coming out and being my true and authentic self saved my life. I was hiding who I really was, and I acted in evil, hypermasculine ways that hurt the people I loved. HRT has made me the happiest and healthiest mentally, emotionally, and physically person I can be. Trans kids know who they are, and we need to believe them, we need to support them, we need to help them make the right decisions. And there can be a whole spectrum of decisions that's right for them. Everyone is on their own timeline. And the people who don't get to say what that timeline is are the people here in this chamber. We don't know better than families, we don't know better than doctors, and we don't know better than these kids themselves who they are. By creating a culture of openness and acceptance and affirmation, young trans
1 minute.
kids have better outcomes for a healthier, safer, happier, more successful life into their adulthood. Josephine says, when kids tell you they are trans, they know it. It's not a fad or a phase. And yes, even at age 4. This person who is a mother of a trans teen says, I would add that living as your authentic self is very hard and takes courage. A lot of you know that in this body because you haven't been able to take votes that really represent who you are and what you believe. She continues, imagine being so sure of that identity that you are willing to endure the hate and ignorance. The rest of us need to support them, period. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Hansen, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kavanaugh, yield to a question, please. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, would you yield to a question?
Yes.
You mentioned that we all got an email this morning pertaining to the incident last night. I looked through my email. I didn't see anything. You said it got sent to all of us. I asked a couple of my colleagues if they got it, and they didn't either. Do you know who it was from?
I will have to look and find it and get back to you.
That's fine. You can share with me later. I at least did want to share what, because she alluded to an incident that happened last night about a quote unquote assault. And so what I'm going to read to you is actually from Nebraska State Patrol Capitol Security, Tuesday evening at 8:05 p.m. NSP Capitol Security observed an altercation between multiple people on the second floor of the Capitol building. During the incident, a man and a teenage girl were arguing. The girl ripped a pamphlet and dropped it on the man. The man tossed another pamphlet in the air. The girl then retrieved a pamphlet from the ground and threw it at the man. A Capitol Security guard then stepped in to separate those involved. The girl reported that a piece of paper had hit her in the face. The girl's mother called 911, and both Lincoln Fire and Rescue and the Lincoln Police Department responded. The girl was transported to the hospital. NSP is not aware of any physical injuries. The man was removed from the building by Capitol Security. The Lincoln Police Department investigated the incident, and no citations were issued. From their official report, I wouldn't say it's official, but that's what they reported online and social media. It doesn't sound like quite the altercation that Senator Kavanaugh alluded to. I wasn't there. I didn't see it. I didn't hear from both parties, so I can't say with 100% certainty. I just want to make it public for the record on what their views were on the incident. So with that, I'll yield the rest of my time to Senator Slama, if she so chooses.
Senator Slama, you have 3 minutes, 5 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. And I would just like to respond that given the information we've been provided by law enforcement about this incident, I do find it inappropriate that 2 people were throwing papers at each other. And my thoughts and prayers are with whoever got injured by a piece of paper yesterday. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. And you are next in the queue.
And I would just like to note, because I forgot, that no charges of assault were filed against anybody involved in that incident. So before we start claiming that somebody assaulted another, like, those words have meaning, and no charges were filed. And I think it's important that we don't incriminate individuals on the floor of this legislature without charges being filed against them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Slama. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is this my last time?
Last time before you close.
Thank you. Fig, orange, and pistachio conserve. Okay, so this looks like it's on like a crostini. According to Chef Ernest Miller, a conserve is a jam-like condiment made from 2 or more fruits, including dried fruit or nuts. He especially likes their complex flavor and texture. In this conserve, he uses the iconic California trio: figs, oranges, and pistachios. All right. So 3 half-a-pint canning jars with lids and rings. Oh boy, this sounds like we're gonna make like conserve first, okay? 1 1/4 pounds Black Mission figs cut into 1-inch pieces, 2 cups of sugar, finely grated zest of 2 oranges, half a cup of fresh orange juice, 2 tablespoons of fresh lemon juice, half a teaspoon of cinnamon, 1/8 teaspoon ground cloves, 1/3 cup raw shelled pistachios. Fill a large pot with water, cover, and bring to a boil. This is really walking you through. This is really holding your hand. Step 1, boil water, but not only boil water, fill a pot with water. Don't forget that important step. If you're going to boil water, please first put said water into a pot. Step 2, cover it. Step 3, bring to a boil. I'm a little disappointed. They started out thorough and then they kind of, let it go, because I would have put more steps in there. Cover it, place it on the stovetop, turn the burner on, and then bring to a boil. Add the canning jars and lids rings with a set of tongs and a ladle and simmer over low heat for about 10 minutes to sterilize. Cover the pot and turn off the heat. Set a metal rack in another large pot. Fill the pot with water, cover, and bring to a boil. Wow. Meanwhile, in a medium saucepan, how many pans do you have to make this conserve? I don't have this many. Oh, I guess that's why I never made it. Meanwhile, in a medium saucepan, combine the figs with sugar, orange zest and juice, lemon juice, cinnamon, and cloves. Bring to a boil, stirring to dissolve the sugar. Boil over moderately high heat, stirring occasionally, and reduced to 3 cups about 10 minutes. Stir in the pistachios. Using the sterilized tongs, remove the jar from the hot water and transfer to a rimmed baking sheet. Ladle the conserve into the jars, leaving 1/2 inch at the top. Using the tongs, place the lids on the jars, followed by the rings. Screw on the lids securely, but not too tightly. Using canning tongs, lower the jars into boiling water of a pot at the rack, with the rack at the bottom, making sure they are covered by at least 1/2 inch of water. Boil over high heat for 15 minutes. Using the canning tongs, transfer the jar to a rack to cool until the lid seals. They will look concave. Refrigerate any jars that do not seal. Store the sealed jars in a cool, dark place for up to 6 months. Oh, served with grilled bread and fresh ricotta. That's in the picture above. Okay. This was recipes that I had researched for a dinner event that I was planning for an organization that I was working at, I think. Otherwise, I don't know what this is about, but I have these all saved. Maybe I just wanted to make them. But if I was planning to give a caterer this conserve recipe, I'm pretty sure they would have kicked me out of their office, because they'd be like, I'm not going to work on canning a conserve for this dinner party of yours, as they will show.
1 minute.
But now I really kind of want to make this. And I want to dig into what is the difference between a preserve, a jam, and a conserve, and a compote. All right, so I only got 1 minute left, and then I'm done until my closing. So, I guess people might keep asking me questions, but otherwise, when I come back from my closing, I've got baked butternut squash and cheese polenta. Yeah, that sounds good. Ooh, I also forgot about my sweet potato lasagna recipe. That one is really good. Man, I didn't realize I had multiple lasagna recipes, because I don't eat that much lasagna, but I guess I do. Again, they're vegetarian because I'm a vegetarian.
That's your time.
Thank
Senator.
you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hansen, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to go back to that incident that Senator Kavanaugh was talking about earlier, where she, I wouldn't say accused somebody, but she read that somebody assaulted a young girl. And I found the email. Actually, she was right. There was an email that was sent to us this morning. I won't mention the name, but if I could, I want to read it to everybody and see if you can tell some differences between what somebody who sends somebody an email versus a Nebraska State Patrol Capitol Security report. So this is the email. She says, "You guys talked about what happened last night. How many of you know that a 15-year-old girl was assaulted by a 40-year-old male that was wearing a red hat supporting Republicans? She went to the hospital. So yes, someone was hurt. Republicans and McDonnell are reprehensible to have let this happen, to be afraid of children and women. Do better, and I hope charges happen to that man. You should all be ashamed of yourselves." So when we get up here and start talking about an incident that happened, I'm going to go with a report from the Nebraska State Patrol versus an email from a random constituent who might have some political bias. So Senator Slama is right. When we do come up here and talk about stuff that happens that we hear about, incidences such as this, I think we should be a little bit careful about how we frame it, because words actually, yes, do have meaning on here, especially coming from us. And so make sure that we wait, have some pause, hear from both sides of the story before you get up here and crucify somebody we don't even know who it is. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Decay, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I was walking up from supper tonight, I was actually thinking about what I wanted to say tonight too, and it come to me. Why don't we talk about 816 and get a recap of what this bill's all about? So when we do go to the vote, we have a better understanding of what we're going to be voting on. Would Senator Clements yield to a question?
Senator Clements, would you yield to a question?
Yes.
Would you like to give us a brief recap on 816?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Senator Decay. LB 816 is the salaries for judges, the base salary for judges, and increases in their health insurance benefits. The base salary means what they were getting paid last year, and this will carry it forward for the next 2 years. The bill after this is going to be the increased amount, which the Judiciary Committee controls. But the bill in 816 is going to reaffirm the current base salaries for Supreme Court judges, appeals judges, retired judges, juvenile court judges, county court judges. Then we get to the governor and constitutional officers. The governor at 105,000 salary, lieutenant governor at 75,000, secretary of state 85,000, the auditor 85,000, the attorney general 95,000, the state treasurer at 85,000, public service commissioners 375,000 for 5 of them. You can figure that out. I can't do that in my head that quickly. The Board of Parole salaries, 508,000 for the Board of Parole. I think there are 5 of them. The tax commissioner, salary limit of 197. I think that's probably more than just him. Workers' compensation court, judges' salaries, and workers' compensation court retired and acting judges' salaries. And those are the items that are in LB 816. We will need to, so we need to do that to affirm the constitutional officers. And I believe it's in the Constitution. That's why we had a separate bill for the senators' salaries, and we're required to have a separate bill for the constitutional officers and the judges. That's in their salaries for all the other agency directors and agency staff are in tomorrow's bill, in the general funds bill, but we're required to have a separate bill for these salaries, I suppose, for transparency, so they're not just buried and our salaries just aren't hidden somewhere in a 180-page bill. And this bill is pretty short, only 7 pages. And so, again, the floor amendment is an unfriendly amendment that would cut out a section that is needed to make this bill operate correctly. So I oppose the return to the select file motion and will ask for your support on LB 816 for green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Clemens. And Senator Decay, you have 59 seconds left.
Thank you. I will yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Decay. Senator Hunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be voting against FA 127 and also against LB 816. for a variety of reasons. One reason is the same reason a lot of you voted for LB 574, which is I'm in a bad mood about the introducer. Just like you guys were in a bad mood about Senator Kavanaugh when Senator Slama was saying, oh, you know, the reason it's passing, Senator Kavanaugh, is because of you, because of your persistence and your filibuster and your antics and behavior. And it wouldn't have had the votes to pass if you weren't doing all this. So that's an example of some legislation that was made personal due to feelings about the introducer or someone else in the body. And I don't really feel like voting for LB 816 either. I don't really feel like doing much, but I want to tell my constituents, I'd give myself like a C+ for you this session in terms of staying on top of other legislation, deal making, this and that. But that's my best. That's the best I can do. And I also feel grateful that I'm part of a team of people who has been working on finding paths, as I have through this whole session, just because, you know, a channel is closed off to me. There are always ways for us to communicate and stay in relationship. Speaking about Senator Kavanaugh's point, and also calling back to a point I was making earlier, I have made homemade jam one time in my life, and it was 13 years ago. I know this because my son was just a baby, and we went to Gettings Garden in Iowa to pick strawberries. And at the time, I ran a dress design company, and I was also, I had a blog that was my income. And it was one of those old-timey mid-2000s blogs that actually generated a lot of ad revenue. And I wrote a book about making fabric flowers. I was a craft instructor. I went all over the country teaching classes and speaking at conferences, and I got a book deal, and that was my life for a long time, being a craft designer. I contributed to over 25 other books, designing projects, designing products for different product lines and craft companies that you would find at Hobby Lobby or Mangelson's or things like that. And that was my life for like 10 years. But one of the things that we did for the blog to get, engagement and comments and things was my staff and I at the time went to Gettings Gardens. We picked all these strawberries with my baby who, was very cute and eating the strawberries. And we made jam out of the strawberries. And that was the first time I'd ever done it. I grew up with my mom doing it. She was always canning something. And I was not ever really part of that I remember. She would probably say I was. She would probably say, yes, you were helping from start to finish on the whole thing, but I don't remember anything like that. But yeah, that was the only time I ever canned something. And we took really nice pictures and we did a post about it, got a bunch of comments, sponsored by Ball or whatever type of mason jar, got my little check, and that's how I supported my family. That was my life for a long time, and that was the only time I ever made homemade jam. First and last time. I would rather pay for the jam at this point in my life, but it goes to show you that people change. It goes to show you that people's priorities can change. Asking people who are trans what it is that they would like lawmakers to understand about them. Thank you, Mr. President. This is the type of response that moved me most. And this is when I say things like, passing a bill like LB 574 is the same as passing a bill to say, no health care for people with brown hair, no health care for people who are born in Lincoln, no health care for people with 3 out of 4 grandparents living. Like any arbitrary thing you can say about a person, it's the same type of discrimination. Because you're just saying somebody can't have something based on who they are, based on something they can't change about themselves. And that's what these responses really reflect. This respondent, Jaden, says that being a pawn in political games is more stressful than anything else that I live on a daily basis. That I've had to accept that I'll never get to go back to Arkansas to see my family and friends. That HRT aided in getting me off all anxiety and depression medications and saved my life.
That's your time, and you're next in the queue.
that HRT aided in getting me off all anxiety and depression meds and saved my life. Samantha replied, yeah, this is nice. I wish more Democrat lawmakers understood that it's really demoralizing to watch the people who are supposed to have our backs completely ignore the issue, outside of a few notable exceptions like yourself. I feel like I'm fighting for my life and politicians don't have my back. Kira says, I wish they understood that personal identity is as precious as it defines the scope of our life experience. The authority of identity shouldn't belong to the government. It should belong to the individual as our life is truest belonging. We must define ourselves to be free. This person said that we spend so long trying to accept ourselves, and now we have to answer to every politician that has some hateful rhetoric up their sleeve. For example, Senator Kathleen Kauth. We just want the freedom to exist as peacefully as possible, and it wasn't until they started throwing tantrums that all eyes shifted. There is truly no trans agenda, and there's a lot of misinformation out there. There are politicians who are desperate for people to believe that trans people are a danger to society, that they're a danger to themselves, that they're making decisions that aren't in their own best interest. And these misconceptions cause a lot of harm because these are the stereotypes and pervasive things people say that actually put people in danger, that actually do put trans people in danger. There is no trans agenda beyond just staying alive. The fact that this bill is even introduced, that we've got protesters out in the rotunda now who are out there all day yesterday chanting for 5+ hours at us, that calls to the suicide hotline have spiked, that even that there was a report of an assault last night. We can quibble about if someone got hit in the face with a piece of paper or what that is. And I know you guys don't believe in feelings, but it sounds like this person had a panic attack. I know what that's like. That's nothing to sneeze at. Even if they're fine, even if that happened, we know it could have been so much worse. We know that there were armed people out there, and we know that none of this would ever have happened if one of you had been present not voting on general file. There you have it. That's the end. This person says, I want them to know the obvious. We're not pedophiles. We're not hurting children. We're not a cult. We're not a social contagion, to use the hateful rhetoric that Senator Kathleen Kauth said yesterday and has continued to say throughout this session. We are not trying to destroy anything except bigotry against us and to live in the public sphere unafraid. We will not be complicit in our own eradication. Ramona says, no one chooses to be trans. It's not a lifestyle or a fetish. It's simply who we are. It's not about invading women's spaces or turning children trans. All we want is for our bodies to align with who we are. Dee says that we have no agenda, that we only want to be left alone and not treated as political footballs. They're not an ideology. They're not a movement. They're just people who are trying to mind their business, and they could, hurting nobody if not for you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Bostelman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Senator Kay was talking a little bit ago about understanding a little bit more about the bills we're actually seeing or voting on here in just a few minutes, I have a couple of questions for Senator Clements, if he would yield.
Senator Clements, would you yield to some questions?
Yes.
Sir Clements, on LB 816, you mentioned a little bit ago that this is for salaries of constitutional officers. Is that correct?
Yes.
How many constitutional officers do we have?
Let me get to the bill here. I'll have to count it up. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I counted 9.
You said there's about 9?
Well, their Public Service Commission I'm counting as 1, so there's 4 more there, and Board of Paroles should be another 4 more. So 9 plus 8, 17.
So we have 17.
Plus then there's judges involved too.
I'm sorry, the last part, plus who?
There are judges besides the constitutional officers.
Right, but right now, we're just looking at constitutional officers, and there's 17, the way it sounds. How much total do we have as far as to pay for those? What's that total?
The dollar amount for those in the fiscal note is not separated between the judges and the constitutional officers. The total amount of general funds is $32 million for judges and constitutional officers.
So if we have 17 constitutional officers, is there any way that it shows, it breaks down between, and the judges comes underneath the next bill, which is LB 799, correct?
No, only the increase for judges will be the next bill. This is the base pay, carrying forward last year's base pay to the next 2 years.
Thank you. So how many, can you tell, you may not, but how many judges then there are there?
No, that would be a lot. There's the Supreme Court, the appeals courts, the juvenile courts, county courts. So they're all over the state. Senator Wayne might be able to tell you better, but there's districts all over the state for the county courts and district court, juvenile court judges.
Does the document show us the difference in pay, say, between a district court judge and a Supreme Court judge?
It only gives me totals for all the judges. I would need to know how many judges there are in each category. Supreme Court is $1.3 million of salaries that's for 7 of them. So that's almost $200,000 per Supreme Court justice. The appeals court, $1.1 million. And you'd have to divide that by how many appeals court judges there are. We'd have to find somebody that would know how many appeals court judges are there. Does anybody know? If there are 5, it would be about $200,000 per person.
So are there, does it break down for the district judges then? How many district judges there are?
1 minute.
I don't see district court judges in here. I just see the county court. Sorry.
So for county courts then?
Yeah, county court salary is $10 million, $10.3 million. And there are a lot of county court judges all over the state.
And we go back when we originally started, was it $32 million was what we're talking for this bill?
The total, let me get to the fiscal note. The total is 32.8 million of general funds, and then there are some cash funds, 1.7. So the total amount is $34.5 million of judges and constitutional officers combined.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Clements. I appreciate that. It helps us understand a lot, me a lot better as to where we're on LD.
That's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Lippincott, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, sir. I was one of the 9 members on the Appropriations Committee this past year. Obviously, this is my first year. There were 3 of us brand new on appropriations. Recently, I talked to 2 of the past chairmen of the Appropriations Committee, and I asked them, I said, how long did it take before you felt comfortable on the Appropriations Committee, knowing the workings of the committee and all the intricacies of the committee? And both of them gave an interesting answer. They said approximately 4 years, which that kind of shocked me. But I've come to realize that there's a great deal of moving parts in the Appropriations Committee and how our budget is all thrown together. And as a matter of fact, it kind of reminds me, I had a conversation with John Kavanaugh a while back, and John was on the Agricultural Committee a number of years ago. And of course, he being from Omaha, he said it was like learning a new language. And I can certainly appreciate that. Being a farm kid, it has a language of its own. And of course, being in the Air Force and then at Delta Airlines, aviation has its own language. And if Senator Clements has a minute or two, I would like to ask him a couple of questions just to kind of give an overview. Recently, I wrote an article. I write articles every week for our hometown newspapers. And I wrote an article about how the budget is built. And it was very interesting to note that it doesn't all just start with us in January. It starts months before that. And if Senator Clements could kind of give an overview as to Keisha, the job that she does, and all the individuals that she has working for her, and how each one of them have a specific area of expertise that they work on. And it's a very laborious task for them to put together a budget proposal and then for us to review it.
Senator Clements, would you yield to that question?
Yes, I will. Yes, thank you. The main budget bill is in this red notebook, and there are 75 state agencies, and starting I think September, they send in their requests to the governor's budget office, and the governor's budget office and forwards them to our fiscal office. The fiscal office puts together this binder, which has the requests of every one of the agencies. They have a lot of different programs. We have Health and Human Services, we have the university, we have NET with the Department of Education, Transportation, Game and Parks, every agency. And so every one of those agencies is in this notebook. And the governor has put all of those together. The fiscal office puts those together after the governor forwards it to them. And then we start going through page by page, looking at the requests and approving carry forward items, but then new items we have to discuss, and we may ask the agency why they need this, or pass over it the first time and then have them come back in for a hearing later. So the first time we go through the whole book. Thank you. We go through the whole book by just the committee. Then we have hearings for any agency would like to come in that was not approved for one of the requests, and the agency will come in and explain why they wanted a certain item that we passed over the first time. And so that's how the process works. And we go through, after the agencies come in, then we go through all those secondary requests and vote on up or down on each of those items. And that's pretty much the budget process, but it takes all of January, February, March, and April, every session day, to get that done, and in a lot of lunch times and some during session. I just wanted to thank the committee for all their work, and it's been a long process, but I'm glad to see that we're
That's your time, Senators.
Done.
Thank you, Senators Lippincott and Clements. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion on the desk.
I do, Mr. President. Speaker Arch moved to invoke cloture on LB 816 pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
Speaker Arch, for what purpose do you rise?
Roll call vote.
Senators, please find your seats. We're on final reading. All senators, unexcused senators, are present and in their seat. All unexcused members are present. There's been a request for a roll call vote on the cloture. Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Boston, voting yes. Senator Bostar, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Day, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, voting yes. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holdcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting no. Senator Ibach, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McKinney, not voting. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Raybold, voting yes. Senator Reapy, voting yes. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting no. Senator Vargas, voting yes. Senator Von Gillern, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Wayne, not voting. Senator Wishart, voting yes. Vote is 43 yeas, 2 nays to invoke cloture, Mr. President.
Cloture is invoked. Senators, the next vote is on the motion to return to select file for amendment FA 127. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting no. Senator Albright, voting no. Senator Arch, voting no. Senator Armendariz, voting no. Senator Ballard, voting no. Senator Blood, voting no. Senator Boston, voting no. Senator Bostar, voting no. Senator Bostelman, voting no. Senator Brandt, voting no. Senator Brewer, voting no. Senator Breezy, voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Clements, voting no. Senator Conrad, voting no. Senator Day, not voting. Senator DeBoer, voting no. Senator DeKay, voting no. Senator Dorn, voting no. Senator Dover, voting no. Senator Dungan, voting no. Senator Erdman, voting no. Senator Frederickson, Senator Holleran, voting no. Senator Hansen, voting no. Senator Hardin, voting no. Senator Holdcroft, voting no. Senator Hughes, voting no. Senator Hunt, not voting. Senator Ibach, voting no. Senator Jacobson, voting no. Senator Kauth, voting no. Senator Linehan, voting no. Senator Lippincott, voting no. Senator Lowe, voting no. Senator McDonald, voting no. Senator McKinney, not voting. Senator Mosier, voting no. Senator Merman, voting no. Senator Raybold, voting no. Senator Reapy, voting no. Senator Sanders, voting no. Senator Slama, voting no. Senator Vargas, voting no. Senator Von Gillern, voting no. Senator Walls, voting no. Senator Wayne, not voting. Senator Wishart, voting no. Vote is 1 nay, 42 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to return to select file.
Motion fails. Mr. Clerk, please read the bill.
Gross Legislative Bill 816, used by Arts to request the governor bill for an act relating to appropriation fund the payment of salaries, benefits to officers 2023-24 defined term offer to date declares emergency being enacted by the state of Nebraska appropriation and hereby appropriates the amount specified in the action minister salaries, benefits to the state government definition approved purposes act period beginning July 1st, 2023 and July 30th, 2024 year beginning July 1st, 2024 and July 25th. County assessment system definition. The definition covering the Nebraska County such minimums file. Clerk legislature hereby adopts the bill's definition except provided 41 of the SAG drawing departments. Director of the DAS to warrants upon this plan, the sheriff treasurer may not exceed the proper approach for set forth proper documentation for state treasurer more appropriate funds proper to pay for the Student Act, Section 5 of the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court Justice salaries, general fund fiscal years 2025, general funds for 1,604.09 program total photo salary limit age, Supreme Court of Appeal judge salary pro repeal 1,377,777 salary limit 301,304 3 section Supreme Court for retired judge salary fund general fund fiscal year 24 72,72 program total 72,46,33 salary limit for 69,384 69,832 the unexpected general fund appropriation existing June 30 20 here reappropriation expenditure fund June 30 hereby reappropriated benefit for the state DAS administrative general funds both programs 64 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, age 15, risk free. Supreme Court has determined transfer funds function statewide core operation for Justice Section 8, Supreme Court Justice Judge salary fiscal year general fund 24, 50 million, 993 fiscal year salary limit 50 salary limit state and age Supreme Court such county judge or salary general fund fiscal year 12,460 program total 12,344 12,443 salary limit section 8 program governor program salary governor general fund 1,151,905 900 program limit 1,105 900 salary limit lieutenant governor price general fund 1,900 with two funds program title 91 200,109 salary limit 75,000 section Secretary of State program host salary Secretary of State general fund 200 122 5,700 5,787 577 salary limit 8 fund 8 auditor public account program accounts fiscal year 2023 general fund 128,010, 152,047, 85,085, Secretary of Limited General Insurance salary. Fiscal year 24 General Fund Program total salary limit 141, 142,368, 99,000. Student State Treasury retirement. Fiscal year 2025 General Fund Cash Only Program to the salary total 583, 4, 505, 136, 36, 85, 85,000. Section areas for public service commission salary public service fiscal year 24, 25 for General Fund Program total salary limit 503, 506, 506, 449, 4505, 506, 440, 37,357. Secretary Agency Board of Pride and Parole Program for the 50 year 2024-25 General Fund Program totals salary limit 608, 714, 788, 508, 508 salary limit agency number Department of Revenue Treasury Tax Commissioner fiscal year 24-25 General Limit Cash Fund Program limit salary total 195,059, 60, 24. State legislature appropriation salary limit students program meet anticipated expenditure tax commission requesting additional appropriation height salary limit used to the appropriation salary limited restricted by the Department of Industry the legislative 30 section 19 section 307 workers compensation court judge salary 50 year 20 cash fund program salary limit 1,552 1,284 18 1,208 agency of workers compensation court program 6 retired rejecting salaries cash fund program limit salary total fiscal year 24 25 23 24 555 66 55 66 51 33 59 51 33 limitation salary and wages per diems as using the SAC salary limit to expenditure total beach expenditure per diem means all registered compensation internal registered specifically including the payments for U.S. holiday sick compensatory time deferred total expenditures permanent temporary salary per diem still bound constitutional option limited expenditure permanent temporary salary per diem issued increase considering comes from permanent temporary salary per diem seeing limitation expense per diem 50 years 25 certified encumbered amounts for encumbered amounts should be calculated section 81-138-01 section 22 the act becomes operative July 1st 2023 section 23 since emergency exists this act takes effect when passed and approved according to law.
All provisions of law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 816 pass with the emergency clause? There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Boston, voting yes. Senator Bostar, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Day, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, voting yes. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting no. Senator Ibaugh, Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Not voting, Senator Mosier. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Wayne. Not voting, Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Vote is 44 ayes, 2 nays, 3 present not voting, 0 excused not voting.
LB 816 passes with the emergency clause. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, some items quickly. Amendments to be printed from Senator Michaela Cavanaugh to LB 814, Senator Clements to 814 as well. New LR 206 from Senator Wishart. That'll be referred to the executive board, and LR 207 from Senator John Cavanaugh. That will also be referred to the executive board. Mr. President, returning to the agenda, legislative bill 799. Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to return the bill to select file for a specific amendment, that being AM. Mr. President, excuse me, a priority motion. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to recommit the bill to committee.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I forgot about my priority motion on this. The committee, Judiciary. All right. I do not remember what this bill is. Oh, judges' salaries. Yes, judges' salaries. Now it's all coming back to me. Vaguely, in very sparse detail. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I don't know about you all, but I am tired. Yesterday was a long day. Today is a long day. And it's like extra long when we're on final reading because you can't leave. You can go to the restroom. You can sit off to the side, but you can't leave. Even if I want my favorite ice, which is from the vending machine room, I have to have a page get it. Even if I have the time to go and get it myself, I still have to have a page get it because we're on final reading. So that makes this extra painful. I have noticed the lobby is quite empty from lobbyists, not from other people, but from lobbyists because they can't pull people off the floor because we're on final reading. You can't leave. And that was why when we got back from dinner, I made the point of order and it was acknowledged that we needed to wait because we are on final reading. We couldn't just stand at ease and unstand at ease, whatever that is, undo presto magic, and not have everybody check in because we're on final reading. I do see like people are flocking out of the two doors, and I assume that they are just hanging out back in the cloak area because they cannot leave unless they're all checking out. Ooh, dangerous. Do we have 33 people checked in? Oh my goodness. Do we have 33 people checked in? Do we have 33 people checked in? Oh, good. All right. You unlucky souls that didn't check out fast enough, you have to stay in case I stop filibustering because this needs 33 votes. Yikes. Yikes. So make sure before you check out that you're not number 17 to check out because
let me just tell you, the moment that there are 32 people checked in, I am definitely going to pull things up to go to a vote on this. And then others will have to filibuster the bell until people who checked out get back. Yikes. Math. Math is great. Math is great. All right, so we've got 33 checked in. That's great. This has had a journey. Let's see here, it was introduced in January. Had a March hearing. It's placed on general file. Speaker priority, speaker major proposal. Now, what does a speaker major proposal mean? That the speaker gets to take up the order of the amendments and motions. So this actually, technically, this priority motion did not have to be taken up as a priority motion because it is a speaker major proposal. So this could have come up after my amendment, but I assume that that wasn't done because why go out of the natural order unless there's a necessary reason to do it? And there isn't, because nobody cares about getting to my pending amendment. I'm not sure that I care about getting to my pending amendment. I might care. I have to refresh myself on what my pending amendment does. Oh, it strikes section 1. And in this case, I don't recall what section 1 was. So final reading, strike section 1. Well, now here's a question that I genuinely don't know the answer to. My amendment that is pending strikes section 1. Section 1 itself strikes statute. If we were to adopt my amendment striking section 1, would we therefore be striking the striking of the statute? We would. We'd be unstriking. By striking section 1, we'd be unstriking the striking. Say that 10 times fast. Striking, unstriking the striking, unstriking the striking, unstriking the striking, unstriking the striking. I lost count. It's probably 3 times. Okay. Well, don't worry, because we are on a motion to recommit to committee. And hopefully there are still 33 people in the chamber. Kind of got to count now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Just by the hair of my chinny chin chin. 2 people, if 2 people leave, bam, off to the races. Bam, off to the races. Don't recommend it, folks. Don't check out. There's only 34 people here. Or do check out. That would be fun. Do check out. Oh, more people came in. All right, 2 in, 2 out. 2 in, 2 out. We're at 36. Wait, I missed the Senate. Nope, I think I counted him. I don't know if I counted Senator Hansen because he's sitting up front, and I don't know if he was sitting over there when I started counting. So we could be at 37. We could be at 37. Well, in that case, 5, 6, oh no, my math is bad. 4 people can leave and we're good. But if 5 people leave, we are not so good. So, Mr. President, how much time do I have?
2 minutes, 35 seconds.
Thank you. And I believe I'm next in the queue. Okay, so someone sent me Fighting Monopoly Power, How States and Cities Can Beat Back Corporate Control and Build Thriving Communities, which sounds interesting. But I just want to take a moment before I dig into that for a preview for tomorrow's conversation, because tomorrow is going to be the mainline budget. And tomorrow is another opportunity to talk about how great we're doing with our correction system and how much money we are throwing at it. Senator McKinney made some great comments this morning about loss of workforce, brain drain. I think he termed it differently. Hopefully I'm not paraphrasing incorrectly, but passing legislation that's unfriendly, that makes people not want to live here. It's going to make our incarcerated population even that more important because they're stuck here. So they're going to become an economic driver unlike we've ever known before. So we probably should pay them livable wages because those wages pay income taxes. And they pay tax on goods and services that they purchase. So in reality, if we are stuck having an incarcerated workforce, ergo, therefore, connect the dots, we should be paying them a livable wage because that is the only way our economy is going to thrive and survive moving forward. The corrections business model from your Nebraska legislature. I really think we should flesh this out. I think Senator McKinney was onto something this morning. I mean, yes, livable wages, great idea. But this is a guaranteed pool of human beings that cannot leave the state. So let's capitalize on that. Heck, let's exploit that. In fact, let's increase that. I have changed my mind. Let's not do criminal justice reform. If we do that, we might lose this valuable workforce that we are going to have to rely upon.
That's your time, Senator, but
Thank
you're
you.
next in the queue.
Thank you. We are going to have to rely upon incarcerated individuals to be the economic driver and workforce in this state moving forward because they are the only people that can't leave if they want to. Other people can't leave if they want to for economic reasons. These are people who can't leave if they want to economic reasons are not taken into account. They just can't leave. Their house, their home is the square footage we have given them. So, as such, I do think it's important that we reevaluate pay. Because so much of our tax receipts are based off of income taxes and sales tax. And if we have our major population of a workforce incarcerated getting paid cents on the dollar, they are not going to be contributing to our economic revenue the way that we need them to effect property tax relief. Now, maybe this won't matter because we won't need to educate children anymore because parents won't bring them here. So maybe that's the long game that we're playing here. Maybe that's the math that we're playing here is that parents will leave, parents won't relocate here, our child population will drastically decline. Of course, there's always the concern of Senator Erdman's great replacement theory to take into account. So we might have that. Gosh, what a tangled web. What to do, what to do. Well, regardless, I still think that we should increase wages for incarcerated individuals because $1 whatever they make is not a livable wage. It is not helpful for even buying commissary items and certainly not helpful for supporting a family outside of the correction system. So if we want to improve the economic health and reduce recidivism for our incarcerated populations, we should definitely be considering increasing the pay within corrections. So there we go. Now, do I have any more recipes to share? I kind of need a theme, like a type of food. I did print off the recipe sheet that I printed off included a recipe for muhammara, which is a Middle Eastern dip-ish. I mean, it can be a dip. There's different types. The type that I printed off was a roasted red pepper, walnut, I think pomegranate molasses. Not pomegranate and molasses, a pomegranate molasses. I said it here somewhere. Where did I set that? Just a moment. Okay. Well, that's just an article on genocide. Well, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for my muhammara recipe. Well, darn it all. All right. Well, I will have to find it again later, but that's one type of muhammara. It could also be like this
1 minute.
Sort of spicy red pepper flake type of dip. That version I have used to make some excellent soups. There was a point in a time in my life where the only apparatus I had to cook on was a little hot plate and nothing else. Like nothing. Not a microwave, not an oven, not a stove, not a toaster, not a toaster oven, a hot plate for about 6 months. So I had to get very creative at that point in time with my cooking. And I did, I think, for the most part. But the muhammara was one of the things that I remember coming across and using in my cooking and then trying to reproduce it again. I like to try and reproduce things. This is a hard line difference between myself and Senator Megan Hunt. I like to try and reproduce meals that I've had. Because I like cooking. I just like to learn. I like the creativity of it. I like the challenge of it. Oh, Senator Blood was asking me about making my own yeast, wild yeast. And I think I'm not going to have enough time on this time go around, so I'll explain that
That's your
another
time,
time. Thank
Senator.
you.
While the legislature is in session and capable of transacting business, I propose to sign and do hereby sign LB 816. Begin with the timer, Senator. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I feel like I won't be able to meet that, the drama that was built with the expectations there. But I just wanted to punch in. I haven't talked much today, but I feel like Senator Michaela Kavanaugh has made a couple of statements that I feel like I need to either respond to or correct. One is called Cherokee purple tomatoes. Those are the tomatoes that I get from the seed library that are fantastic. I gave some to Senator Decay that I got from the library. And when she was talking about losing all respect, and I had, explained or suggested to her that maybe when she has said it more than once, it fits into this sort of, theoretical physics model of you can never close a distance entirely. If you're going, from point A to point B, you can never get to point B. You just go halfway between point A and point B, and then, you can go halfway between point A sub 1 and point B, and then you go halfway between A sub 1, and so on, and you just keep halving the distance, so you never actually get there. And so I just proposed that maybe that's what, when she has said that more than once about any particular individual, that maybe that's what she was referring to it in that context. So I think those are the two big ones that I wanted to make sure I responded to. But as long as I've got you, this weekend is the last weekend of Neighborhood Dump Day in Omaha, and you guys all know how much I love Neighborhood Dump Day. So you can go to the Waistline, Omaha Waistline. You can look up Neighborhood Dump Day, May 20th. Find the locations. I think that actually Senator Michaela Kavanaugh's neighborhood is having one at Hillside School this weekend. And then I believe there's one at Elmwood Park. So some good locations to take some things to get the dump. You can borrow, if you have a truck, or you can borrow your brother's truck, and go, take some things to the dump. And also it is, now that we're coming full circle, got my seeds from the seed library, got my seeds started, got some of them actually transferred into the beds, but I need to deliver the seed starters that I have, and I've got about 120 or so. So if anybody wants, I think I've got all kinds of things: okra, spinach, basil, lots of basil. I know, I'll bring some to you. That was for the record. That was Senator Michaela Cavanaugh was waving. Again, Senator Erdman, that's what the for the record's for. Putting things into the record that aren't visible from the audio recording, so that they can be recorded in the record. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh was waving when I said who would like some seed starters. Anyway, judges' salaries is this bill. I think I'll be voting for this. We've got some really great judges. And Senator Bosselman's question of the last round, 6 Court of Appeals judges. I don't know how many there's lots of different judges, all different levels. I'm sure somebody has a list of the total number of judges, but that one was easily findable on the court website. So I'll be voting for that. I will not be voting for the motion to recommit on this particular bill. And if anything else comes up that I think Senator Cavanaugh requires specific correction from me on, I will punch it again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cavanaugh. Senator Day, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 799 and in opposition to the motion to recommit. I have been patiently waiting to join the conversation about food and cooking for the entire session, because I love to cook and I love talking about food. And talking about how much I love talking about food and wine. And Senator Cavanaugh has graciously started that conversation, and I will eventually join that conversation. Cooking is maybe a more recent hobby of mine in the last several years. I wasn't really into cooking when I was younger. I was a big fan of not having to do the work and just eating out. But the older I've gotten and the more I've gotten, and I talk about this all the time and people are probably sick of hearing it from me, but the more I talk about my own heritage, my family, my mother's side of the family being from Sicily, and looking more into that, and then traveling more, I have gotten more into cooking and food from that perspective. And eventually I will talk about that. And I know you all cannot wait. But first, I want to continue to dig more into what I did not get to talk about yesterday on LB 574, and I'm not sure if I will have time to talk about because we only have 2 hours left on that bill. So going back to the issues that Nebraska has already had for a decade with brain drain, currently losing over 2,000 college-educated young people over the age of 25 per year, partially because of career opportunities and low pay, and also as more people have weighed in recently because of the political climate and the culture of Nebraska and things like LB 574. So specifically, the business community's opposition to LB 574, even as amended. So if you think that voting for the amended version of LB 574, somehow you're voting for a version of a bill that the business community does not oppose, you're not, because they had also mentioned abortion restrictions in the things that they see as being problematic in creating a positive, business positive environment. On April 26th, an article came out let's see, this is from Paul Hamill. Titled, Omaha Chamber Urges Legislature to Avoid Measures Contrary to a Positive Business Environment. At least 2 companies have crossed Omaha off meeting lists due to bills like one blocking gender-affirming care for minors, LB 574. Concern about losing conventions and new employees, the Greater Omaha Chamber of Commerce took a stand Wednesday in support of diversity, equity, and inclusion and against legislation that threaten Nebraska as the warm and welcoming state as we know it to be. We have to be an inclusive state if we want to have a future, said Tim Burke, the interim president CEO of the business organization. Burke spoke after the chamber issued a broad statement on Wednesday calling on state lawmakers to pursue legislation that is, quote, supportive and inclusive and not harmful to efforts to recruit and retain needed workers. Again, I will mention the fact that we spent all day yesterday before moving on to 574 talking about incentives tax-wise to attract young talent and young workers, and beyond that, some of the other tax bills, corporations into the state and keep the ones that we already have. And then we have had 3 separate occasions this session where we've had 3 separate letters that have been sent out on behalf of hundreds of businesses urging the legislature not to introduce and pass bills like LB 574.
That's your time, Senator. I did not give you your 1-minute warning, so it's my fault. Senator Hunt, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I feel so bad about what happened yesterday, but I feel so encouraged by the feedback, by the messages from people in your districts, from farmers, from people all over Nebraska, from people I have known since I was young, people who were my teachers when I was a kid. People I met around the country at different conferences as a lawmaker. And one person just texted me, thank you. And he's a professor who has a trans son. And, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, I didn't even think that he was listening. I didn't even know that he was watching what we were doing. And, you know, it goes both ways, doesn't it? You never know how many people are looking at what you're doing. For better and for worse. Senator Kauth doesn't know how many kids have seen what she's doing and chosen to harm themselves, who have contemplated doing something terrible. And I say to those kids, do not let someone like Senator Kauth be the reason that you're not here anymore. Your life is worth so much more than that, than anything she can ever do to you. I asked trans people what they wished lawmakers knew about them, and I want to share some of their responses. Alex said, "We are a large, diverse group of individuals with a diverse range of beliefs. We're not an ideology or even a movement." Every time I click on one of these, it takes me out of the page. All right. Gail says that we are not evil and that transitioning is something we can't not do. And honestly, we're not hurting anyone. Trans people are at an increased risk of violence every day. Reports show that at least 32 transgender folks were fatally attacked in the US in 2022. Legislation that attempts to criminalize trans folks only increases this risk of violence. That in and of itself is a major cause for concern. Even the legislation, even the introduction of legislation increases the risk of violence against trans people, but they know that. I have to think that Senator Kathleen Kauth knows that. And that she is glad. I think that if we were to say to her, what do you think about increased risk of violence against trans people? She'd say, I've got no problem with that. I don't want them to live in Nebraska anyway. Because that's pretty much what she has said on the record in the news. Trans people are at an increased risk of violence every day. It forces trans people to be on high alert, to protect themselves instead of living, thriving, and contributing to their communities. This kind of trauma, fear, and risk can have lifelong consequences, contributing to their overall health, to their well-being, to where they choose to live, and where they're able to be in community with others. Remember that guy who said one of the saddest things to him is that he feels he can't go back to Arkansas to see his friends and family where he grew up. I promise you, Senator Linehan, that there are Nebraskans who are going to have the exact same experience because of LB 574. Because they're going to see that lawmakers have made Nebraska a place that's not safe for them to live. This person says that so much of our lives revolve around trying to avoid hostile treatment from people who think we shouldn't exist. Joan says, I already struggle with self-image and just want to be happy, but I live scared of every lifted truck cat calling me and then getting mad after they realize. She's saying that she gets catcalled, and then when people realize she's trans, she's more at risk of violence, and that scares her. I get that. This person says it's the fear of losing jobs and social standing once you're out. One thing that Senator Kathleen Kauth doesn't understand, or at least didn't say, is that when we talk about detransitioners, or people who go back into the closet from being trans, or people who decide they do not want to live as a trans person, it's most likely, in almost every case, because of threats of violence or because of lack of acceptance from their community, because they aren't able to get a job, they lose their housing, whatever reason, because of their identity as a trans person, not because they change their mind.
That's your time, Senator
Thank you,
Hunt.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Day, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Going back to the article from Paul Hamill about the Omaha Chamber's statement, in the article it says, let's see here, Tim Burke, who is the interim president and CEO, said that the chamber has received at least 2 messages from companies that have crossed Omaha off their list of annual meeting sites because of the bills being considered by the legislature this year. Let me repeat myself if you're not listening. The Omaha Chamber received messages from 2 separate companies that crossed Nebraska off their list of annual meeting sites because of bills like LB 574. It's already happening simply because the bills have been introduced. What do you think is going to happen if the bill passes, which at this point, I assume it's likely to? As I mentioned earlier, in North Carolina, the anti-trans bill that they passed costs the state more than $3.76 billion in lost business over 12 years. You literally have hundreds of businesses asking you not to vote for these bills, and you will turn yourselves upside down and inside out to do so. These businesses don't care about their taxes if they can't find employees to work for them. The disconnect sometimes of some of the people in this chamber is so bizarre to me. Like last night, after the vote, there were some protesters up in the balcony chanting the same thing that the protesters out in the rotunda were chanting: one more vote to save our lives. And we were a little bit shaken up in the chamber, quite frankly, just because of how things had gone during the day. They were clearing out the balconies. I started to tear up a little bit because, again, this session I've just been overly emotional because of everything that's going on. And there was senators standing on the other side of the chamber in here, just laughing and giggling away. Not thinking twice about what they had just done and about what they were doing. Just palling around, laughing and giggling. It's just a fun Tuesday night here in the chamber.
One minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are passing legislation that is not only very dangerous to the people of Nebraska, it is dangerous to the economy of Nebraska. And we are so dead set on doing it that we won't even hear the other side. We have an amendment. We have an amendment that is an actual compromise sitting there on select file that illustrates in black and white what the actual compromise was supposed to look like, in contrast to the amendment that was adopted yesterday.
That's your time, Senator, and you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And that's your last time.
Okay, thank you. In addition to the two companies that crossed Nebraska off their list of annual meeting sites because of these bills, Tim Burke also said a potential employee from Little Rock, Arkansas, declined a job in Omaha specifically because of the political climate here. Tim Burke said that's the impact it's having on employment and recruiting and retention. It's literally happening right now. Businesses, corporations, employees are saying no. We're not going there. We don't want to go there. And I don't understand why you don't care about that. What kind of future do you want to leave for your children and your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren? Is that the legacy you want to leave behind? Is being a part of the legislature that destroyed Nebraska's economy? Being a part of the legislature that voted bills through that literally created the tipping point for Nebraska becoming one of the least business-friendly states in the country. Is that what you want? Because that's what you're doing. And you cannot deny that. We have it here in black and white. I think it's funny that we start talking about the incident that happened out in the rotunda or wherever it happened on the second floor, whether it was assault or, somebody got hit in the face with a piece of paper, and we're really focused on what the facts are. I really want to focus on the facts. We really gotta weed through the political bias. It really matters when we're talking about that. But when we're talking about actual legislation that's going to impact literally thousands and thousands of people's lives in Nebraska, we don't care about the facts. We don't care about working through the truth and the political bias. We want to set aside the discussion about the group that had decided to pull their funding from parochial schools until we have a press release. But when we get the press release, you just ignore it, like we did with the letter from the 300 plus corporations. We came back, we provided you the evidence that it was up to date and that it was relevant to our legislation after you asked us to set it aside, and then you just brushed it aside and basically said you didn't care. Where's the disconnect? Where does it happen for you? I don't understand when we work so hard in here. All of us do. Everybody's tired, everybody's stressed, everybody's worn out. Even on the most simple piece of legislation, at least I do, I got to work really hard to get it to go anywhere.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Why do you want all of that hard work to go towards things that are literally going to tear your own state apart? Why? I don't get it. What are you here for? Genuinely. Burke said the chamber's statement came after business leaders expressed concerns about bills viewed as sexist, racist, or homophobic working their way through the legislature this year. Initially, he said the organization, which represents 3,000 businesses, felt it was not equipped to weigh in on issues involving personal medical care decisions or medical decisions regarding patients, their children, and healthcare providers. But over time, Burke said it became clear
That's
that the
your time,
efforts...
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak, and that's your last time before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. So yesterday, I had my remarks that I said at the start of yesterday's debate on LB 574. I had them typed up. I typed them up. I didn't have them typed up. Don't have a stenographer. Take this down. No, I typed them myself. Sorry. I really like, I was going to say Angela Lansbury. Ooh, I'm a little tired. I really like Agatha Christie. I mean, Angela Lansbury's character in Murder, She Wrote, I think is kind of loosely based on being like an Agatha Christie type person. But anyways, I really like Agatha Christie, and oftentimes in Agatha Christie, there will be like a secretary who's taking down the notes or taking correspondence. I would love to have somebody who just takes correspondence for me. Don't know what that means, but that would be very fun. I was looking for my remarks are here somewhere. Thought maybe I should read them again. And I probably will. If I find them, I will read them again. Why do I bring this up? Reporter. Honestly, lose track. I know we all do right now these days. All the reporters want to talk to all of us because this is must-see TV. Your Nebraska Legislature. Who isn't watching public access TV at 7:57 on a Wednesday night? Is it Wednesday? It is Wednesday, I think. Happy birthday to either Eamon or John. And if it's John's birthday today, it's Eamon's birthday tomorrow. And if it's Eamon's birthday today, it's John's birthday tomorrow. I have a lot of family. Nick's birthday, Mikey's birthday was the 3rd. Nick's birthday was the 4th. Diane's was yesterday, the 16th, with Senator DeBoer. Eamon or John is today. Eamon or John is tomorrow. This is all one family. They have a lot of May birthdays. They're my cousins. So happy birthday, Eamon. Actually, if it is Eamon's birthday, I should have wished him birthday way earlier because he turned 4. So hopefully today's John's birthday. Happy birthday, John. And then earlier tomorrow, I will remember to wish Eamon a happy birthday.
Oh my gosh, I was talking about my remarks from yesterday and I got so sidetracked. This is like, Senator Hunt, I am so sorry. I can't even imagine what it's like to have a conversation with me. Like, because this is what it is to like have a conversation with me. And it's like, focus, Michaela. What were you trying to tell me? I wasn't trying to tell you that was Eamon's birthday. I just remembered that it might be, or it might not be. And that just sent me on a journey. So this morning, I was really channeling, I'm sure a lot of people know this GIF or this GIF. I was really channeling Leslie Knope, where she's wearing the t-shirt that says, I hate Mondays, and she's drinking like a big gulp of some sort. That's what I was channeling this morning when I got dressed. I'm actually dressed up more. It's hard to believe I could be dressed up less, but I am dressed up more than I was initially planning to be today. I was going to wear my hot pink sweatpants and a t-shirt and really channel those vibes. But I stayed here last night and I had my hot pink sweatpants. But
1 minute.
Thank you. The only t-shirts I had were political campaign t-shirts. And I might be in a dark place, but I still am going to respect this institution enough to not roll in wearing a campaign t-shirt. So I'm wearing my romper, jumper, whatever you want to call it, which is actually, it's nice. It's a nice outfit. I usually wear a blazer with it, but I'm wearing it with just a cardigan today. And I got my hair tossed up into a super, super messy lavender crushed velvet scrunchie from my oldest child, who I took it from them right before I left to come here because I was like, I need something to pull my hair back. And not wearing any makeup and just rolling in Leslie Knope style. I don't have a big gulp because I don't drink big gulps, but thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Senator Kavanaugh. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Whew. Very fitting that I had to come from a long distance because the reason I punched in was to circle back to what I was talking about earlier. Had a professor email me, so people are watching at home, watching us, even though it's really quiet in here. It feels like there's one person up in the gallery. No, two people. There may be people over here that I can't see, but there's not. This is a pretty low-key time in here, and so it feels like nobody's paying attention. But I did have a college professor email me and say the thing I was talking about was called is a Zeno's paradox, or one of the Zeno's paradox, and it's from I looked it up. I think it was Aristotle. The professor can email me if I'm getting it wrong, but about the idea that you can divide a task, a finite task, into an infinite number of steps, and therefore theoretically you could never finish a finite task. And so I thought that was maybe appropriate to point out that we could call it the Michaela Kavanaugh corollary to Zeno's paradox. Maybe would be a new mathematical theorem or philosophy exercise. So that was one thought, and then I actually think I have it here. So the other one I thought was kind of interesting was that this is from an extremely reputable source, Wikipedia, describing the Zeno's paradox, and it says the sequence also presents a second problem in that it contains no first distance to run. For any possible finite first distance could be divided in half, and hence would not be first after all. Hence, the trip cannot even begin. The paradoxical conclusion then would be that travel over any finite distance can be neither completed nor begun, and so all motion must be an illusion. The argument is called the dichotomy because it involves repeatedly splitting a distance in two parts. An example with the original sense can be found in the asymptomes. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. It's also known as the racecourse paradox. So I just thought that was interesting to say that, you know, some things, a finite exercise can be so construed as to seem become impossible to even begin, let alone finish. I don't know, that just seems kind of maybe apropos of everything we're doing here all the time. But anyway, so thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is this my third opportunity? Okay, thanks. I asked trans people what it is that they wished lawmakers understood about their lives. And one thing that was another theme that came out from these responses, which there were hundreds, is that trans people fear that their lives will be turned upside down because of these laws. While the threat of violence and harassment are at the forefront of the minds of trans folks, they also fear that they will have to relocate to places where they feel safe and affirmed, even if they don't want to leave their communities. Even worse, some people are worried that their children will be taken away from them or their families will be split apart just because they're trans, especially in states like Texas and Florida, where they have passed laws basically putting a bounty on the heads of parents of trans kids, and Missouri, where they have an actual government phone number where you can call to report parents of trans kids as for investigation of child abuse. And after seeing this session, I mean, there's really no reason to think that this isn't going to happen here. I was speaking to a former Republican state senator yesterday. He and I were texting last night after the vote, and he said that Ash and I should have an escape plan from this state. And I said, Ash will be fine. We'll be fine no matter what happens. Like, you know, I have enough privilege and means that he'll always get the care he needs no matter what my colleagues do. And he said, I don't think so. You see, this is a Republican former state senator of Nebraska. And he said, I don't think so. I think, look at what's going on throughout the country. In Nebraska, I think you need to start making a contingency plan. So, you know, I don't know if I'm going to do that, but that was the advice I got from one of our former Republican colleagues. And it wasn't John McAllister, so like, don't worry about that. It was a real Republican. Sylvia says, I'm a normal woman. I walk my dog, talk to the neighbors, stress about dentist appointments, etc. I love where I live. I love my family. And I live in constant fear that one election could force me to uproot my entire life. Colleagues. This person says that we, like anyone else, care for our families more than anything in the world. That now more than ever, we're terrified those families will be ripped away from us or worse. Transphobic legislation, like the bill introduced by Senator Kathleen Kauth and voted on by 33 of you, it doesn't make people less trans. It just makes them more susceptible to violence, to danger, to mental health problems, to suicide. Just like how banning abortion doesn't take away the need for abortion. It doesn't reduce the need for abortion. Banning gender-affirming care also doesn't remove the need for it. And this bill and the amendment that we put into the bill just shows how these issues of bodily autonomy are totally tied together, and it's all part of the same playbook. Trans people will always exist, no matter what the law is. Unfortunately, if the law criminalizes the existence and needs of trans people, all it does is cause further harm, leading to greater risks. All trans people deserve to live in a world that is accepting and affirming of who they are. It's really as simple as that, and it shouldn't be different from state to state or town to town. Just by virtue of the fact that they're a person, a human being, an autonomous individual.
1 minute.
made perfect, born perfect. They are worthy of the same rights as everyone else. And that's why I say if you are introducing a bill to discriminate on the basis of anything else people can't control about themselves. If people with male pattern baldness couldn't get health care, if people with erectile dysfunction couldn't get health care, if people with IBS couldn't get health care, I would say the same thing. It's discrimination. This person says, for one, most trans suicidality is due to external factors like rejection from family or church, bullying, discrimination, etc., not inherent self-hate. Most reason for regret or detransition is due to the same thing, not change in gender identity. Hate causes most problems for trans people at every stage.
That's your time, Senator. You're next in the queue, and that's your final time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr.
Or on the
President.
motion.
This person says being trans is inherent. Kids and adults don't magically feel incongruence one day. They are trans with or without resources. However, truth is that folks don't come out or are stricken from getting treatment, are living a miserable life, one that is a countdown to death. That's what they said. This person said that if they just try to legislate us out of existence and into an early grave, they're not going to get rid of us. They're just going to be quickly and starkly reminded of the quote, "Those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable." This person, Jennifer, said, "I wish they'd understand that being trans isn't a mental disorder and it's not curable. There's nothing to cure. They can subject me to a million horrors, ply me with tortures unending, render my very existence illegal, even drag me out and crucify me, but I will always be a woman." A lot of the responses were not, anything I can read. This person said, I said, "Transgender friends, what do you wish lawmakers understood about what it's like to be you?" This person said, "I wish they knew how much I hate them. I hate them for turning what was the passive existence of a tiny group of people who have always existed into the most divisive issue of the decade." That's their words, but I get that. This person said, "Being trans is not a choice or a mental illness. We aren't forcing your cis children to be trans, nor are we advocating for, quote, genital mutilation, unquote, of children. In fact, the most transitioning trans children can do is name change, new set of pronouns, wardrobe, hormones, etc." This person said, "Hormones are reversible, gender affirming care is necessary, and gender reassignment isn't being done on children. I would never want to turn someone trans. Why would I want them to live in a world that hates you and wants you to be exterminated?" There you have it. This person, Zoe, says that being transgender and embracing what it means for someone to be transgender enriches the human experience we all share. That gender is so complex, so manifold, so permeable, and that each new expression or non-expression is a chance for joy. Yeah. This person, Slade, says, "Trying to legislate people's presentation and expression is a violation of our First Amendment rights. We just want to be ourselves." This calls to mind Senator Merman's anti-drag bill. I think that he tried to amend that bill to say, if the person's intent is to entertain or teach or educate or something like that, like trying to narrow the definition of drag. But at the end of the day, it's the same thing. It's trying to legislate people's presentation and expression, what they wear, what they look like. This is the road that we're going down, and many other states are already on that road. So there's no reason to think that the same thing isn't going to happen in Nebraska, and that if you think it's not going to go that far, you're being duped. You're allowing yourself to be taken for a fool. These things never end. They never stop. We get a 20-week ban, then we want a full ban. We get a 12-week ban, then we want a 6-week ban, then we want a full ban. We block puberty blockers and hormones, then we're blocking everything. Then we're going after adults. Then we're having a NARC line to call parents of trans kids and report them for child abuse. It's already happening all
1
over the
minute.
country. So don't think it's not going to happen here. Banning drag shows, banning pride parades. This happened today in Florida. This person said that every day is a struggle to exist. Whether it's a fear that some dude is going to hate crime me because he feels insecure about his own issues, or that I might get my ass beat if I use the bathroom. I just want to live. I'm not hurting anyone. Other people hurt me. This person said that banning care will not only force people into the closet, it will either oust people from their families and hometowns or kill them. Yes, I said kill, because this will kill people. They'll become so miserable and unable to find happiness that they won't survive the pain. This person said, please stop making our lives miserable by kicking us out of schools through bad laws. Looking at you, Florida.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to close on the motion to recommit.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'm sure this will come as a shock to so many of you, but my cousin, who doesn't even live in Nebraska, is watching, and it is not his birthday today. So happy birthday to Eamon, who definitely should not be watching because he probably is in bed or getting on his way to bed. So I apologize, Eamon, that I didn't wish you a happy birthday earlier in the day when you would have maybe seen it, but I love you. And to my cousin John, who is watching because, in his words, he lives in Illinois and the General Assembly in Illinois has adjourned for the evening. So obviously he's going to watch the Nebraska Legislature because there's literally nothing else on TV, John. But in case I forget tomorrow, to my cousin John, happy birthday. I love that you're watching, as bizarre as it is. I realized somebody gave me a t-shirt today. So I guess if I want to full on rock my Leslie Knope look tomorrow with the pink sweatpants, it's a non-political t-shirt. And I think it has already become my favorite t-shirt that I own. The Oxford Comma Preservation Society, defenders of tradition, comma, form, comma, and clarity. How exciting is that? Oh my God. I don't know. I'm conflicted because it's not political, but it is taking an advocacy stance. So I think it's borderline if that's appropriate or not. So I guess we'll see tomorrow what I decide, but it is tempting, but perhaps a bit controversial to go that full-throated with my endorsement of the Oxford comma by wearing it on a t-shirt. I mean, it's not surprising how I feel about it. I have spent several hours extensively discussing the Oxford comma, and I forgot that at some point I need to bring up the split infinitive as a whole nother talking point. But that's what the 60-day session is for. That's when we will really dig in to the split infinitive. We'll move on in the 60-day session. We'll move on from the Oxford comma and on to the split infinitive. So, my closing. Yes, I am closing on my motion to recommit to committee because that's what we're doing here. Ooh. So I've been periodically checking. We are down -13 members. So as long as no more than 3 check out, we should be good, assuming that everyone who's present is voting for the bill. Because I guess if we went to a vote on this bill and 4 members of the body that are in here, I'm just doing the math here. But if 4 members of the body that are in the chamber right now do not vote for the bill, then we have a problem. So, which is interesting. But I don't think we'll have 4 people not vote for it.
I feel like at best 2. Maybe 3, but probably not 4. So I think we're in good stead as far as a vote goes. I would say that if more people leave.
1 minute.
If more people do leave, then we are going to be in less good stead, because then with every person that checks out, we are really running a gamble that the votes are going to be in the chamber for this bill. Will they or won't they? I don't know. Well, my desk is a hot mess. There's so much paper over here. And I also keep the cover sheets when I print. I know just back there's in the recycling bin, there's like everybody's cover sheets. I keep the cover sheets. I use them for scratch paper. I like to handwrite out the names in the.
That's your time,
Thank
Senator.
you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Members, the question is the motion to recommit. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, Senator Albright, voting no, Senator Arch, voting no, Senator Armendariz, voting no, Senator Ballard, voting no, Senator Blood, voting no, Senator Boston, Senator Bostar, voting no, Senator Bostelman, voting no, Senator Brandt, voting no, Senator Brewer, voting no, Senator Breezy, voting no, Senator John Kavanaugh, voting no, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting, Senator Clements, voting no, Senator Conrad, voting no, Senator Day, not voting, Senator DeBoer, voting no, Senator DeKay, voting no, Senator Dorn, voting no, Senator Dover, voting no, Senator Dungan, Senator Erdman, voting yes, Senator Frederickson, Senator Holleran, Senator Hansen, Senator Hardin, voting no, Senator Holcroft, voting no, Senator Hughes, Senator Hunt, voting no, Senator Ibaugh, voting no, Senator Jacobson, voting no, Senator Kauth, voting no, Senator Linehan, Senator Lippincott, voting no, Senator Lowe, voting no, Senator McDonald, Senator McKinney, Senator Mosier, Senator Merman, voting no, Senator Raybold, voting no, Senator Reapy, voting no, Senator Sanders, voting no, Senator Slama, Senator Vargas, Senator Von Gillern, voting no, Senator Walls, voting no, Senator Wayne, Senator Wishart, voting no. Vote is 1A, 32 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to recommit to committee.
The motion fails. Mr. Clerk, for the next items.
Mr. President, next item, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh moved to return the bill to select file for specific amendment, that being AM 1711.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. My math was off. We've got 35. So we need, only 2 people can leave. Actually, I'll amend that. Only 1 person can leave because I probably won't vote for this. So that would take us down to 32. If 2 people leave and myself, then the bill doesn't have 33 votes. Boy. Hope everybody stays checked in. All right. Let's see here. I've got
well, there's the article on May 4th. More than 115 Nebraska business leaders sign letter opposing bills that attack LGBTQ rights. Then on May 8th, some businesses that endorsed a letter against anti-LGBTQ proposals field harassing calls. Yeah, that was great. I'm sure they're still fielding them. Remember this, good times. April 13th, Nebraska lawmakers narrowly advanced trans health care bill after internal chaos. Legislature paused after 45 minutes to determine next steps amid uncertainty on olive branch amendment. Remember when there was an olive branch amendment? Remember that, Senator Jacobson? That debacle? Yet still, that debacle is better than the debacle from yesterday. So, we did. We withdrew everything so that we could get to the amendment. We were ready to. I actually voted for the amendment. And I had people ask, why did you vote for the amendment? And I said, because if we're going to enter into negotiations, I would rather negotiate from that terrible point than the way far to the right terrible point. So I'd rather stay at the terrible point as opposed to the travesty of a point. But instead, we found somewhere between the terrible point and the travesty of the point, and then we went further to the other side of the travesty of the point with the compromise that you all voted for yesterday. So it all was such a farce. And I could see that it was a farce. Political theater, I think is what it's called. It was all political theater. I suppose, I was going to say I didn't participate in it, but I suppose I did, in that I participated in trying to take the temperature down in the chamber. Try to police my tone. I always want to say tone my police my tone so that the negotiations could be entered into in good faith. And of course, that was all a farce. There was no intention by the introducer or the supporters of LB 574 to do anything in good faith, including following through on their own olive branch. Because when they had the opportunity to, they didn't want to. Why? Because she didn't have to. She had the votes. She had your numbers pegged from the beginning, from the get-go. She knew that with enough Twitter harassment, people in this body would cave. My goodness, if I caved to Twitter trolls, either you all would be getting much more out of me than you want, or on the other side, things would be way worse than they currently are with me. So good thing I don't do it on either sides. Because if I gave into the Twitter trolls that are harassing me to harass all of you, it would be like, if you think that today is painful, let me tell you, these people that are harassing me to make your lives terrible, if I gave into them the way you give into the people that want to make my life terrible, it would be a hot mess. A hot mess. But I do this thing where I don't do that. It works like this. Anonymous people on Twitter send me messages, sometimes private, sometimes public, telling me various random thoughts of theirs, critiques and criticisms on how I should conduct myself, and I don't do that because I am an adult who was elected to this position, who got here through hard work and conversation with my constituents and transparency on where I stand on all of the issues. Yeah, so there we go. Oh, something does strike me. Senator McDonald asked Senator Kauth to yield to questions yesterday about something on the campaign trail. And then legitimately, I blacked out because I couldn't handle listening to the answer. But I'm going to answer if the question was asked of me about things I heard on the campaign trail. Guess what? Nobody on my district, and my district is right next to Senator Kauth's district. Nobody in my district, interestingly enough, wanted this. No one. Now, I know for a fact that there are people in Senator Kauth's districts who oppose this because Senator Kauth is taking away their rights, just like she's taking away Senator Hunt's rights. I know that Senator Kauth actively targeted her own constituents' parental rights. Why do I know that? Because that family has been here, up there, out there, in the media, talking about it over and over and over again. And it feels slightly personal and malicious towards this family that lives in her district. Because we know that the trans population is a very small subset of the general population. I don't know what they did to cross her hairs, but as her constituents, maybe their neighbors, no, their neighbors love them because they are amazing parents and human beings. I don't know how Senator Kauth decided to target this family in her district, but she did. And you all are helping her. And they are amazing. They're so amazing. And they got the greatest kids. They're one of those families that the kids have like the same first letter of their name, which I think is kind of cute. Yeah, so back to Twitter. I don't let people on Twitter tell me what to do. And I didn't have people in my district telling me that they wanted me to take away their rights as parents. If anything, I had conversations when it came to parental rights and medical decision-making. I did have those conversations, and they were exclusively centered on vaccinations, exclusively. I had parents tell me, because they knew, they had heard about me and my feelings about believing in the pandemic as a real thing, and so they were concerned about what I was going to do when it came to their rights about making medical decisions for their children. And I was confronted with this numerous times, and it was aggressive more than once. And I get it. This woman shows up to your door and you think she's there, wants your vote, and wants to take away your parental rights. Get out of here with that. Am I right? Yeah. But I didn't want to take away their parental rights. I don't want to require children to get vaccinations. I don't want to make that mandate. Do I think in certain settings we all are going to have to abide by regulations? Yes, of course. But that's why you can make a choice. Schools have vaccination protocols. You can homeschool your child. You are not forced to vaccinate your child. And I would never want to take away your right to make that choice. Ever. Ever. So when my constituents told me they were worried about parental rights and medical decision-making, I listened to them and I voted against LB 574. Not because of that, but it certainly didn't hurt. It certainly didn't hurt to have my constituents tell me, hey, by the way, really don't like when the government tries to overstep and take away my rights to care for my own child.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator DeBoer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, colleagues, this is my bill, so I thought I would get up and kind of talk about what it's about for a second, because some of us may have forgotten between select and final reading. This is the bill for judges' salaries. So this bill is going to raise the salary for our judges. And at first, that may sound something like, oh, why are we giving them more money? But it's a really good thing to give them more money. They do a lot of hard work for us. As we develop more and more problem-solving courts, some of you are familiar with those. Those are those courts that take a specific thing. Maybe it's a drug court, a mental health court. We have a veterans court, different things like that. Those are really intensive programs for our judges to be involved in because they deal with individuals and really trying to kind of set those individuals on a different path. So I've had the opportunity to sit in on one of these meetings where they talk about all the folks who are coming. It was the Young People's Problem Solving Court. And they talked about all the different individuals that were going to be in the room that day. All the people are there. And you see the judge talking to each individual that's in the program, each individual in this case, young person. And it was really an interesting experience to see that, but also to see how much work that is for the judges. So our judges worked very, very hard. The other thing about our judges is that, it's kind of a labor of love because for many of them, they could be making a lot more money in private practice. Even with these raises, that will still be the case. They can make a lot more money in private practice than they can make even after these raises. And what the Chief Justice said when he came in to testify on this bill is that without making them even remotely competitive, they're getting fewer and fewer applications for our judge positions. And that's really kind of a problem because, of course, we want to have the Judicial Selection Committee have as many applicants as possible so that they have as many to choose from. Our legal system is really only as good as the judges that administer justice through it. And so we've got to make sure that we have the best judges. One way to do that is to help them have a, not commensurate with private practice, but a wage that recognizes their expertise and experience in the field of law and recognizes that they're not doing this for the money, but that they are also not doing it as a charity. So they're doing it as a job and they have a lot of experience. We want to get the best ones. And so I support this bill. This bill was actually amended and we voted that through either on general or select, I think general, to include the negotiated salary, which the executive branch worked with the judicial branch, and they kind of came to an agreement about what that number would be. The structure of our judiciary's salaries all go off of our Supreme Court Chief Justice. The justices make the same then. And then it sort of goes down from there and as a portion of that number. So what we're really doing in this bill, if you're looking at the actual language, is we're changing what the Chief Justice's salary is, because then the rest sort of
1 minute
all go within that. So that's all we're doing in this bill, is we're setting the rate for this biennium for our judges' salaries. I think this is really important, and our justices and our judges in our judicial system in Nebraska are really great. We have been fortunate in Nebraska. We have really great judges and justices. So that's the bill, and I'm very excited because this will be my first time ever to file a cloture motion. I've only once ever been filibustered and I withdrew the bill. So this is the first time I will ever file a cloture motion. So we'll see that in about half an hour or a little more than that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I could just use a spritz. Yeah, okay. I'm laughing to myself because I just told myself a joke and it's hilarious. I'm the funniest person I know most of the time. That's not true. I'm not very funny at all. I'm just tired and punchy. and still contemplating, is it appropriate for me to wear a t-shirt advocating for the Oxford comma tomorrow or not. God, I'm really torn up about it. Which probably means, to be honest, that I won't do it. This is how my mind works. I'm like, I'm going to do this. And then I'm like, no, you shouldn't do that. Then I mull it over. Then I talk myself out of it. Then I talk myself back into it. Then I talk myself out of it again. And then I think, that's just not, you don't want to do that. No, that's probably how I'm going to end on the t-shirt. But I do want to wear it. Mostly, I just want to wear sweatpants. And since I have no non-political top to wear with said sweatpants, I suppose I could wear this again and just button up the cardigan. It's two different pinks though. Can you do that? I'm getting a yes from behind me. Yes, you can do two different pinks. Checked the numbers, crunched some numbers. Not really, just went back there to see who's logged in. Went back there to see who's logged in or checked in to the chamber. And we are at 37. Ooh. So unless 4 people are going to be PVN or no on this bill, we're still riding strong, sitting pretty, et cetera, et cetera. There is a group missing. And I'm assuming that they're going to show up for the vote because I doubt that they've actually left the building. But there is a group missing that usually comes in here in a much more jubilant mood than I am. Must come from not being sitting in the chamber for hours. They're in such a jubilant mood. The people that are checked out. The group of people that are checked out that will, I assume, come in at the end to vote and be in it's such a sober state of mind for these hallowed chambers. Yeah. LB 574 timeline. So January 17th, my birthday. And not when I was growing up, I initially thought that it was Martin Luther King's birthday because it oftentimes Martin Luther King observed fell on my birthday, but actually Martin Luther King's birthday is January 16th. But it is James Earl Jones' birthday, Betty White, and she passed away like 2 weeks before she turned 100. May she rest in peace. I love Betty White. Michelle Obama, as I previously stated, Tom Rowan, some gangster. I want to say Al Capone, but I know it wasn't Al Capone, unless it was.
1 minute.
Yeah, so LB 574 introduced. February 8th, the hearing. February 22nd, the executive session. February 24th, priority designation. March 22nd, minority committee statement filed. March 23rd, general file debate concludes. General file debate concludes. So when was the rules change? It was like the next week. I think that was a Friday. And then the next Monday or Tuesday, whatever the first day of the week was, is when we had the rules change. The rules change that the people who voted for have abdicated all responsibility for changing the rules by trying to blame me for their actions. When you do something, it's you. When you vote, you're the one voting. I don't push your button. I might push your buttons, but I don't push your button.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Bosselman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, Nebraskans. Listening to Senator DeBoer talk about LB 799 a little bit, it really piqued my interest in a couple areas. The first area that was of interest to me is that I've had the opportunity in the last several years to be acquainted with a couple fairly newly appointed county judges or judges in and near my district. And those judges, both, one was a county attorney and one was a defense attorney. And it's been interesting to know them and their role in those two positions and the role now in their position as a judge, and how that the meaning of that to them and that responsibility they have, and how that is brought forward in their decisions and the work that they do. And I think it's very important what we do, and what Senator DeBoer was talking about earlier with this bill. As part of it is increase in salaries or what they receive, and quite frankly, kind of what she said, I think along those lines. And I'll ask Senator DeBoer to yield to a question.
Senator DeBoer, will you yield to a question?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. You know, one of the things that I think you commented on, and perhaps you would be willing to expand upon a little bit more, is, you know, the work that they do, and the professionalism it took, and what that means to them. Because part of what they do also is drug court, and drug courts take an enormous amount of work and a lot of extra time on their part. And when we do an increase to them, even though it's not going to bring them par maybe with what they would earn in a private practice, but it's very important to them for us to be able to get them into a little bit better salary range, if you will. And do you want to speak to that just a little bit?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Bosselman, for noting that. Yeah, one of the things that's happening across the country with respect to judicial resources is that more and more we're using judges and our court for things like problem-solving courts, of which drug court is an example. I mentioned also mental health court, young persons court, veterans court. There's a number of different kinds of courts like that. And these are really intensive programs for the judge, because the judge has a file with each individual person that's put into that program, and then follows along with that person as they're going through and meeting goals or not meeting goals. And it's really like, it's not just knowing the law then, you have to know that as a judge, but it's also sort of knowing how to work with people. You get around a table and the judge leads the meeting, and there's, you know, depending on what kind of court it is, maybe there's a drug counselor, there's different sorts of folks. And so they're leading that meeting to try and work with all these people to figure out how to help each person to progress through it. It's really, I mean, it's kind of like here, where sometimes you get done at the end of the day and you're exhausted and you don't even know what you did. It's that mental, sort of emotional energy that these judges put into these courts that's really, really, like, even if they work the same number of hours, that kind of intense work. So, you know, I think we ought to recognize that by trying to make them have a, again, not quite competitive, but slightly more competitive salary.
Thank you. Yeah, and I agree. I've had the opportunity to be at a couple of drug court graduations, and talking to the graduates themselves and understanding that role that the judge played in that, and the importance of that judge being in that process and the work they do. That's outstanding work that they do, and I think it's a great opportunity we have with 799. Support 799. I do oppose the amendment, but the work that our judges do, the county level with the mental health or with the drug courts is phenomenal, you know, and I really thank the judiciary for taking that upon themselves to do that, because it's making a difference in a lot of individuals' lives. And so with that, I want to thank you, Senator DeBoer, for bringing the bill, and I'll yield the rest of my time back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators Bostelman and DeBoer. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 799, and still thinking about AM 1711. Going to read over that a couple more times before I decide how I'm going to come down on that one. I asked people, I said, transgender friends, what do you wish lawmakers understood about what it's like to be you? This is another excellent response that is probably the truest response. They said, This isn't a misunderstanding to be cleared up. If they only knew the true facts or understood our point of view, saying that it's not about misunderstanding, it's not about ignorance. He continues, they know what they're doing and they're doing it intentionally. The only thing I want them to know, well, I can't finish reading that one. They don't have fond feelings. This person said in response, what do you wish lawmakers understood about what it's like to be you? I just want to pee. There you have it. Great answer. Someone said, Evelyn said, it's actually so awesome to be me. I'm skimming these real quick to make sure I don't accidentally say something we don't want on the record, but this guy said, I keep saying this over and over again, but imagine dying and you're laid to rest until a name that isn't yours, an identity that's foreign to you, and it's something you have no control over anymore because, well, you're dead. You're immortalized as a person you never were. This person, I don't know what they mean. A lot of people encouraging folks to read the responses, like I'm sharing with you. This person said that I, of perfectly clear and sound mind, have a genuine and deeply rooted personal desire to, oh, that's not appropriate either. Again, not fond feelings for my colleagues. Just imagine something bad. They said something bad they want to do to you. This person said that we're being subjected to genocide and we need help. Erica says that people want to use the state to murder us, that they like the purge and want a chance to murder us themselves and get away with it. That's how they feel. You hear the things that Senator Kauth says on the mic and you wouldn't blame them for feeling that way. This person, Jessica, says, a lot of people making these laws understand us just fine and are actively malevolent. So I guess I want them to understand what it feels like to, I can't finish that one. This person says that if it weren't for this care, I and many others would be dead. My parents would have had to bury their child. And instead, I've since graduated college, went through 6 years of transitioning, and I finally feel like I might have a future. Most importantly, I'm alive. This person says, I wish conservatives had basic human empathy. I wish Democrats actually cared enough to force change instead of rely on like 6 representatives and senators to pull their slack. Whew, that was said. Thank you for saying that. This person said they're not attacking us because they misunderstand us. I'm just as human as they are, and I want to live. I just want to live the best life I can. That's it. This person says, it is hard to survive. I had to fight to be myself. I survived 34 suicide attempts due to no-go acceptance from my parents and no affirming care until my adulthood. I have lived with so much trauma and anxiety due to that. This Nebraskan said, my partner once said, I worry when you use a public restroom, you won't come home. This was in 2017. The worry diminished for a while, but it's back again now. I wish lawmakers understood the sort of pressure cooker they are creating, that their words directly affect us. This person, Alexa, said, no one knew I was intersex. Haven't had a lot of conversation about intersex people, which is real. You know, people aren't just XX or XY. There are other things. No one knew I was intersex until they cut me open for gender-affirming surgery, and there are bound to be more people like me. I didn't have grafts. I had vaginal canal repair of my existing tissue. And this was for an adult. And I'll stop there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Day, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Returning back to some of what I missed out on sharing yesterday, continuing to connect the dots between bills like LB 574 and the decline in local economies in other states. The statement from the Omaha Chamber included discussion of 2 companies crossing Nebraska off their list of annual meeting sites. In the article, Mr. Burke from the Chamber also mentioned an employee who specifically declined a job in Omaha because of the political climate. Burke said the chamber statement came after business leaders expressed concerns about bills viewed as sexist, racist, or homophobic working their way through the legislature this year. Initially, he said the organization, which represents 3,000 businesses, felt it was not equipped to weigh in on issues involving personal medical care decisions or medical decisions regarding parents, their children, and healthcare providers. But over time, Burke said, it became clear that the efforts to recruit workers and conventions were being harmed by the dialogue at the state capitol. He said that in his conversations at a recent gathering of young business professionals, it was clear that they don't want government coming between them and their medical decisions, but want, quote, the legislature to facilitate their hopes and dreams. We're not in a position where we cannot worry about young people leaving the state, Burke said. The chamber letter stated that the organization is fully committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion in recruiting and retaining a talented workforce. We ask our elected officials to focus on their work on being a part of the long-term solution on the policy matters of the highest importance to Nebraskans, the statement said. I will remind you again, the anti-trans bill that was passed in North Carolina will cost the state more than $3.76 billion in lost business over a dozen years. Over the past year, according to this article, North Carolina suffered financial hits ranging from scuttled plans for a PayPal facility. Again, PayPal was literally going to put a facility in the state and decided not to because of bills like LB 574. They lost out on $2.66 billion that could have been potentially added to the state's economy because of bills like LB 574. What do you think is going to happen to Nebraska? I don't want to hear about how any of you all are pro-business, talking about the economy, workforce issues, when you're voting for bills that do things like this.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Another letter, in addition to the chamber letter, which was, I believe, the second letter to come out, I think, was signed by an additional 70 employers in Nebraska, independent of the Omaha Chamber's effort, also objects to the transgender care bill. Alan Fredrickson, founder and CEO of Signature Performance, a healthcare company headquartered in Omaha, said Wednesday night that employers think the proposal is impacting the ability of businesses to fill the state's 60,000 to 70,000 job vacancies. We need talent, he said. We want Nebraska to be a welcoming, belonging, inclusive state. Such issues, Fredrickson said, are particularly important for the younger generation of workers who are demanding that government stay out of such personal health decisions.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak, and this is your last time before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, my fact checker / cousin who's watching, whose birthday is tomorrow, John, not my brother, my cousin, I'm related to a lot of Johns. But my cousin John fact-checked, and the gangster is in fact Al Capone. So there we go, who I share a birthday with. Okay. How about for something nice? Today is the last day that our very own Kennedy Zurop is here with us before she takes off for North Dakota to get married this weekend. Congratulations, Kennedy. What a wonderful way to spend your pre-wedding time. Kennedy is amazing, has been with the clerk's office. She has been with us through college, and now she is going to be getting married this weekend. A couple of weeks ago, months ago, time is a construct, I asked her what her wedding date was because I was going to bracket a motion until that date, but obviously it's on the weekend, so I couldn't. So when I was bracketing to May 19th, it was the rehearsal for Kennedy's wedding. So congratulations. We're all very excited for you. Look forward to seeing the pictures of you in your gorgeous dress, I assume. Or maybe you're wearing a pantsuit. I don't know. But I can't wait to see the pictures if you're willing to share them with us. And I'm sure it'll be a happy occasion for you and your fiance and your family. And then you get to come back here. Woo! That's the real honeymoon. That's when the honeymoon really starts. So sorry, just couldn't let it go. Couldn't let us get to the end of the night without saying something. And it's always nice to celebrate something positive. I should have done it earlier when all of the pages were here. Darn it. Now there's just, I think, 3 or 4 here. Don't worry, I'll embarrass you when you get back. And thank you again to my cousin who seriously, you've got a dog, like go for a walk or something, John. You don't need to don't fact check the Nebraska Legislature. I feel flattered that my cousin in Illinois is like watching me at work. You know what that is though? Like, it's kind of funny when I hear from